Chapter 35 of Autobiography for Seaman, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 35. Naval and Other Discussions in Parliament. At the commencement of the session of 1812, it became known that His Royal Highness, the late Duke of Cambridge, had voluntarily given up a military emolument of nearly £5,000 a year. The patriotism which moved His Royal Highness to relinquish a lucrative command which had dwindled into a sinecure was too conspicuous to be lost sight of, not only on account of his disinterestedness, but because there was hope this practical specimen of reform, proceeding from so high a quarter, might be brought to bear on others in such a way as to induce them to emulate the example. On the 23rd of January, I therefore moved for a copy of His Royal Highness's letter of resignation, for the purpose of grounding thereon a resolution expressive of the opinion of the House on the subject, at the same time intimating to sinecure holders in general the desirableness of imitating the magnanimity of the Royal Duke. The effort was, however, in vain. On the 23rd of February, a question was raised by Mr. Banks respecting the payment of £2,790 a year to the Secretary of the Prince of Wales as paymaster of widows' pensions. A former report on a committee of the House had pronounced this office a perfect sinecure of no public utility whatever, and that the office of Deputy Paymaster was little better, the whole business being transacted by a clerk in the War Office at a salary of £100 a year. The reply of Mr. Perceval, then Prime Minister, to this statement was, quote, that there was more danger to the country from declarations against sinecures than from sinecures themselves. End quote. On this occasion I supported the retention of the sinecure on the ground that the abolition of so insignificant a sum might deceive the public into a belief that their interests were watched in that House. The House had suffered the reports of various committees on the subject to lie dormant for 30 years, and now wished to abolish 3 only out of a long list of sinecures, which their committees had declared to be useless and burdensome to the country. It was the bounden duty of the House to have pronounced on the whole class, and not partially. They ought to have enumerated the sinecures to be abolished, and thus put it out of the power of ministers to exercise any discretion on the subject, instead of singling out a comparatively insignificant place from a long list of enormous sinecures upon which the House had not so much as expressed an opinion, notwithstanding the numerous representations of its committees. On the motion of the First Lord, the Right Honourable C. Yorke, that the sum of upwards of £1 million should be granted for the contingent expenses of the Admiralty, I spoke as follows. A quotation begins. Lord Cochrane hoped that as a deviation from mere detail was allowed when the army estimates were in a committee, it would not be entirely out of course to offer a few general remarks while the supply of the Navy was before the House, not with a view to oppose the supply for the ordinary establishment of the Navy, but as to the proper application of the enormous sums granted for that service generally. To this nothing could, in his opinion, contribute more than that the Board of Admiralty should not be considered as a mere appendage of the Minister of the day, and be displaced by every agitation of the political system, whereby misapplication of means was rendered perpetual, for just as the members acquired some knowledge of their complicated duties, and of the powers they ought to direct against the enemy, they were displaced to make room for others of no experience. The observations which he had to address to the chairman related chiefly to the means of annoying the enemy, which the government possessed in a right disposal of the naval force of the country. This was at present totally useless, except for the purpose of passive blockades. Had 5,000 men with attendant naval transports been kept in readiness in such a central location as Minorca, for instance, it would have been impossible for the French to have made any progress on the eastern side of the peninsula, for no sooner should the enemy have laid siege to Tarragona, Valencia, Alicante, or any other place on the Mediterranean coast of Spain, than their affairs might have been reversed at the other extremity. Rosas, for instance, was within 12 hours' sail of Minorca, and about 18 from Alicante. whereas, on the other hand, it was 25 days' march, at least, from Alicant to Rosas. Comparing the respective populations of Britain and France, it was impossible to think of carrying on an equal warfare in the Peninsula. A greater number of men than all the British who were present there must perish before it could be possible to drive out the French. The desultory nature of naval warfare was, in his opinion, the best calculated for that purpose, and for this we had the highest authorities in ancient and modern times. If the French with a contemptible flotilla could keep this country in alarm, what was our gigantic navy not capable of doing? The whole of France lay at the mercy of the British ministry. Had the enemy a naval superiority, and only 10,000 disposable troops, on what part of the shores of England could people repose in tranquillity? The war, as it was presently conducted, could not possibly have a successful termination. It was a great misfortune that the House of Commons listened to nothing which was beyond the sphere of their own knowledge, and when any professional man like himself rose up to give information, party was immediately thrown in his teeth. Factious motives were instantly imputed, however pure his wishes for the good of the country. He put it to the committee whether the whole force of this country was not on the alert, and almost concentrated on the coasts of Kent and Sussex, when an invasion was threatened by a contemptible flotilla of the enemy, and if so, what might not be done if the gigantic naval power of England was to threaten the enemy's shores. It was his sincere opinion that the whole coast of France was completely at the mercy of his Majesty's ministers. The noble lord next adverted to the coasting trade carried on by France, and which it was in our power to destroy. That trade existed to an extent almost incredible. It was in our power to dismantle their batteries, to blow up their towers, and above all, to destroy that chain of signal posts by which a telegraphic communication was kept up from Flushing to Bayonne, and from the southeast point of Spain to Venice. Each of those signal posts could be successfully attacked by 10 men, as, except in a few situations, they were exposed, and seldom had above 2 or 3 maimed soldiers to conduct them. He had no interest whatever in forcing those observations on the attention of the committee, and he hoped the right honourable gentleman would not think them altogether unworthy of his consideration. He should not, he said, at that time attempt to say more, but he trusted that members who were far more capable to do justice to the subject than he could pretend to be, would turn it in their minds, and bring the subject forward, or that his Majesty's ministers would investigate the truth and act accordingly. In either case, he was certain attention to the hints he had thus far thrown out could not fail of being attended by the most beneficial results to the country. He did not think ministers, in having not attended to the subject, were so much to blame as the House itself, for they were, or ought to be, guardians of the public purse. But he was sorry to say the practice of the House was to vote estimates to a very great amount, without at all troubling themselves to inquire how those estimates were applied. Besides the signal posts he had mentioned, there were placed along the whole coast of Spain many small parties of soldiers in churches, convents, and other buildings, for the purpose of keeping the people of the maritime towns in awe, and passing along supplies to the armies, which supplies it was in our power to intercept, as the only practicable military road was within pistol shot of the margin of the sea. The smallest assistance would encourage the people to rise upon them, but without such assistance they are afraid to do so, knowing that the French would burn their houses, violate their wives, and murder themselves. This he had seen them do. During all the time he was off Catalonia, the French had barely sufficient force to defend themselves against the natives, and in every enterprise which they undertook, they were foiled. It was notorious, however, to all the world that the attention of ministers was always engaged exclusively on 1 or 2 objects, and that they never took an extended view of things. If our commander on that coast had had discretionary powers to supply Figueras, which was the key of Catalonia, with provisions, it could not have been taken by force, for it was impregnable. If government would only act in a proper way, it was impossible that Bonaparte could go a 12-month longer. The noble lord then referred to the American war. Had ministers during that war, instead of marching large armies through the country, only transported 10,000 men from one place to another, they would soon have laid waste the whole sea-coast, and the country must have submitted. Mr. Hutchinson deprecated the species of warfare recommended by the noble lord, which he thought would not be productive of the effects he expected. Lord Cochrane, in explanation, defended the system which he had recommended as peculiarly calculated to injure the enemy's coasting trade, which was the great nursery of his seamen. After a few questions from Admiral Markham and Mr. Tierney as to the decrease in the estimates, and replies from Mr. Yorke, the resolution was agreed to, as were also the other usual annual resolutions relating to the Navy. As the subject of flogging in the Army and Navy forms a prominent subject in the present day, I may be pardoned for putting my own views, then and now, on record. On the 13th of March, on the motion for the third reading of the Mutiny Bill, Sir Francis Burdett, in a speech distinguished for humanity and eloquence, animadverted on the punishment of flogging in the Army and Navy as a system derogatory to our country, where the principles of liberty, of humanity, and of civilization were better understood and practised than in any other country. On this occasion I delivered my sentiments as follows. Lord Cochrane hoped that by degrees this punishment might in due time be abolished, but declared that it was impracticable to govern any large body of men without having the power of recourse to it. He believed, however, that much of the mischief which arose from the punishment of flogging, especially in the Navy, had been caused by the influence of that House. Great parliamentary interest had enabled the first families in the kingdom to force their children into the service when too young to understand the nature of the authority entrusted to them. Many of them insisted on their decks being as clean and as shining as the floor of a drawing-room, and that their kitchen utensils should be scoured as bright as silver, with a variety of other useless and fantastic commands, and if such commands were not obeyed, they flogged severely those who had those articles in charge. The discipline of the Navy depended on the commanding officer of each ship, and if they continued to flog for such offences, the Navy must suffer. Gentlemen might think otherwise, but he knew it to be true, and he was afraid they would be convinced of it too soon. The family interest he had alluded to prevailed also to such a degree that even the Lords of the Admiralty had lists made out, and when an officer went to offer his services or to solicit promotion for services performed, he was asked, "Are you recommended by my Lady this, or Miss that, or Madam t'other?" And if he was not, he might as well have stayed at home. He could not, however, vote for the motion. It would be better to look to those to whom power was entrusted than to take away the power of punishing altogether. If it were so taken away, it would ruin the service. The best seamen in the Navy would say so, and if put to the vote among the sailors, he was sure the decision would be in favour of the present mode of punishment, but they would at the same time tell the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty that they ought to be commanded by persons of experience, and not by young men appointed by parliamentary or any other influence. He hoped he should see the practice of flogging abolished, while the power of inflicting it was suffered to remain. Good seamen are thoroughly aware that they have nothing to fear from a judicious and well-regulated captain, a man of sense, who knows his duty and that of those under him. Such captains have indeed no difficulty in managing their ships, whilst those in whom the men have no confidence find difficulty. Good men on board ship stand as little in awe of the cat as do the good people ashore, who make so much fuss about what they cannot possibly understand. Amongst many hundreds of men there are always some vagabonds who, were it not for the fear of punishment, would throw their whole work on the hands of others. On such men reasoning has no effect, nor have good seamen any sympathy with them. On the contrary, they would rather see them compelled to do their duty by the dread or even the application of the lash, than be obliged to do the work of lazy men in addition to their own. Landsmen also forget that a naval officer cannot get rid of a worthless vagabond. He has to account for him to the Admiralty. Were it possible to give an officer power to turn such over the side, as a landsman can turn away an unprofitable servant, and he would have no occasion for the lash. But so long as he is obliged to retain such men, he must secure their obedience by the only means which will control them. On the 16th of March came on one of those questions which added so materially to our national debt. Lord Castlereagh proposed a sum of 2 millions sterling as a subsidy to Portugal. He declared that the circumstances of Portugal were so much improved, and her troops exhibited so much valour, that he did not expect any opposition to the measure. This was, however, opposed by several members, on the ground of impoverishing ourselves by a system which did not produce the results the nation had a right to expect. By myself it was not opposed, but I embraced the opportunity of giving my opinion to the following effect. Excerpt begins. Lord Cochrane considered Portugal to be defensible against the French arms chiefly at the lines of Torres Vedras, which were so strong as not to require so great an army as we had there, and which gave us a free communication with the sea, whereas our operations were conducted on a much more extensive scale between Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz, places which, if we got possession of them both, were not tenable unless we had a force perfectly capable of coping with the French forces in the open field. Both of these places stood on plains, and the French, it should be recollected, were much superior to us in number of their cavalry, and had often brought a much larger general force into the field. The war would be much less expensive were the lines of Torres Vedras considered as the true defence of Portugal, by which means, instead of our keeping 60,000 or 70,000 men in Portugal, comparatively idle, or at least not in a state of military activity, we might detach just now, as we might have done before, a portion of our army to Cadiz, and raise the blockade of that city. A small portion of our army might also be sent to Catalonia, where they might reverse all the success of the enemy, and we might act all along the margin of the Mediterranean with the best effect. There were numerous small forts on the coast, which we might get possession of, and thereby command all the neighbouring country. We might have done much on the whole eastern side of Spain, at Valencia particularly, and might probably retake Barcelona. All this was not only useful, but practicable at a much smaller expense than our present system. Thus we might have constantly checked and counteracted the objects of the French. This suggestion he did not make as his own. It had been the recommendation of others as well as his, and seemed obvious to anybody. For the principles on which it was founded, he had the advantage of great authority, which he quoted. He declared that he saw nothing in the war to occasion our despair, if we conducted it on principles by which we might be enabled entirely to clear the sea-coast, and have, at the same time, a large proportion of our army, now in Portugal, disposable at home or elsewhere for such objects as we desired to obtain. The vote for the 2 millions might, if applicable to these views, prove very beneficial, for no service could be more important than to sweep the French, as we might do with one effort, from the neighbourhood of Cadiz, and clear the whole Mediterranean coast from their intrusion. The resolution was then put and carried. Excerpt ends. On the 4th of May I gave notice of a motion for an account of the quantity of French silks imported into this country under licence. The effect of this system has on one or two occasions been brought under the notice of the reader as encouraging the French navy by encouraging their shipping, whilst our own laboured under every species of discouragement. On the statement of Mr. Rose, Vice-President of the Board of Trade, that he had no objection to the motion, I then said that, if agreeable to the House, I would at once proceed with it, and adverted to the fact that large quantities of French silks were openly exposed for sale in this country, to the prejudice of our manufacturers, to whom not the slightest concession was offered in return. Whether rightly or wrongly, it was established policy of the legislature to prevent the importation of French manufactured goods, but the licence to do so to a small extent had been construed into a licence to import to any amount, and that without the necessary introduction through the Customs House. I had been credibly informed that silks, to the value of several £100,000, were at that moment lying in the river, whilst the only clause in the licences under which these goods were suffered to be imported, and which went to secure any reciprocity whatever to this country, was one requiring that sugar or coffee to the value of £5 per ton burden should be exported in lieu of these rich manufactured goods of the enemy. If this were the policy of our ministry at the present period of unexampled distress to the manufacturing interests, the great dissatisfaction of the manufacturers was by no means surprising. The correctness of the statement being denied by Mr. Rose, I remarked that if no silk goods had really been imported, the return would effectually show this, and as effectually calm any dissatisfaction that might prevail. After some further unimportant discussion, the motion was agreed to. On the order of the day for the third reading of the Sinecure Officers' Bill, June 15th, I expressed my conviction of the propriety of abolishing all unnecessary officers during the present state of the country, feeling persuaded that sinecures were the bond of union which held parties together in that House, and that if sinecures did not exist, much more attention would be paid to public expenditure. I did not so much object to the expense which necessarily devolved on the public, as to the influence which the power of giving sinecures gave to the ministry for the time being. The Parliament being shortly afterwards dissolved, my explanations to the electors of Westminster relative to the conduct I had deemed right to pursue in Parliament were comprised in the following letters. Portman Square, 28th of September, 1812. Gentlemen, being conscious that I have not used the trust reposed in me to my private advantage, or to promote the interests of those with whom I am connected by the bonds of consanguinity or friendship, and that I have no personal object to attain, I shall venture to submit my conduct to the scrutiny it must undergo on presenting myself with a view of again becoming one of the representatives of this great city, an honour which I do not aspire to from a vain notion that I possess the qualifications requisite to perform its duties, otherwise than by acting uniformly according to the best of my judgment, uninfluenced by considerations of a personal nature. Should it appear, however, that I have erred, I am ready to assign the reasons which have determined my vote on every occasion. It is unnecessary to apprise you, gentlemen, who are so well acquainted with the fact, that it is impossible for an individual unconnected with either party to succeed in any measure which has for its object a diminution of the means of corruption, or, in other words, the power of rewarding those who are base enough to support men in office, regardless of their measures. Had the list of places and pensions possessed by the members of the House of Commons and their relations been granted, which list I moved for shortly after my return to Parliament, the public would long ago have been convinced that sinecures ought not to be considered, as they generally are, a burden of a known amount. It has ever been my opinion that their abolition alone would relieve the Crown from the thraldom in which it is held, and restore the depreciating currency by prompting the proper inquiry into the general application of the public money, particularly as to the sums demanded for our enormous and disproportionate military establishment. I have frequently stated, without avail, that simply by enforcing the acts relative to prize concerns, 2/3 of the navy now employed would be more efficient than the whole is, under the mortification of finding the fruits of their toil, and often more, taken for the mere condemnation of legal captures. History shows, without the example of the House of Commons, that this is not the way to stimulate men to undergo fatigue and encounter the kind of danger from which no honour is to be derived. On this subject I have not been able to induce the House to look at the proofs which I held in my hand and offered to produce. I am averse to trespass on your time, though I feel that I have material points to explain, but these I shall defer to a more fit opportunity. I am, however, anxious to add that my absence lately on occasions when you had the right to expect my attendance has been occasioned solely by ill health, and not by a disposition to tamper with ministers for employment, even in the execution of important plans which I had suggested, and which, if prosecuted on a fit scale, would afford France full employment in her own defence, instead of suffering her troops to employ themselves in the subjugation of our allies, by whom they are paid and sustained. Whether I am returned to Parliament or not, as soon as I have tried every means to promote measures which, if disclosed at present, would prove highly prejudicial to the public interests, I pledge myself to prove to the country that 10 millions sterling may annually be saved, and that the relative military force of England will be increased. Viewing your exertions in the cause of freedom and the purity of election with the admiration which they so justly deserve, I have the honour to be, gentlemen, respectively, your obedient servant, Cochrane. Portman Square, September 30, 1812. Gentlemen, since I had the honour of addressing you by letter at your last meeting, I have been informed by the public prints, and otherwise, that some gentlemen deemed it a material omission that I had neglected to state my opinions therein relative to parliamentary reform, a course which I adopted perhaps erroneously, as most respectful to the committee for promoting the purity of election, under the conviction that they would judge of the future by the past, and not by professions. Now, however, to clear up this doubt, if any, after reflection remains on their minds, I hereby pledge myself to vote on all occasions for reform, from a persuasion that the ruin of the country can be averted by that means only. I will, likewise, support every measure for the abolition of sinecures, which form the bond of union in the House of Commons against the interests of the people. Indeed, reflection impresses this fact so strongly on my mind that I am disposed to think, if the advocates of parliamentary reform were to direct their efforts first against these glaring evils, that an efficient reform would not be so far distant as the difference of sentiments amongst its advocates unhappily indicates. As to the Catholic question, gentlemen, it is proper to inform you that so long as its inquisitorial auricular confession and its principles so favourable to despotism prevailed on the continent, I was hostile to it, but that I am now inclined to grant the claims of the Catholics of Ireland, provided that they are content to receive the privileges of Englishmen, and to relinquish their predilection in favour of the jurisdiction of the Pope, which, however, they seem anxious to establish in that part of these kingdoms. Having said thus much on the most important questions that occur to me, I have only to add, relative to the objection made to a naval officer being a representative for Westminster, which I conclude is meant to extend to all other parts of the kingdom, that one half of the taxes levied on the people of England is dispersed on the Navy, for objects which the ability of all the civil members of Parliament cannot detect to be erroneous from the inspection of accounts. Neither are they judges of the means best calculated to give protection to trade, and annoy the enemy by that mode of warfare to which England must at last resort. I have nearly omitted to notice that I am no advocate for flogging, although I maintain, from a knowledge of fact, that your fleets could not be governed at present if the power did not exist, a power which will cease to be abused when parliamentary influence shall cease to place incompetent persons in command, and that, in a great measure, depends upon your exertions. I have the honour to be, gentlemen, your most humble obedient servant, Cochrane. The concluding paragraph of this letter will bear comment even in our day. The appointment of officers to commands ought to be regulated less by interest than desert. The truth of this is now practically admitted in other departments of the state, but unhappily the Admiralty, to which is confided our only protection from invasion, is to a great extent looked upon as a ministerial patronage preserve, and to this supposed necessity the national safety may one day be sacrificed. It has been urged in defence of the system that it is a matter of little consequence, for that steam having bridged the channel, invasion is only a question of a few hours, whoever may be in command of our ships. This I deny. If our ships are in a fit condition and properly commanded, it is as easy to destroy the enemy's bridge as ever it was, and we shall be as much at liberty to use our own bridge as in former days. If the Admiralty could be freed from its political trammels, there is no question but that those who direct its affairs would be generally guided in their appointments by merit alone. That it is not so is a proof that, under the unfortunate prevalence of political influence and patronage, no fair and well understood system of promotion can be established. Hence boys and subordinate officers, if destitute of influence, have no stimulus to acquiring a knowledge of their profession. Far otherwise, for whatever may be their proficiency or services, the only certainty they have is that someone with more influence and perhaps inferior claims may be promoted over their heads. It is not reasonable to suppose that such a system can produce energetic captains or admirals, except by accident. As one ship, well officered and manned, is more effective than two of an opposite description, a defined and well-regulated system of promotion upon which all can rely will cost less to the nation and become the most economical as well as the most effective. The true strength of the Navy is not in the multitude of ships, but in the energies and alacrity of officers and crews, and the repression of these qualities by a false system of political influence renders a double force requisite for the accomplishment of the vital objects of the naval service. This is as much a waste of power as the system itself is want of power. The necessity of wholesome, stimulating encouragement was deeply felt in the wars consequent on the French Revolution, and it will be felt in future wars whenever they arise. No one unacquainted with the matter can imagine how much was lost during those wars from a total disregard of the fitness of individuals appointed by political influence. The subordinate officers appointed to ships of war were frequently so incompetent as to paralyse the exertions even of the most able commanders, who could not be expected to sustain the fatigue of always being on deck. For my own part, I was so annoyed by the description of persons attempted to be palmed upon me, that, as I have somewhere else said, I preferred going to sea with midshipmen of my own training, making them perform the duties of lieutenants, rather than run the risk of receiving such lieutenants as were frequently appointed to situations in active frigates, through aristocratic or political influence. I am sorry the names of my midshipmen have, for the most part, escaped my memory, but I may point to three of my own making, the late Lord Napier, Captain Marryat, and the present Admiral Sir Houston Stewart. These were my officers in Basque Roads, when I had only one lieutenant. On quitting Plymouth in the Imperieuse to undertake that perilous duty, I sailed with one lieutenant only, to avoid the encumbrance of persons in whom I feared to repose confidence. To return to my subject. On my re-election for Westminster, I published a long address to my constituents. From this I shall only adduce the following extracts. Extracts begin. Gentlemen, being unable to convey in words the sensations I experience in reflecting on the manner in which you have returned me to Parliament, I shall leave it to you, who are capable of such acts, to estimate my feelings. Gentlemen, no part of the cant of the times seems to me more hypocritical than the declamation by party men against what they term the overwhelming influence of the Crown, when the fact is notorious to us all that the ruling faction in Parliament seize the offices of state and share them amongst themselves. If a doubt as to this truth exist in the mind of any one, let him reflect on the language of the parties themselves. "Such an administration cannot stand." And why, gentlemen? Not because the royal protection has been withdrawn, but because a sufficient number do not agree as to the division of the spoil. Our liberties in these days are not in danger from violent and open exercise of regal authority. Such acts, being free from the deception practised by the mock representatives of the people, would not be tolerated for an instant. No, gentlemen, it is by the House of Commons alone that the Constitution is subverted, the prerogatives of the Crown usurped, the rights of the people trampled upon. Gentlemen, I shall not attempt to enumerate the decisions of the late House of Commons. These stamp little credit on the memory of the principal actors, who cannot escape from the contempt of posterity, as may, from their insignificance, the nameless individuals who composed their corrupt majorities. The effects, however, of this system of corruption may be thus briefly stated: the prolongation of war, the increase of the national debt, the depreciation of our currency, the disappearance of our coin, the stagnation of our commerce, and the consequent unexampled embarrassment of our manufactures. Hurtful, however, as the measures pursued have been, our total neglect of others has proved still more prejudicial. For whilst France has inflicted on us the evils of war, intimidating surrounding states into compliance with her views, we, who have possessed facilities to direct every portion of our force to unknown points within the extensive range of 2,000 miles of unprotected shore, have never even made a demonstration with intention to disturb the enemy's projects and force him to keep his legions at home, but have left him at full liberty to prosecute his plans at the expense of our allies, or in the way most conducive to his interests, and surely none could suit him better than to fix the little army of England in the centre of the peninsula, where its movements are not of a desultory nature, and where, admitting the great ability of its commander, a comparatively small portion of the enemy's force is fully adequate to counteract its known movements. What part of these kingdoms would be secure from attack if the French possessed a naval superiority with only 20,000 troops at their disposal? It is obvious that there must be in every district a force equal to that which the enemy could bring against it. Gentlemen, I cannot avoid stating a fact to you, which I have often offered to prove at the bar of the late House of Commons, namely, that whilst our commerce has decreased, that kind of trade which is most beneficial to a state has augmented on the shores of the enemy in a prodigious ratio, and the produce of the northern and southern provinces is freely interchanged under the protection of the abuses of our Admiralty courts, which afford better security than all the batteries of France. The plain reason for this is that each of the numerous coasting vessels must, for the benefit of the court, be separately condemned at an expense greater than was formerly demanded for the adjudication of an Indiaman. Gentlemen, the rapacity of these courts is frequently not satisfied by appropriating the whole proceeds to themselves, but the captors are compelled to pay an additional sum for thus performing service to their country. Gentlemen, that you may have a correct notion of a proctor's bill, I take the liberty of enclosing one for your inspection, which I assure you may be considered very moderate, being only 6 fathoms and a quarter long, or 37 feet 6 inches, whereas I now possess others that extend to 50 feet. But I prefer sending this to your committee, as it is the only one produced by myself in the House of Commons, and by the venerable Earl of Suffolk in the House of Lords, the exhibition of which was pronounced by the present Lord Chancellor Eldon, the brother of the Judge of the Admiralty Court, to be a species of mummery never before witnessed within those walls, and altogether unbecoming the gravity of that branch of the legislature. The example of the industrious bee demonstrates, by the laws of nature, that the drone is not to live at the expense of the community, notwithstanding what the Whigs have said of sinecures being held by tenure equal to that of freehold property. Excerpt ends. From the preceding incomplete enumeration of my parliamentary efforts, it will be apparent that, as regarded my profession, I had not been idle, but every step I took appeared to remove me farther from my chance of being again employed. Notwithstanding that in those days the language of members frequently passed those bounds which the modern practice of the House of Commons has prescribed, in no instance that I am aware of could I be accused of intemperate treatment of any subject under discussion. Independently of the sore point of Lord Gambier's court-martial, which was no act of mine, my offending could have been none other than the one of attempting to rouse the authorities to an effort for the amelioration of the Navy, for objects which, under the old system, were notoriously not achieved, viz. Crippling the energies of the enemy. It was, in the circle of my political opponents, considered that as member for Westminster I had no right to interfere with naval matters because I was a post-captain. It is nevertheless a singular fact, and one which cannot be said of any other officer of my then standing as a post-captain, that from 1801 to 1812 on no occasion, not even for a single day, was any vessel of war, save the one in which my pennant flew, once placed under my command, or once offered to me, with the single exception of the affair of Basque Roads, when I was for a few days appointed to organise and make use of a flotilla of explosion and fire ships, the command of which had been declined by several other officers to whom it had been proposed, and then thrust on me contrary to my inclination. That one cause of my being thus passed over was my unceasing advocacy of the Navy admits no doubt. It must be apparent that my motions relative to the Courts of Admiralty raised the enmity of all who profited by their abuses, and these were neither few nor uninfluential, that my repeated invectives against sinecures and pensions arrayed against me all who benefited by them, whether personally or through their connections. It is indeed not too much to say that those interested in sinecures and pensions comprised, in those days, a majority of the House of Commons, who stood up for their own interest at the national expense as for a right. My motion respecting the treatment of French prisoners, and especially my declaration of the probable motive for erecting the prison of Dartmoor in a dreary, desolate, and unhealthy position, such as ought not to have been selected for convicts, served to increase the ministerial anger. Nor was the evil abated. On a second visit to the place, I encountered a spectacle which made me ashamed of my country. The reader will remember the action between the Pallas and Minerve in Basque Roads, as narrated in the first volume. My gallant adversary in that frigate was Captain Collett, who kept the deck after every one of his crew had been driven below by our fire, which, as the Minerve had taken the ground, swept her decks. My gallant opponent, however, kept the deck, or rather stood on a gun, with as much sang-froid as though we had been firing a salute. On now becoming entangled with the Minerve's rigging, he raised his hat, with all the politeness of a Frenchman of the old school, and bowed to me, a compliment which I returned. Judge my surprise, when refused admission into the prison at Dartmoor, and prowling about its out-offices, at finding my gallant enemy located in the stall of a stable, he having recently been made prisoner. I promised to use my best endeavour to get him removed, and on my arrival in London did so, I believe with effect, but to what other locality has passed from my memory. There is no necessity to enumerate other matters already familiar to the reader, in order to show the estimation in which I must have been held by those who opposed what they considered innovations, though they must have been as well aware of the evils of a rotten system as myself. End of chapter 35. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 36 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. My Marriage. The event recorded in this chapter is the most important and the happiest of my life. In its results, the silver lining to the cloud, viz. My marriage with the Countess of Dundonald. It has been said by a Scottish writer that, quote, the Cochranes have long been noted for an original and dashing turn of mind, which was sometimes called genius, sometimes eccentricity. End quote. How far this may be true of my ancestors, I shall not stay to inquire. Laying no claim to the genius, I, however, dispute the eccentricity in my own case, notwithstanding that appearances, so far as relates to my past life, may be somewhat against me. Without a particle of romance in my composition, my life has been one of the most romantic on record, and the circumstances of my marriage are not the least so. Early in the year 1812, it was my good fortune to make the acquaintance of the orphan daughter of a family of honourable standing in the Midland counties, Miss Catherine Corbett Barnes. In consequence of the loss of her parents, the lady had been placed during her minority under the guardianship of her first cousin, Mr. John Simpson of Portland Place, and also of Fairlawn House, in the county of Kent, of which county he was then High Sheriff. The story is the old one. Shortly after my introduction to this lady, I made proposals of marriage, and was accepted. But here an unexpected difficulty arose. I was at that time residing with my uncle, the Honourable Basil Cochrane, who had realised a large fortune in the East Indies. My attachment, though not my engagement, to my fiancée had by some means reached him, and he at once attempted to divert my purpose by proposing to me a marriage with the only daughter of an Admiralty Court official who had realised a very large fortune by the practices which have already been made familiar to the reader. I cannot describe the repugnance which I felt even to the proposition, and pointed out to my uncle the impossibility of marrying the daughter of one of those persons whom I had so severely denounced, adding that not only would such a step be a deviation from the principles which ought to guide a well-regulated mind in the search of a wife, but must be destructive of my public character, which would be so clearly sacrificed for money, that it would render me contemptible to my constituents, and would prevent my again meriting public confidence. His reply was brief and caustic. Quote, "Please yourself. Nevertheless, my fortune and the money of the wife I have chosen for you would go far towards reinstating future Earls of Dundonald in their ancient position as regards wealth." End quote. This conversation was communicated to the lady to whom I was affianced, on whom I urged a consent to a secret marriage, a proposition in which she refused to acquiesce. My uncle, however, continuing firm in his resolves, I at length prevailed upon her to overcome her repugnance, and we were on the 8th of August 1812 married at Annan in Scotland. On my return my uncle again renewed the subject, and one morning during our walk he informed me that he had made his will, leaving me one half of his fortune. He, however, declared that compliance with his wish as to my marriage with the heiress of the Admiralty Court official was essential to its eventual confirmation. On arguing this on the same grounds as before, he observed that some other person of wealth must be sought for, as his object was to retrieve the family fortune. Meanwhile, he required my assurance that I would not marry without his sanction. Compliance with this was declined for the best of all possible reasons, that I was already married. The fact of our marriage was not long concealed, and I did not inherit a shilling of my uncle's wealth, for which loss, however, I had a rich equivalent in the acquisition of a wife whom no amount of wealth could have purchased. A yet more singular sequel has to be told. On the discovery of my marriage, my uncle, though then an old man, also married, and was easily made to believe that non-payment of a large sum due to him from government, on account of some contracts undertaken before he quitted India, had been delayed on account of my parliamentary opposition to the ministry. This may or may not have been the case, but it induced my uncle to request that our future association might be less frequent. An intimation followed by the still more questionable course of his requesting an interview with Lord Liverpool for the purpose of informing his lordship of the step he had taken with regard to myself, and assuring them that he had never countenanced my conduct in Parliament. Singularly enough, my uncle's demands upon the government were soon afterwards settled. It was my wish here to have spoken of my wife's devotedness to me amidst the many trying circumstances in which I have been placed. They do not, however, come within the scope of this volume as regards their chronological order. I therefore postpone their narration. End of chapter 36. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 37, Part 1 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 37, Part 1, Naval Abuses. Soon after the commencement of the session of 1813, I made an attempt to direct the attention of Parliament to the administration of the funds of Greenwich Hospital, in the hope of restoring them to their legitimate purpose of rewards for wounds and long service in the Navy. At this period their perversion had become notorious. In place of old retired seamen, not a few of the wards were occupied and pensions enjoyed by men who had never been in the Navy at all, but were thus provided for, to the exclusion of worn-out sailors, by the influence of patrons upon whose political interest they had a claim. As the only way to arrive at the full extent of the evil, in the absence of definite knowledge as to the specific documents required, I moved in the House of Commons on the 11th of March 1813 for all papers relative to the chest at Greenwich. The motion was met by a suggestion from the Speaker that, "if those papers had been laid on the table during the present session, there would be no difficulty in granting them, but that if not, I must specify the particular papers required." This, of course, I was unable to do, but gave my reason for the motion as follows. Lord Cochrane then proceeded to express his wish that the state of the funds in Greenwich Hospital should be known, in order to ascertain whether they were sufficient to make provision for that great body of seamen and petty officers who would be entitled to be placed on the establishment at the conclusion of the present war. The House, he was satisfied, could have no objection to this information being laid before them. One of his reasons for moving for it now was the fact of his having learned that it was in contemplation to devote the droits of the Admiralty to the current services of the year. The noble lord concluded by moving that there be laid before this House an account showing the revenues of Greenwich Hospital, and the sources whence they are derived, and also the disbursements for management, and the number of pensioners in each class, distinguishing those maintained within the hospital from the out-pensioners, also an account of the number admitted in each year since 1800, and the amount of the pensioners at that time maintained within and without the hospital. Lord A. Hamilton seconded the motion. The Chancellor of the Exchequer said it was perfectly new to him that there was any intention to devote the droits of Admiralty in the manner stated by the noble lord. He knew of no right which existed in His Majesty's Government to make such an application of those droits, and if they were so applied, it must be considered entirely as arising from an act of royal bounty. The noble lord had adduced no reasonable ground for the production of the papers for which he had moved. Whether they were of an objectionable description or not, he was unable to judge, but he could not see why the table of the House was to be crowded with useless and unnecessary documents. He should, therefore, move the previous question. It was true that my having heard of the intention of the Government with relation to the droits of Admiralty might not be a parliamentary ground for their production, but it was a ground for asking the question. Had I, however, stated my real motives, the only effect would have been prompt denial of the fact by all interested in the continuance of the abuse, which could only be proved by the papers themselves. I therefore endeavoured to procure them on other grounds. Lord Cochrane persisted in the propriety of the House having before them the information for which he had moved. There never was a period at which it was more desirable that some steps should be adopted to ameliorate the situation of His Majesty's Navy. Those brave men of which it was composed were subject to the most heart-rending oppressions, and, in his opinion, had every cause to complain of their situations. After having been released from the labours of a long and arduous service, they were not, as they richly deserved, suffered to return to the bosoms of their families, but were kept almost to the last hour of their existence in a constant and unremitting state of servitude, unless were they determined to sacrifice that reward which their country had provided for them as a consolation for the buffering they had undergone to purchase their discharge. This had frequently been the case, and he had received constant applications complaining of this species of hardship. 2 men had lately applied to him who, after service of 17 years and a half as petty officers, had been sent to perform that most scandalous of all duties, harbour duty, where there was no distinction whatever between petty officers and private men, and who, rather than submit to be longer disgraced, had expended £80 or £90 each to obtain their discharge. These men were entitled to pensions of £12 or £14 a year, and he was convinced that there was not an insurance office in town that would not have given, at their age, for the sums they had paid for their discharge, annuities equal to their pensions. Instead of Greenwich being a source of advantage and reward to aged seamen, it was made a means of recruiting for the Navy. Unless some alteration was made in this system, he should feel it his duty to move for leave to bring in a bill to limit the service of the Navy. The House, he was convinced, would see the necessity of pointing out some term at which a seaman's service was to be brought to a conclusion, and at which he might have some hope of resting his frame, after an arduous and gallant service, in the lap of domestic happiness and retirement. In consequence of the present arrangements, men were employed who were absolutely incapable of performing their duty, and in his own ship he had found men who, if he had the power, he would much rather have discharged than have suffered to remain on board. In other instances he knew men who had been invalided 3 times and sent into harbour duty, volunteer into active service 3 times, in order to avoid that disgrace, and finally die amidst the roar of battle, when their tottering limbs were scarce able to support them to their quarters. Mr. Rose could not see that any grounds whatever had been laid for the noble lord's motion. The statement into which he had entered tended to censure the practice that at present existed with regard to the discharge of seamen. He recollected that this subject had been before under discussion in the House, and that it was then stated that the present practice had been introduced in order to exempt the men from the necessity of finding 2 substitutes under which they before laboured. This question, however, had no connection with the motion, which referred entirely to the management of Greenwich Hospital. He believed that the affairs of that department were as well and regularly conducted as any other branch of the public service. Lord A. Hamilton said he understood the noble lord complained of the present system by which the allowance received by seamen from Greenwich Hospital was rendered useless to them in consequence of the large sums which they were compelled to pay for their release. Mr. Wynne confessed that he could see no connection between the matter of the speech and the motion itself of the noble lord. As the case, however, to which he had called the attention of the House was undoubtedly hard, it was very desirable that information should be communicated in some mode. The previous question was then put and carried, when Lord Cochrane immediately gave notice that he would, that day month, move leave to bring in a bill to limit the service of the Navy. There was not, in fact, much apparent connection between my speech and the motion, because the Speaker had prohibited me from making the motion in such a way as would establish the connection. Nevertheless, that both the House and the Ministry well understood my aim was evident from the fact that the Secretary of the Treasury was sufficiently alarmed by the attempt which had been made to induce him to come down to the House after I had quitted it, and at the last moment of its sitting, in order to defend the Admiralty from the effects of a motion which had been refused. Mr. Croker, before the House adjourned, rose to make a few observations upon what had fallen from the noble lord in the earlier part of the evening, when he did not happen to be present. If, however, he had correctly understood what had fallen from that noble lord, he begged leave to say that the noble lord had been wholly misinformed with respect to the sums of money taken instead of substitutes for the Navy. The fact was, that the grossest frauds having been practised upon the poor men under pretence of providing substitutes for them, the Admiralty had come to the resolution of receiving a certain sum of money from them, and to find substitutes. Notwithstanding the want of connection, Mr. Croker perfectly understood the point to which I was coming in the end, and hence his taking the course of flatly contradicting the premises after I had quitted the House. My early connection with this gentleman has been stated in the first volume, as well as the fact that, believing in his sincerity as an ardent opponent of administrative abuses of all kinds, I had, during our acquaintance, without reserve, and in the belief that I had an able coadjutor, unbosomed to him my views with regard to the abuses of naval administration. Now that he was in an official position which required him to defend all abuses, and considering that I stood almost alone in exposing them, he was in possession of all of my plans of action. There can, however, be no better proof of the soundness of my views than the fact that, although he had previously been made well aware of my line of argument, he never attempted to meet me by argument, but always by flat contradiction of my facts. We shall presently come to some remarkable instances of this nature. On the 2nd of June I presented to the House a petition from the inhabitants of Manchester, a petition complaining of ill usage, false imprisonment, and malicious prosecution, whilst peaceably assembled to petition Parliament for a reform. It is unnecessary to advert to these allegations, as they are now an historical record, but that the people of Manchester should have selected me as the exponent of their grievances only added to the ministerial aversion with which I was regarded. On this occasion an attempt was made by Mr. Bathurst to procure the rejection of the petition on the ground that the petitioners, if aggrieved, could seek redress in a court of law, but that the House could not afford them relief. There was something so heartless in such an attempt that it called up some members by no means hearty in the popular cause. Mr. Whitbread supported the motion, contending that to men in the circumstances of the petitioners, some of them being now prisoners for debt, It was a mere mockery and taunt to tell them that the courts of law were open to them, where they might bring actions for malicious prosecutions. It reminded him of a saying of the late Mr. Horne Tooke, who, on being told that the courts were open to all classes, replied, "Yes, and so is the London Tavern, if you have money enough." As the petition was couched in respectful terms, he thought it would be setting a bad precedent to reject it. It was usual, even though Parliament could not interfere, to see the magistrates did not exceed the bounds of their jurisdiction. Mr. Wynne observed that the House had been at all times peculiarly jealous that no obstructions should be given to the exercise of the right of petitioning, and as the present complaint related to an alleged obstruction of that nature, it ought to be received. The petition was ordered to lie on the table. The circumstances which brought upon me the subsequent vengeance of the Admiralty will be found in two debates which took place in the House of Commons shortly before its prorogation, the one on the 5th and the other on the 8th of July, 1813. As the subject matter of these debates possesses great naval interest, and as the causes which led to them are not wholly inoperative in our day, I shall adduce them at some length, not so much for my own vindication as in the light of history teaching by example. The subject matter of the debates being sufficiently included in the reports of the time, very little comment will suffice. Lord Cochrane rose, pursuant to notice, to bring forward his motion for increasing the remuneration and limiting the service of seamen. He thought it was his duty to lay before the House the reasons why our seamen preferred the merchant foreign service to that of their own country, to enter which they discovered a very great reluctance. There is a footnote here. The footnote reads, "The American merchant service." The footnote ends. The excerpt continues. The facts by which he meant to prove this had been compressed into one resolution, as he was anxious that when the members of the House retired from their parliamentary duties, they might consider these facts at their leisure and satisfy themselves as to the correctness of the statement, in order that when they met again they might have no hesitation in adopting such propositions, the object of which would be the redress of those grievances which were the subject of it. As he did not conceive that any objection could be made to the mode of proceeding he had adopted, he would not occupy the time of the House any longer than by reading the resolution. The noble lord then read the following resolution: "That the honour of His Majesty's Crown, the glory and safety of the country, do in a great degree depend on the maintenance, especially in time of war, of an efficient naval establishment. That during the late and present war with France, splendid victories had been gained by His Majesty's fleets and vessels of war over a vast superiority in number of guns and men, and in weight of metal. That these victories thus obtained were acquired by the skill and intrepidity of the officers, and by the energy, zeal, and valour of the crews. That during the present war with the United States of America, His Majesty's naval service has, in several instances, experienced defeat in a manner and to a degree unexpected by this House, by the Admiralty, and by the country at large. That the cause of this lamentable effect is not in any superiority possessed by the enemy either in skill, valour, nor the well-known difference in weight of metal, which heretofore has been deemed unimportant, but chiefly arises from the decay and heartless state of the crews of His Majesty's ships of war, compared with their former energy and zeal, and compared, on the other hand, with the freshness and vigour of the crews of the enemy. That it is an indisputable fact that long and unlimited confinement to a ship, as well as to any other particular spot, and especially when accompanied with the diet necessarily that of ships of war, and a deprivation of the usual recreations of men, seldom fails to produce a rapid decay of the physical powers, the natural parent in such cases of despondency of mind. That the late and present war against France, including a short interval of peace in which the navy was not paid off, have lasted upwards of 20 years, and that a new naval war has recently commenced. That the duration of the term of service in His Majesty's Navy is absolutely without any limitation, and that there is no mode provided for by law for the fair and impartial discharging of men therefrom, and that, according to the present practice, decay, disease, incurable wounds, or death can alone procure the release of any seaman of whatever age or whatever length of service. That seamen who have become wholly unfit for active service are, in place of being discharged and rewarded according to their merits and their sufferings, transferred to ships on harbour duty, where they are placed under officers wholly unacquainted with their character and former conduct, who have no other means to estimate them but on the scale of their remaining activity and bodily strength, where there is no distinction made between the former petty officer and common seaman, between youth and age,
and where those worn out and wounded seamen who have spent the best part of their lives, or who have lost their health in the service of their country, have to perform a duty more laborious than that of the convict felons in the dockyards, and with this remarkable distinction, that the labours of the latter have a known termination, that though the seamen thus transferred and thus employed have all been invalided, they are permitted to re-enter ships of war on actual service, and that such is the nature of the harbour duty that many, in order to escape from it, do so re-enter, there being no limitation as to the number of times of their being invalided, or that of their re-entering; that to obtain a discharge from the Navy by purchase, the sum of £80 sterling is required by the Admiralty, which, together with other expenses, amounts to 20 times the original bounty, and is equal to all that a seaman can save with the most rigid economy during the average period in which he is capable of service; that this sum is demanded alike from men of all ages and all lengths of servitude, from those pensioned for wounds, and also from those invalided for harbour duty, thus converting the funds of Greenwich and the reward of former services into a means of recruiting the Navy; that such is the horror which seamen have of this useless prolongation of their captivity, that those who are able, in order to escape from it, actually return into the hands of the government all those fruits of their toil which formerly they had looked to as the means of some little comfort in their old age; that besides these capital grievances tending to perpetuate the impress service, there are others worthy the serious attention of the House; that the petty officers and seamen on board His Majesty's ships and vessels of war, though absent on foreign stations for many years, receive no wages until their return home, and are, of course, deprived of the comforts which those wages, paid at short intervals, would procure them; that this is now very severely felt, owing to the recent practice of postponing declarations of war until long after the war has been actually begun, by which means the Navy is deprived, under the name of droits, of the first fruits and greatest proportions of the prize money to which they have heretofore been entitled, and thus, by the exactions of the Courts of Admiralty, the proportion of captures which at last devolves to the Navy is much too small to produce those effects which formerly were so beneficial to the country; that while their wages are withheld from them abroad, when paid at home, which, to prevent desertion, usually takes place on the day before they sail out again, having no opportunity to go ashore, they are compelled to buy slops of Jews on board, or to receive them from government at 15 per cent. Higher than their acknowledged value, and being paid in bank notes, they are naturally induced to exchange them for money current in other countries, and which, it is notorious, they do at an enormous loss; that the recovery of the pay and prize money by the widows, children, or relatives of seamen is rendered as difficult as possible; and finally, the regulations with regard to passing of the examination requisite previous to an admission to the benefits of Greenwich Hospital subject the disabled seaman to so many difficulties and to such long delays, that in numerous cases he is compelled to beg his way in the pursuit of a boon, the amount of which, even in the event of loss of both eyes or both arms, does not equal that of the common board wages of a footman. That one of the best and strongest motives to meritorious conduct in military and naval men is the prospect of promotion, while such promotion is at the same time free of additional expense to the nation; but that in the British naval service this powerful and honourable incitement has ceased to exist, seeing that the means of rewarding merit has been almost wholly withdrawn from naval commanders-in-chief, under whose inspection services are performed. In fact, it is a matter of perfect notoriety that it has become next to impossible for a meritorious subordinate petty officer or seaman to rise to the rank of lieutenant, that in scarcely any instance promotion or employment is now to be obtained in the Navy through any other means than what is called parliamentary interest, that is to say, the corrupt influence of boroughs; that owing to these causes chiefly, the crews of His Majesty's ships of war have in general become in a very considerable degree worn out and disheartened, and inadequate to the performance, with their wasted energy and effect, of those arduous duties which belong to the naval service, and that hence has arisen, by slow and imperceptible degrees, the enormous augmentation of our ships and men, while the naval force of our enemies is actually much less than in former years. That as a remedy for this alarming national evil, it is absolutely necessary that the grievances of the Navy, some of which only have been recited above, should be redressed; that a limitation of the duration of service should be adopted, accompanied with the certainty of a suitable reward,
not subject to any of the effects of partiality, and that measures should be taken to cause the comfortable situations in the ordinary of the dockyards, the places of porters, messengers, etc., etc., in and about the officers belonging to the sea service, the under wardens of the naval forests, etc., to be bestowed on meritorious decayed petty officers and seamen, instead of being, as they now generally are, the wages of corruption in borough elections. That this House, convinced that a decrease of energy of character cannot be compensated by an augmentation of the number of ships, guns, and men, which is at the same time a grievous pecuniary burden to the country, will, at an early period next session, institute an inquiry by special committee or otherwise into the matters above stated, and particularly with a view to dispensing suitable rewards to seamen; that they will investigate the state of the funds of Greenwich Hospital, and ascertain whether it is necessary to apply the droits of the Admiralty and the droits of the Crown as the natural first means of compensation to those who have acquired them by their valour, their privations, and their sufferings. Sir Francis Burdett seconded the resolution. Mr. Croker thought that, when the noble lord had adopted his present method of proceeding, he would have acted only consistent with the courtesy of Parliament had he given notice of his intention to those persons whose duty it might be to take part in any discussion. I had given notice. The honourable member said he would have felt obliged by any information the noble lord might have imparted, but though wanting such, he had come unprepared into the House to meet the noble lord's resolution. He should be wanting in his duty if he did not state most positively that, accepting the tribute of just praise, which in the commencement of his resolution the noble lord had paid to the gallantry and heroism of our own seamen, every other part of it was liable to the charge of being wholly unfounded in fact, or very much indeed exaggerated. The statements those resolutions contained were so astonishing, true it was less astonishing when coming from the noble lord than from any other person, but still even from him they were so astonishing that surely they ought not to have been so suddenly and with so little preparation brought under the consideration of that House. There was no one but the noble lord who conceived that the disasters which had been experienced in the course of the present war with the United States were not to be attributed to a superior force on the part of the enemy, but to a decay of all ardour in our seamen in the defence of their country. Was the crew of the Java, then, who had maintained so stubborn a conquest, dispirited? Was the crew of the Macedonian disheartened and reduced by hard usage to imbecility and cowardice? So far was that from being the fact, that it was in the latter part of the action the spirit of the crew of the Macedonian was most conspicuous, that the spirit of her officers and her brave commander was the most conspicuous. So little broken was the spirit of that crew which the noble lord had described as utterly heartless and imbecile, that till the very last they met the attacks of the enemy with loud and repeated cheers. Now, for another fact on which the noble lord had formed his resolution, he had stated that seamen were obliged to purchase their discharge for no less a sum than £80, no matter what was the condition of the individual. Now he had to state most positively that this was not the case. The truth of the matter will appear in the second debate. The sum specified might indeed be required from able seamen who wished for their discharge, but the sum of £40 was only required from ordinary seamen transferred to harbour duty only £30, from persons who were originally landsmen not more than £20. And he had to state further that many persons transferred to harbour duty and considered unfit for service were discharged without any consideration whatsoever. The noble lord had stated formally in the House the case of a harbour duty man who had been obliged to pay £80 for his discharge. When the noble lord had thought proper to make that statement, he had answered in his place that he could not take upon him to vouch for the individual case. He had, however, subsequently been at considerable pains to discover the particular case alluded to by the noble lord, and had examined every document in which he thought it could be traced, but in vain. He could find nothing of the kind. He had then applied to the member for Bedford to procure for him the name of the man from the noble lord, but this had not been done, and he had never had the pleasure of seeing the noble lord since. Now, he thought that under such circumstances the noble lord should have abstained from receiving the statement, unless he was disposed to give the name of the individual and thus supply the means of confuting it. Our seamen, said the noble lord, were heartbroken. They would indeed be heartbroken had they heard his resolutions.
That was provided always, though he retained so much authority with them as would impart to his unjust assertions with respect to them the power of inflicting pain, which they would once unquestionably have possessed. They would be heartbroken if the House passed a resolution which constituted the grossest libel that was ever put forth against them. Formerly, said the noble lord, they were full of vigour and life under a better system. Now they were deprived of every comfort, penned up on board ships which were rendered prisons to them, and their health injured by defective sustenance. Now he had to state an improvement in the condition of those men whose hardships the noble lord had deplored, which would enable them to form fair conjectures as to the justice of his statement in general. A practice had been adopted within these few years of granting seamen leave of absence on a plan more liberal and better adapted to promote their comfort than at any time previously thought of. When a ship returned from a foreign station, all the men who had 3 years' pay due to them got leave of absence for 3 months for the purpose of enabling them to visit their friends. If the individuals were Scotch or Irish, the time was prolonged. This practice was now so well understood that every ship's company looked upon it as a matter of right, and he was ready to say that though ill effects had been expected to result from it, the expectation had been found delusive. Several officers had anticipated desertion, others a relaxation of discipline, but he was happy to have to state that so far from their expectations being answered, the men returned to their duty with their minds refreshed, new-strung, and better fitted for the toils imposed on them by their duty, and much fewer desertions took place since the adoption of such a system of indulgence than before it. He stated this to show what a tissue of false promises, as well as false inferences, were contained in the resolution of the noble lord. The noble lord's resolution asserted that there was no fair system of promotion in the navy, that everything was conducted upon a principle of corruption. Was, then, the commission of the noble lord himself given upon such a principle? Did he obtain the red ribbon, which was before him never given to an individual of his rank, through corruption? Was it through corruption that a relative of the noble lord's had made his way to the top of his profession, and had been appointed Governor of Guadeloupe? Was it through corruption that the influence of the noble lord had had considerable weight in effecting the promotion of those persons on whose behalf he had used it? He was aware that an answer to this last question in the affirmative might be grounded upon the assumption that the naval acquaintance of the noble lord were persons of little worth, and such as could owe their promotion to nothing but corruption. But he who well knew the reverse would not allow him even this miserable refuge. Was the promotion of Captain Duncan the effect of corruption? Were the honours which the gallant officer's father had obtained the result of corruption? The friends of the noble lord had felt the benefit of his interference, and much was it to be wished that it had been confined to promote their wishes, and through them the interest of the country, and had never been mischievously exercised on such occasions as the present. Did not the noble lord recollect, when he had left his ship, that he had been consulted as to who was the fittest to succeed him, and that his recommendation had been acted upon? *Footnote. For a refutation of this, see Chapter 7. Footnote ends. If, indeed, he had never left that ship, it would have been well for his own reputation, as it would have been for the interests of his country. Most heartily did he wish the noble lord had stayed in her to be serviceable to the public, instead of coming here to be the reverse. The noble lord loved to deal in generals. He talked loud about corruption, but he wished him to state who paid, and who received, the wages of corruption. He was conscious that he had spoken with much heat, and hoped for the indulgence of the House, but he could not say that he had not meant to reprehend, and that with as much severity as he could use, the conduct of the noble lord; that he did not mean to set in as strong a light as possible the futility of those labours for 6 months' duration which had so engrossed the noble lord that he had been unable to attend his parliamentary duties, and which he now imagined would enable him to call out in triumph to his constituents, "Behold, if I have appeared to desert my duty, I have only appeared to do so, I have not spent my time in idleness. Here are the fruits of my industry. Here is the operose conclusion of my labours. And the debt you, my constituents, suppose me to have contracted, you now find fully liquidated." Now I beg the House to recollect that these accusations of the noble lord have not been couched in fleeting and evanescent speech,
but have been regularly arranged in a written document, which it is the wish of the noble lord should be studied by every member in the leisure which the cessation of parliamentary duty will allow him. The noble lord, I contend, has taken a very unfair method of conveying his opinion. He would have acted more fairly in making them the subject of a pamphlet. If he had done so, I certainly have not much time for writing, but out of respect for the noble lord, I should certainly have answered him, and I should have been glad of the opportunity of answering him when I could have used freely those terms which he had deserved should be applied to him. I must express my sanguine hope that the House will not, by adopting such motions as those moved by the noble lord, sanction the gross libel which they contain against the Navy, against Parliament, and against the country. I wish to lay aside all little considerations to suppose that the resolutions are not meant to apply more to the persons now engaged in management of our naval affairs than their predecessors. But if it be otherwise, still I wish to sink any feeling that might be supposed to arise in my mind in consequence, and to answer the noble lord only as the defender of that gallant body of men who have stood for so long forward as our firmest bulwark against the vileness of our foe, and who are entitled to the warmest feeling of gratitude we can cherish towards them. I hope, therefore, that if the noble lord does dare to push the House to a division, that he will be left in a minority such as will not merely mark their sense, but also their indignation. The reader will not fail to observe the way in which the resolution was met by the Secretary of the Admiralty, Mr. Croker. In defiance of the fact that the notice required by the regulations of the House had been given, Mr. Croker openly accused me of discourtesy for not having given proper notice. Then he stated he was unprepared to meet the resolution, whilst his next words in the same sentence were, that the facts set forth in the resolutions were positive falsehoods, wholly unfounded in fact. This being the mode in which Mr. Croker now chose to meet all unpleasant resolutions relating to the Navy when originating with myself, well knowing that they could neither be contradicted nor controverted. In order to show the efficiency of our Navy, Mr. Croker then instanced two of our ships, the Java and the Macedonian, both of which were in a high state of discipline, but he did not notice the fact of one of those which had been defeated by the enemy, from the inefficient state of their crews and the inadequacy of their equipment, to both which facts members of officers now living can testify. I do not know whether I am justified in bringing forward an anecdote which I have heard from Sir Charles Napier, who had the misfortune to command one of these miserable craft, viz. that expecting shortly to engage a United States frigate which bore down upon him, he sat and wrote a letter to the Admiralty in case of his capture or death, informing their lordships that his frigate had been lost from inefficiency of her crew and equipment, when to his surprise the American sheered off, and he was in no condition to follow. I have no doubt the gallant Admiral will repeat the anecdote to any one whom it may interest. Mr. Croker stated that, so far from the Admiralty demanding £80 for the discharge of a seaman, they only demanded £40, and sometimes not more than £20. In the course of the debates it will be shown that in some cases the seamen really paid £90. The man who made the former statements should not have asserted that mine were false. Even the stale trick of virtuous indignation, the invariable resort of a practised orator when he has nothing better to say, was here out of place, otherwise than to indicate to the partisans of the government the course to be pursued. Further, Mr. Croker himself admitted the bad condition of the Navy by saying, now that it suited his purpose, he had to state an improvement in the condition of the men. The instances which he adduced in proof were unfounded in fact or practice, so that my only way to meet Mr. Croker's assertions was of necessity to imitate his example when commenting on mine, viz. to deny them in toto. Mr. Croker's allusion to my own career as an instance of promotion apart from political corruption was amusing, the inference being that nothing but actual deeds could possibly command promotion. His adducing the case of promotion by the exercise of my influence was pure invention, the rule of the Admiralty being that no man, whatever his deserts, should be promoted on my recommendation. In the first volume I gave the instances of Lieutenant Parker, my first lieutenant in the Speedy, and Lieutenant Haswell in the Pallas, for neither of whom could I obtain promotion till, from my presence in the House of Commons, it was no longer deemed politic to withhold it. Even then, in the case of poor Parker, a mock promotion was given, which proved his ruin, and that of his family, who were afterwards plunged into the lowest depths of poverty. Claptrap of this nature was considered a sufficient reply to my resolutions, which embraced the whole subject of the abuses of naval administration. The object was to mislead the House, ignorant as it was of the facts, and to throw doubt on my statements. though these had been carefully based on the clearest evidence. The oratorical display of Mr. Croker was met by my excellent colleague, Sir Francis Burdett. As no opportunity has occurred in the course of this work whereby the reader may judge of the comprehensive nature of his parliamentary efforts over any to which I could make pretension, I will adduce the speech of the Honourable Baronet on this occasion. Sir Francis Burdett said that the Honourable Secretary had indulged in a warmth and severity of animadversion which the occasion by no means justified. His noble friend had asserted much, and the honourable gentleman had denied much, and that on a very important subject, but it remained to be seen who was in error. He was willing to admit that the late period of the session rendered the motion inexpedient, but he had conceived that if his noble friend was induced to withdraw it, he would feel himself in duty bound to bring it forward at an early period of the ensuing session, when of course the present strong objections to it would be removed. The honourable member had taxed his noble friend with exaggeration, but it was impossible to conceive anything more exaggerated than the whole of the honourable gentleman's speech. He had stated his noble friend to have described our seamen as having wholly lost the energy and valour which had once distinguished them. Now his noble friend had never so described them. He had stated that their spirits were depressed by long confinement and various other hardships. But he had never stated that their hearts were subdued, or that when brought into action they did not forget everything, but that they had their own character and the character of their country to support. The honourable baronet then proceeded to contend that it was not denied that in some cases the sum of £80 was taken for the discharge of a seaman. His noble friend's assertion on that head had not been refuted, and went on to remark on the impropriety of the harbour duty men being mixed with convicts. No, from the Treasury benches. He knew nothing of the matter, and therefore would support the inquiry, because the facts stated were of the last importance, and it ought to be generally known whether they were correct or incorrect. He hoped his noble friend would not withdraw his resolutions without giving notice that he would bring them again under the consideration of the House at an early period of next session. Lord Cochrane replied. He said that he was not displeased at the warmth with which his proposition had been met. It certainly would be injurious to no one, except to the feelings of certain members of that House. The honourable Secretary had met his statements with individual instances of gallantry. The existence of these he had not denied, but he asserted that the physical power of our seamen was decreasing partly from the length of the war, and partly from the system of harbour duty established in 1803, from which service decayed seamen re-entered the Navy. He had heard that the system was about to be changed, and he should be happy to learn from the honourable Secretary that such was the fact. The honourable Secretary had challenged him to show an instance of a petty officer having purchased his discharge from such service. He would name a William Ford, who had served with him in the Imperieuse, who had done so, Nelson, his coxswain, and a person of the name of Farley, who had been returned to him and died on board completely worn out in the service. These were facts which he was prepared to prove at the bar, as he was all those which had been denied with so much warmth by the honourable Secretary. To show further that the crews of British ships of war were unequal to themselves heretofore, he would relate what was the opinion of a person not at all likely to be disaffected to the order of things. He was the son of a bishop who had taken an American privateer, the crew of which consisted of only 130 men, and he had declared publicly that he would rather have them than the whole of his own crew, consisting of 240. If the honourable Secretary doubted this fact, he might inquire, and he would easily verify it. The noble lord had heard that the sailors taken prisoners by the Americans had been found running away into the back settlements, that 40 of them had been brought back by force, and that from the manifestations of this propensity the exchange of prisoners had been broken off. The lateness of the period at which he had brought forward his resolution had been complained of. He did intend to bring a bill to limit the term of service, but circumstances had prevented him. But he would carry his intention into effect in the next session. With respect to parliamentary influence, the honourable Secretary had asked whether he had found it to be of service himself in his profession. He certainly had not, because he had never prostituted his vote for that purpose, but he knew others who had found that influence of great avail. When he again brought forward the subject, he should prove all the facts he had adduced, and he hoped so much ignorance of important facts would not then be found to prevail. He had chosen the present form of his motion in order to put his statements on record in a way not susceptible to misinterpretation. Mr. Croker replied that the Government had at all times been very watchful over the harbour duty, and that it had not taken any new steps since the suggestions of the noble lord. Footnote begins. He had just said there was a great improvement in the condition of the seamen. Footnote ends. He had never heard of any disposition in the seamen taken by the Americans to run away to the back settlements, nor of 40 men being brought back by force. The exchange of prisoners was broken off in consequence of some wrong done to the British seamen, and not in consequence of any fault of theirs. The resolution was then negatived without a division. End of chapter 37, part 1. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 37, Part 2 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 37, Part 2. Astonished at the result of the debate, which, by negativing my resolutions without a division, amounted to a decision of the House that the naval administration of the country required neither amendment nor even investigation, and that the platitudes of the Secretary of the Admiralty formed a sufficient answer to the subject sought to be inquired into, it was determined by the few independent members of the House that the subject should be renewed during the present session, notwithstanding that the prorogation of Parliament was at hand. Accordingly, Sir Francis Burdett gave notice of a motion respecting seamen's wages and prize money, this being the form in which the renewed debate on the 8th of July took place. Sir Francis Burdett called the attention of the House to the motion, of which he had yesterday given notice, respecting the difficulties which presented themselves to the obtaining by the relatives of deceased seamen and marines the proper information and the means of recovering the wages and prize money due to them on the ship's books. The bonds required of the clerks in the Navy Pay Office to prevent them from giving the necessary information which might be applied for were, in his opinion, more calculated to produce fraud and mischief than to be of any real utility. They would, in fact, be subject to become the instruments of collusion between the persons in possession of the means and information, and persons desirous of converting those means to their own fraudulent views and emolument. If these bonds were of real benefit, and operated, as it had been represented, to prevent imposition, he would ask, why were they not introduced into other branches of the Navy Department, where the clerks were as well acquainted with the sums respectively due as in the Pay Office? He could not discover any satisfactory or solid reason for continuing the practice, or confining it to one particular office. It seemed to him the best mode both of preventing frauds, and of giving to the relatives of deceased seamen fair and easy opportunities of ascertaining the amount of what was due to them on the ship's books, would be to publish the names of such seamen and marines every 6 months in the Gazette, with the sums due to them respectively at the time of their death. He concluded with moving that every 6 calendar months a list be published in the Gazette of the unclaimed wages and prize money due to deceased seamen and marines upon the books of His Majesty's ships of war, expressing the places where they were born. Mr. Croker said that the Honourable Baronet had made no statement to justify the House in agreeing either to the propositions he had advanced in his speech, or to the motion which he had made. He could not perceive any ground stated by the Honourable Baronet for convincing the House that the practice of which he complained ought to be altered and a new system introduced. Was it not right that the lower clerks should be prevented from disclosing that information which was in other places at all times to be had? Was the Treasurer of the Navy, the Secretary of the Admiralty, or the Comptroller of the Navy more obscure than any one of these petty clerks who had entered into the bonds of which the noble lord had complained? Was it not their duty to supply the information when duly applied for? And was there any charge preferred or any case made out of their having refused to do so? This mode of meeting the case showed beyond a doubt the justice of the complaint, and the necessity of the acquiescence of the House in the motion of the Honourable Baronet. Sir Francis complained that the bonds were taken of the clerks, subjecting the securities to penalties and themselves to dismissal, if they gave information of any matters within their respective departments. Mr. Croker not only admitted but justified this, on the ground that it was the duty of the Secretary of the Admiralty and the Comptroller of the Navy to supply the information when duly applied for. Before commencing his attack on me, Mr. Croker curtly informed Sir Francis that, if I wished to know what became of the wages and prize money which remained due to the seamen, he would tell him it was carried to the chest at Greenwich, the interest was employed in paying the pensions of meritorious seamen, and the capital was preserved untouched for the claimants whenever they might appear." Had this been in reality the case, Mr. Croker would gladly have proved the fact to the House as an answer to my previous motion for all papers relating to Greenwich. In place of doing so, he made it convenient, as has been shown in a former chapter, to stay away from the House during the debate on the motion which it was his duty to meet. After I had quitted the House, he then appeared in his place, and said that my statements were without foundation, in fact, though he had not listened to them, and could only have heard them at second hand from those whose interest it was to misinterpret what I had said. Imagine a Secretary of the Treasury pursuing the same course and adopting the same language in the present day, and the reader will have little difficulty in arriving at the motives or accuracy of Mr. Croker's imaginary statements in reply to one who made the Navy his entire study and was practically acquainted with everything relating to its administration. The preceding reply was all that was vouchsafed to the honourable baronet, Mr. Croker converting the subject into a lengthened attack on me, a course which the House permitted without question. As the speech of the Secretary of the Navy admitted of easy refutation, and as, amongst civilised persons in modern times, it tells far more against himself than against me, Mr. Croker shall enjoy the full benefit of it with posterity. Excerpt begins. He was happy to see the noble lord opposite in his place, Lord Cochrane, as he would give him the opportunity of making amends for the misstatement of which he had been guilty on a former evening. He could now flatly contradict the noble lord's assertions in point of fact, as he had before contradicted them in point of principle. The first case was that of William Ford. The noble lord had stated that William Ford had paid £80 for his discharge from harbour duty. He had not paid £80, nor any other sum for his discharge. The fact was directly contrary. William Ford was an able seaman on board the Imperiuse, the very ship commanded by, and which exposed the ignorance of, the noble lord. Ford's wife wrote a letter to him, requesting her husband's release on providing proper substitutes. It was attended to by the Admiralty, and Ford was discharged, having never been invalided, and having been favoured by those very arrangements on which the noble lord had founded this charge. The next case stated by the noble lord was that of J. Milton, his coxswain. The assertion made by the noble lord was that John Milton, after being invalided for harbour duty and a Greenwich pensioner, had also paid £80 for his discharge. Now, what would the House think of the veracity of the noble lord when he could prove beyond a possibility of doubt that J. Milton was neither a harbour duty man nor a Greenwich pensioner? He had also received a letter from J. Milton's wife, requesting the board to discharge her husband upon the usual provision of substitutes being made. A compliance with the prayer of the letter took place, and her husband was discharged. He surely, after such misrepresentations, would not be thought to go too far in maintaining that the noble lord's assertions should have little or no weight, since it was so very clearly proved that he was ignorant of what passed in his own ship. John Milton, however, after having been discharged, contrived through the means of Gawler, whose frauds he himself had detected, to obtain upon a false certificate a pension of £12 a year from Greenwich. The fraud was discovered, and the pension was withdrawn. But the noble lord did not seem satisfied with exposing his own ignorance. Where he had the best opportunities of being informed, he went much farther and exposed his own faults and condemned himself. The noble lord declared he had discharged 60 men belonging to the palace in consequence of their incapacity, and risked all the responsibility of the measure at the hazard of a court-martial. If the noble lord did so, he would tell the noble lord that he had done that which he ought not to have done. He had falsified the books of the ship entrusted to his honour and care. Hear, hear, for the books which he had signed with his own hand contradicted his positive assertion. The fact was that 15 men only were discharged from the palace within the period mentioned by the noble lord. No such entry there appeared, and he could not have exchanged them for supernumeraries, because from these books it was seen that only 29 supernumeraries had been taken on board. Excerpt ends. When I had said that Ford had been obliged to pay £80 for his discharge, instead of the representation being false, the amount was much understated. He had been compelled to find 4 substitutes, which cost £90, and was then, as a matter of course, discharged without further personal payment. The case of Milton was a matter of veracity between myself and Mr. Croker. I offered to prove to the House that Milton had paid nearly £100 for substitutes, which Mr. Croker construed into paying nothing for his discharge, an offer which Mr. Croker did not accept, though he admitted the substitutes, which had been provided, a fact which he did not attempt to disprove other than by his own perverted statements. As Mr. Croker himself said, he had contradicted my main assertion. How did I get rid of that? Not anticipating an attack on myself, I had not come to the House prepared with documents, so that the only way in which I could possibly have got rid of Mr. Croker's contradictions would have been to imitate his example, viz. To convert myself into a bully for the sake of outbullying him, a resource from which I was, as a gentleman, averse. My reply, presently to be adduced, will, I have no doubt, be sufficiently satisfactory to the reader. Again, Mr. Croker appealed to the House whether my veracity was to be depended upon for having stated that Milton was a Greenwich pensioner, and in the same breath himself stated that he was one, though through, as he alleged, a false certificate obtained from another man, about which, if true, I could have known nothing except from Admiralty investigations which were kept secret. All I could have known was that when Milton's case was brought under my notice he was a Greenwich pensioner, which Mr. Croker, when appealing to the House not to trust my veracity, confirmed by stating that he had a pension of £12 a year from Greenwich. Mr. Croker's explanation with regard to Farley was even less to his credit. My complaint to the House had been that Farley, a man useless from hard service, had been returned to me on board the Impérieuse, and that he had died completely worn out. As an instance of my want of veracity, Mr. Croker assured the House that he was not invalided for harbour duty, neither died in the service. The fact was, the man was not invalided at all, till within a few days of his death, when, unable to return to his friends, I retained him on board from a motive of humanity after his discharge, and he died on board the Impérieuse. Mr. Croker spoke the truth when he said he was not invalided for harbour duty, and that he did not die in the service, but he most unwarrantably concealed the truth when he suppressed the circumstances under which the man really died, which were more disgraceful to the nation than invaliding a worn-out man for harbour duty. Unworthy as was this course, it was nothing compared with what fell from the lips of Mr. Croker in the subsequent portion of his address to the House, in which address he asserted that my resolutions were gross and scandalous libels against the honour, the valour, and the character of the British Navy, accused me of having traduced the commander of the Java and Macedonian, though the names of either ships or their commanders had never passed my lips, nor were in my thoughts, and wound up by asserting that I had grossly libelled Captain Broke of the Shannon frigate, though I had never mentioned the name of one or the other in the House, and only regarded them either in or out of the House with the highest admiration. As this would be incredible, were I not to introduce Mr. Croker's own words, I shall do so without abridgment, first to show the impudence of the falsehood, and secondly, as a really clever tribute to the gallant Captain Broke, had it been uttered in common honesty, and not to get rid of Sir Francis Burdett's motion, which was thus converted into a pretext of vilifying me in such language as no modern House of Commons would for a moment tolerate. Excerpt begins. Having shown, he trusted, to the satisfaction of the House, the ignorance and unfounded statement of the noble lord, he could not suffer the present opportunity to pass by without also showing that the resolutions lately proposed by his lordship were gross and scandalous libels against the honour, the valour, and the character of the British Navy. The noble lord appeared to be peculiarly and most unseasonably unfortunate both in his misstatements and libels. It was not necessary for him to tell either the noble lord or the House that he alluded to the gallant action fought by the Shannon frigate with the Chesapeake American frigate. The communication which he was about to make to the House had not been sought for or prepared by him. It had presented itself to him as if from a divinity to confute and confound the noble lord's misrepresentations and libels, and rescue the honour of the British Navy from unfounded suspicions, and raise the glory of the British flag still higher than ever. As he was coming to the House, the official information of that glorious engagement was put into his hands. He should not trouble the House at any length with the character of Captain Broke, who commanded the Shannon. It would be sufficient for him to say that Captain Broke was an officer no less distinguished for his indefatigable activity and unwearied enterprise than for his skill and valour. With many occasions of making and preserving the valuable prizes which must have materially contributed to increase his private fortune, he had uniformly preferred the cause of his country and the good of the service to his own interests. Cases had even occurred when, although he might have fairly preserved his prizes, he rather chose to send them with all they contained to the bottom of the sea than let any opportunity slip in which his exertions and co-operation could be useful in another quarter. The action which he fought against the Chesapeake was in every respect unexampled. It was not, and he knew it was a bold assertion which he made, to be surpassed by any engagement which graced the annals of Great Britain. The enemy's ship was superior in size, superior in weight of metal, superior in numbers. She entered into the contest with the previous conviction of all her superior advantages, and with a confirmed confidence of victory resulting from that conviction. All this superiority served but to heighten the brilliancy of Captain Broke's achievement. What, continued Mr. Croker, will, or rather, what can the noble lord say now? Will he persist in maintaining that the captures made by the Americans have been caused by the decayed and disheartened state of our seamen, and not by the enemy's superiority in numbers and weight of metal? He begged to assure the House that he had not introduced the account of the glorious victory gained by Captain Broke as a single instance of the success of one of our frigates, but it had come so opportunely to confound the noble lord's statement and confute his misrepresentations, that he felt he would be doing an act of injustice to our gallant officers and seamen, to the House, and to the country at large, were he to pass over it unnoticed at a moment so peculiarly fitted and seasonable for its introduction. It was not, he knew, the day or the hour which could enhance the value and glory of Captain Broke's great achievement, nor had he any occasion to strengthen by its effects his arguments and statements against the noble lord, for he sincerely believed there could not be any day or hour in the course of the year in which he would not have more than ample means of contradicting and disproving such assertions as the noble lord had made on this occasion. Mr. Croker concluded with observing that he trusted he had shown not only the impropriety but the danger of adopting the motion proposed by the honourable baronet. The reader may possibly inquire what this tirade could possibly have to do with Sir Francis Burdett's motion, or with anything that I had said. He may wonder too that the House should have patiently listened for an hour to an imaginary charge against me for what I had never said, and the Secretary of the Navy's refutation of a charge which his own ingenuity had trumped up. In our day it could not be that gentlemen by birth or education should have endured such claptrap, when its object was to malign one of their own body without a shadow of foundation for the malice displayed. The history of the period, however, so fully details the reasons for all this, that I may be spared the trouble of recapitulating them. Unpractised in oratorical arts, whether professionally or as the hired associate of a faction, my reply may appear tame, yet what it lacked in eloquence it made up by facts which had been contradicted because they could not be impunged. Lord Cochrane admitted all that could be said of the gallantry of our seamen, but maintained that a great and a rapid decay had been pronounced in their physical powers by the cause to which he had felt it his duty to call the attention of the House. He had pleased that he had done so in the form of a resolution which could neither be misrepresented or misquoted without detection. It was in the recollection of the House that he had not cast the slightest reflection either on officers or men, collectively or individually, although the honourable Secretary had chosen to defend them in both cases. Such a line of conduct might be best calculated to excite a feeling of disapprobation towards him, Lord Cochrane, in the minds of those who had not attended to the subject, but it was not an honourable or a candid mode of proceeding to put words into his mouth and then argue to refute them. He had never mentioned the name of Captain Broke, or alluded to him in the slightest degree, although the Secretary spared no pains to defend him. Captain Broke had done his duty, his men had proved adequate to the task he had imposed upon them, but if his information was correct, the Shannon was the only frigate on the American station in which the captain would have been justified in trusting to the physical strength of his crew. The honourable Secretary seemed to flatter himself, from the exulting manner in which he had delivered his speech, that he had also refuted those facts which he, Lord Cochrane, did state. Ford, says he, did not pay £80 for his discharge or any other sum. But does not the honourable Secretary know that this man raised 4 substitutes, and that he, W. Ford, could not procure them otherwise than by money? There is a footnote that reads, he had paid £90 for them, as I had asserted. Footnote ends. Was not the difficulty of getting seamen such that the Admiralty demanded 4 men for the discharge of 1? Under such circumstances it was obvious that the Navy was manned not by the national bounty, or the prospect of reward from the service, but out of the funds of those who had long served the country. The noble lord pledged himself to establish at the bar of the House every circumstance stated in the resolutions which he had moved on a former evening. Ford, he repeated, paid £90 for his discharge, a sum equal to all that could have been saved during 18 years' service. No man of feeling could justify the continuance of such a practice. As to the case of Farley, the honourable Secretary assured the House that he was not invalided for harbour duty, neither had he died in the service. facts which will not be deemed important when it is known, and can be proved, that this respectable petty officer, who had been in 13 general actions and 32 years in the Navy, was not invalided until within a few days of his death, and that, unable to return to his friends, he died on board the Imperieuse. Ought not seamen to be entitled to their discharge before they are reduced to this state? Can ships be efficient whilst men so debilitated form part of their crews? It is impossible. The Honourable Secretary laid particular emphasis on the case of Milton, as above all the most unfounded of his, Lord Cochrane's, unfounded assertions. He had discovered that Milton had received his pension through Gawler. Perhaps this was the easiest way, but he, Lord Cochrane, knew that Milton deserved that pension, having been wounded under his command. He was the first man who boarded the Tapingues in the river of Bordeaux, when that ship's corvette was captured by the boats of the Pallas alone. This led him to observe that the lieutenant of the Pallas, who executed this service, was not promoted by the Admiralty until Sir Samuel Hood's first lieutenant had brought out another sloop long afterwards from the same place with the boats of a whole squadron. Nor is it probable that he ever would have obtained the reward of his gallant conduct, unless the Admiralty had felt that one could no longer be neglected if the other was promoted. So much for impartiality. He pledged himself to prove to the House the literal fact that Milton had served 17 years, and had paid nearly £100 for his discharge. Surely such length of service should entitle seamen to some deduction from so oppressive an expense. This was not the case, however. Neither was there any period fixed to which they could look forward as the termination of their compulsory confinement. He, Lord Cochrane, did not accuse the present Admiralty of originating these abuses. Possibly they were even ignorant of their existence. Boards never listened to individuals, and therefore he had adopted the present mode of calling the attention of Parliament and of the country to the state of the Navy. Could any person have believed that the Admiralty, instead of decreasing the sum to be paid by meritorious seamen after long service, actually increase the amount? He wished that the present First Lord would look into his father's papers, who had it in contemplation to have made many alterations and improvements in naval affairs, with which he was well acquainted. Probably, had he remained in office, the seamen would have had no cause now to lament the continuance of those evils of which he, Lord Cochrane, was desirous to inform the House, with a view that they might investigate the subject. Here the noble lord read an extract from a letter he had received that morning from a seaman's wife, the mother of a family, and whose husband was compelled to pay £60 for a discharge, which left their children without bread. She owed £7 to her doctor, who had written to Mr. Croker, stating her extraordinary exertions for her family's support as the cause of her illness. The husband, after a long service, had but £7 remaining, and he was obliged to go down to Plymouth before he could get his discharge. Was this the situation in which British sailors should be placed? He was in the judgment of the whole Navy, and he would prove his facts at the bar. If the Honourable Secretary had any feelings, they ought to wring his breast and prevent him from daring to defend such abuses. He would not detain the House longer than to say that the army was now a model on which to form the Navy. So much had circumstances changed. Their service was limited, and the officers who did gallant acts were rewarded by promotion and brevet. He named Lieutenant Johnson, who served under his command in the Basque Roads, as an instance to prove the unwillingness of the Admiralty to do justice unless by favour. Mr. Croker would not permit the noble lord to lead the House away by stating that his material facts had not been disproved. He, Mr. Croker, had contradicted his main assertions. The noble lord had not got rid of that, and if he would give him further opportunities, he would give him an equally satisfactory answer. Lord Cochrane admitted that the Honourable Secretary had contradicted his assertions, but defied him to disprove one word contained in his resolution. As the feelings of his brother officers might be excited by the statement of the Honourable Secretary, who had stood forward in their defence, though they had not been attacked, he would again add that he had not even thought disrespectfully of any individual to whom the Honourable Secretary had alluded. He admired the gallant conduct of Captain Broke, and asserted that if the Admiralty did their duty, no 38-gun frigate of ours need shrink from a contest with the Americans. Lord Cochrane repelled with scorn the accusation made against him of endeavouring to excite dissatisfaction in the Navy. Excerpt ends. The end of Mr. Croker's attack on me was fully answered, viz. that of averting the attention of the House from Sir Francis Burdett's motion, which fell to the ground. So far I have vindicated myself. I will now appeal to authorities far more reliable than Mr. Croker. "You may guess my surprise and disappointment on viewing 45 of the most filthy creatures that ever were embarked sent as part of our complement." Letter of Lord St. Vincent to Admiral Markham, quoted by Brenton. If such men were sent as part of the complement of the ship of the Commander-in-Chief, the public may judge of the description furnished to private ships of war. Captain Brenton, when confirming the above opinion of Lord St. Vincent, shall describe them. "I can vouch for the correctness of the above picture of the men who used to infest our ships. Their personal appearance, in spite of every attention, was most miserable, particularly the importations at Plymouth. I remember being ordered on a survey of some of them in 1811, and so truly wretched and unlike men did they appear, that I took portraits of them, which I gave to Captain Nash, of the Salvador del Mundo. My wonder is that more of our ships were not taken by the Americans in the late struggle, when it is considered how shamefully they were manned." Brenton St. Vincent, Vol. 2, page 246. Yet for speaking of them in 1813, after our ships were everywhere beaten by the Americans, I was denounced by Mr. Croker as wanting in veracity. My arguments all pointed to the reorganisation of a noble service, whose cause of failure was solely attributable to a want of proper ships, well-trained men, and an armament capable of contending with a nation which, in this respect, had gone ahead of us. This is not the place to enter into a description of our disasters in the American war, or it would be easy for me to show their origin in the abuses embodied in my resolutions. Nor is it to be wondered at that the seamen who were so ill treated, and who suffered so much in former wars, should have recounted their sufferings to their descendants now arrived at manhood. Which of them, who could obtain a better livelihood, would be likely, after such a description of the miseries of naval life, to enter on board an English man-of-war? It was no wonder they preferred the American service. Had Mr. Croker been candid, he would, when speaking of the victory of the Shannon, have adduced the fact, which must have been known to the Admiralty, that 1/3 of the Chesapeake's crew were British seamen, driven from their own national service by ill treatment. A man of Captain Broke's frigate found his own brother amidst the enemy's wounded. I shall adduce the following extracts from Brenton. Sir Sidney Smith never spared himself. He was ever present in danger, and the last to retreat from it. He was equally gallant and enterprising with his contemporary Cochrane, but less cautious and less of a sailor. Both these valuable officers were latterly lost to the service because the Admiralty would not, when they might have done it, give them sufficient employment at sea to keep them at work. Page 461. Vernon owed much of his celebrity to his manly and straightforward dealing in the House of Commons. Page 347. The services of the gallant Vernon were rewarded by his being struck out of the list, by a weak and a wicked government. Vernon was supposed to have been the author of 2 pamphlets reflecting on the conduct of the Admiralty, and the gallant Admiral very shortly afterwards received a letter from Mr. Corbett, the Secretary, announcing that His Majesty had been pleased to direct their Lordships to strike his name off the list of flag officers. Page 345. If we would have good and faithful seamen to man our ships, we must give them full and ample remuneration for their services, with security from want and penury in old age. I most earnestly pray God that the next Parliament may have the sense and influence enough to listen to men belonging to our profession, who will fearlessly advocate the cause of our sailors. Brenton. It would not be difficult to multiply these extracts by dozens from naval writers of this and a subsequent period. These, however, being well known to students of naval history, need not be recapitulated. The following extract from a letter of Lord Collingwood, quoted by Brenton, Vol. 1, page 436, embraces the whole subject. "What day is there that I do not lament the continuance of the war? Nothing good can happen to us short of peace. Every officer and man of the fleet is impatient for release from a situation which daily becomes more irksome to all. I see disgust growing around me very fast." The debates in Parliament sealed my fate. It is, however, a remarkable fact that, notwithstanding my resolutions respecting the Navy were thrown out without a division, that everything I advanced for the good of the Navy was pooh-poohed, and that every fact I brought forward was flatly denied by Mr. Croker in his position as Secretary of the Admiralty, the Government secretly proceeded to adopt nearly every one of the reforms which had been originated and advanced by myself. Thus, instead of my plans, my efforts for the removal of naval abuses became their plans. This would certainly never have been known to me but for the recent publication of the diaries and correspondence of the Right Honourable George Rose, the Treasurer of the Navy. From this work I will cull a few extracts. Mr. Rose thus writes: I dined at Lord Mulgrave's with the Board of Admiralty to discuss some points respecting my plan for ensuring regular adjudication and speedy distribution of the proceeds of prizes. At the levee to-day, Mr. Wellesley Pole kissed hands as Principal Secretary for Ireland, and Mr. Croker as his successor as Secretary to the Admiralty. I continue to think this last appointment, without any impeachment of the gentleman's character, very much to be regretted. Volume 2, page 411. Ends. Nothing of the kind, Mr. Rose. Mr. Croker was the only man who could be found to contradict my facts, and then induce his superiors to act upon them, to ridicule my plans, and then adopt them. So far from being out of his place, he was a necessity, since, being thoroughly acquainted with all my plans and aspirations in our days of friendship, he could effectively defeat my efforts in the House of Commons, and profit by them in Whitehall. Mr. Rose possibly did not suspect the causes of Mr. Croker's appointment. At page 503 of the same work is an intimation from Mr. Perceval to Lord Bathurst of "some future arrangement of the interests of Greenwich Hospital in prize money," the very subject I had for the first time introduced into the House, under the disadvantage of not knowing what papers to call for. My motions for the proper payment of seamen, though repudiated in the House, were completely successful in the administration, as is shown by the subjoined correspondence between Lord Melville and Mr. Rose on the subject. Admiralty, September 15th, 1814. Dear Rose, I do not trouble you with the enclosed from any special consideration of the particular case, but as a specimen of a considerable and increased number which I have of late received. The circumstance may be incidental, and I have little doubt that several instances may be satisfactorily accounted for. I have no doubt that real neglect does not occur, but it is very desirable that there should not even be the appearance of it. On your return to town, you will probably examine into the subject with a view to ascertain whether in the inferior branches of the Pay Office the business is conducted to your satisfaction. Believe me, etc., etc., Melville. The business was not conducted to Mr. Rose's satisfaction, for in his reply to Lord Melville he says, "I gave the most positive orders, accompanied by strong assurances of my severe displeasure if they should not be complied with, for ensuring early answers to all applications, and finding these ineffectual from not knowing on whom individually to fix blame, where there was an appearance of neglect, I divided the alphabet amongst the clerks in the inspection branch, assigning to each certain letters in it, that I might know with whom the responsibility rested, who should not perform his duty. That has been followed up by mulcts and reprimands. At one time I had the whole branch into my room, and stated to them, in the most impressive terms, my fixed determination to diminish the first person against whom a well-founded complaint should be made, on which I had remonstrances for having disgraced the branch. My servants have general orders never, under any pressure of business, to refuse admittance to seamen or their relations, or, indeed, to any poor inquiring person. I have sometimes picked up stragglers in the country and maintained them till I could ascertain whether I could be useful to them either in getting their prize money or obtaining for them admission to Greenwich Hospital. I have, by the aid of a law I brought in, punished frauds of every description practised upon the seamen, even in cases where only larger prices have been extracted than ought to have been paid for articles sold to them." Formidable admissions, truly, despite the virtuous indignation of Mr. Croker on the supposition that anything could be wrong at the Admiralty. Yet here, after my attempts at remedying abuses, the Treasurer of the Navy attests to the difficulty of seamen obtaining access to the Admiralty, to their begging about the country in the character of common tramps, for want of their prize money, whilst even the wounded and aged required Mr. Rose's humane intervention to get them a chance of Greenwich Hospital. Said the fact that frauds of all kinds were practised upon them, whilst the branch which was disgraced by merely being told of its misconduct was in the habit of charging to the seamen larger prices than ought to have been paid for articles sold to them. I had brought nothing before the House half so bad as this testimony of the Treasurer of the Navy. Yet for bringing forward what I did on behalf of the Navy, I was, as will presently be seen, hunted on a false accusation into prison, whilst those who marked me down were quietly adopting as their own the reforms I had advocated. End of chapter 37, part 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 38 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 38. The Stock Exchange Trial. I now approach a period of my life in which occurred circumstances beyond all others painful to the feelings of an honourable man. Neglect I was accustomed to. Despite my efforts to rise superior to the jealousies of others, it has followed me through life. Exclusion from professional activity at a period when opportunity for distinction lay before me was hard to bear, but I had the consolation of exerting myself ashore for the benefit of the noble service, in the active duties of which I was not permitted to participate. But when an alleged offence was laid to my charge in 1814, in which, on the honour of a man now on the brink of the grave, I had not the slightest participation, and from which I never benefited, nor thought to benefit one farthing, and when this allegation was by political rancour and legal chicanery consummated in an unmerited conviction and an outrageous sentence, my heart for the first time sank within me as conscious of a blow, the effect of which it has required all my energies to sustain. It has been said that truth comes sooner or later, but it seldom comes before the mind, passing from agony to contempt, has grown callous to man's judgment. To this principle I am thankful to say I have never subscribed, but have, to this hour, remained firm in the hope and confidence that by the mercy of God I shall not die till full and ample justice of my fellow men has been freely rendered me. It may be thought that after the restoration to rank and honours by my late and present sovereigns, after promotion to the command of a fleet when I had no enemy to confront, and after enjoyment of the sympathy and friendship of those whom the nation delights to honour, I might safely pass over that day of deep humiliation. Not so. It is true that I have received those marks of my sovereign's favour, and it is true that from that day to the present I have enjoyed the uninterrupted friendship of those who were then convinced and are still convinced of my innocence. But that unjust public sentence has never been publicly reversed, nor the equally unjust fine inflicted on me remitted, so that, if I would, it is not in my power to remain silent, and be just to my posterity. The government of my country has, though often invoked, refused to reinvestigate my case as impossible in form, and from fear of creating a precedent. Nevertheless, I will, repugnant as is the subject, restate the facts, and posterity, being my judge, have no fear as to the verdict. The coronet of my ancestors and the honour of my family, which will, in the course of nature, ere long, be committed to the keeping of a devoted and sensitively honourable son, demand no less at my hands. It must not, however, be imagined that the recital of leading facts is, for the first time, adopted in pursuance of the dictates of family duty and affection. Neither would it have been possible to write my autobiography without entering on this most important and painful portion of my life, because such an omission would be fatal to my reputation, as it might be construed into an admission of my culpability. At the period before the experience of the present generation, the circumstances about to be recorded were over and over again submitted to public judgment, but at a time when the rod of justice was suspended in terrorem over the public press, which did not venture openly to espouse my cause on its own merits. Yet even then my efforts were not in vain. The press, instead of being, as in those days it was, the organ of ill-concealed public dissatisfaction, has now become the exponent of the public voice, which through its medium is heard and felt throughout the length and breadth of the land. Though approaching the subject with distaste, I do so with confidence that my unvarnished tale will not be told in vain. For the more ready appreciation of the reader in the present day, as regards facts, the details of which the lapse of half a century has nearly obliterated, I may be permitted to introduce the subject by extracts from the works of two of the most learned and distinguished lawyers and statesmen of the age in which we live, two noblemen of whose learning, of whose judgment and integrity, it is unnecessary for me to say one word, because they are much above my praise, and therefore can receive no addition from it, viz. Lord Brougham, formerly Lord High Chancellor, and Lord Campbell, the present Lord High Chancellor of England. I will take those of Lord Campbell first, because they embrace points into which Lord Brougham does not enter, and also because Lord Campbell, in addition to the dignity which he now adorns, for many years occupied the same high position as did Lord Ellenborough when he presided at the trial to which the reader's attention is now directed. Lord Campbell, at page 218, volume 3, in his valuable work entitled The Lives of the Chief Justices of England, says, excerpt begins, I have only now to mention some criminal cases which arose before Lord Ellenborough in later years. Of these, the most remarkable was Lord Cochrane's, as this drew upon the Chief Justice a considerable degree of public obloquy, and causing very uneasy reflections in his own mind, was supposed to have hastened his end. Lord Cochrane, since Earl of Dundonald, was one of the most gallant officers in the English navy, and had gained the most brilliant reputation in a succession of naval engagements against the French. Unfortunately for him, he likewise wished to distinguish himself in politics, and taking the radical line, he was returned to Parliament for the city of Westminster. He was a determined opponent of Lord Liverpool's administration, and at popular meetings was in the habit of delivering harangues of a rather seditious aspect, which induced Lord Ellenborough to believe that he seriously meant to abet rebellion, and that he was a dangerous character. But the gallant officer was really a loyal subject, as well as enthusiastically zealous for the glory of his country. He had an uncle named Cochrane, a merchant. This is an error. My uncle, an East India merchant, was the Honourable Basil Cochrane, a highly honourable man, not the one alluded to by Lord Campbell. Excerpt continues. And a very unprincipled man, who, towards the end of the war, in concert with de Berenger, a foreigner, wickedly devised a scheme by which they were to make an immense fortune by a speculation on the Stock Exchange. For this purpose they were to cause a sudden rise in the funds by spreading false intelligence that a preliminary treaty of peace had actually been signed between England and France. Everything succeeded to their wishes, the intelligence was believed, the funds rose, and they sold on-time bargains many £100,000 of 3 per cents, before the truth was discovered. It so happened that Lord Cochrane was then in London, was living in his uncle's house. It was my uncle Basil with whom I for a time resided. Excerpt continues. And was much in his company, but there is now a good reason to believe that he was not at all implicated in the nefarious scheme. However, when the fraud was detected, partly from a belief in his complicity and partly from political spite, he was included in the indictment preferred for the conspiracy to defraud the Stock Exchange. The trial coming on before Lord Ellenborough, the noble and learned judge, being himself persuaded of the guilt of all the defendants, used his best endeavours that they should all be convicted. He refused to adjourn the trial at the close of the prosecutor's case, about 9 in the evening, when the trial had lasted 12 hours, and the jury, as well as the defendant's counsel, were all completely exhausted, and all prayed for an adjournment. The following day, in summing up, prompted no doubt by the conclusion of his own mind, he laid special emphasis on every circumstance which might raise a suspicion against Lord Cochrane, and elaborately explained away whatever at first sight might seem favourable to the gallant officer. In consequence, the jury found a verdict of guilty against all the defendants. Next term, Lord Cochrane presented himself in court to move for a new trial, but the other defendants convicted along with him did not attend. He said truly that he had no power or influence to obtain their attendance, and urged that his application was founded on circumstances peculiar to his own case. But Lord Ellenborough would not hear him, because the other defendants were not present. Such a rule had before been laid down, on one special occasion only, excerpt continues, but it is palpably contrary to the first principles of justice, and ought immediately to have been reversed. Lord Cochrane was thus deprived of all opportunity of showing that the verdict against him was wrong, and in addition to fine and imprisonment, he was sentenced to stand in the pillory. This vindictive sentence the government did not dare carry out. My high-minded colleague, Sir Francis Burdett, told the government that if the sentence was carried into effect, he would stand in the pillory beside me, and they must look to the consequences. What these might have been, in the excited state of the public mind, as regarded my treatment, the reader may guess. Excerpt continues. Although as yet he was generally believed to be guilty, the award of this degrading and infamous punishment upon a young nobleman, a member of the House of Commons, and a distinguished naval officer, raised universal sympathy in his favour. The judge was proportionably blamed not only by the vulgar, but by men of education, on both sides in politics, and he found upon entering society and appearing in the House of Lords that he was looked upon coldly. Having now some misgivings himself as to the propriety of his conduct in this affair, he became very wretched. Nor was the agitation allowed to drop during the remainder of Lord Ellenborough's life, for Lord Cochrane, being expelled the House of Commons, was immediately re-elected for Westminster. Having escaped from the prison in which he was confined under his sentence, he appeared in the House of Commons. In obedience to the public voice, the part of his sentence by which he was to stand in the pillory was remitted by the Crown, and a bill was introduced into Parliament altogether to abolish the pillory as a punishment, on account of the manner in which the power of inflicting it had been recently abused. It was said that these matters preyed deeply on Lord Ellenborough's mind, and affected his health. Henceforth he certainly seemed to have lost the gaiety of heart for which he had been formerly remarkable. Lord Campbell's Lives of the Chief Justices, Volume 3, pages 218, 219, 220. Excerpt ends. Such are the recorded opinions of one of the most learned and acute men of the age, one who now does honour to the judgment seat of the highest tribunal of our country, and who, at the time those opinions were given to the world, held the scarcely less dignified position of Chief Justice of England, sitting in the very court in which that cruel sentence, the unmerited cause of so much misery to me, was pronounced. From such an authority, as much judicial as historic, may the reader form his own conclusions. It is with no less satisfaction that I add the opinions of another learned and highly gifted peer of the realm, who has also adorned the dignified office of Lord High Chancellor of England, viz. My friend Lord Brougham, whose name, as the untiring advocate of everything nationally progressive and socially expansive, no testimony of mine could add weight. In the year 1844, when I submitted to Her Majesty's Government how incomplete I considered the restoration of my honours, I wrote to Lord Brougham, ever my constant and steadfast friend, to ask his opinion of the step I was taking. The subjoined was Lord Brougham's reply. Grafton Street, March 29th, 1844. My dear Lord D, I think upon the whole the time is favourable. I have well considered the matter as of importance, and have read the papers through. I don't think the best way of bringing the subject before the Duke is to send that correspondence, but rather to make a statement, and I authorise you distinctly to add to it these two important facts. First, that William IV only objected to the Bath being restored at the same time with your rank, and not absolutely at all times. Secondly, that your counsel were clearly of the opinion that the verdict as concerned you was erroneous, and I always concluded that you had sacrificed yourself out of delicacy to your uncle, the person really guilty. The restoring you to rank without your honours is too absurd and unfair. It means, we will take all we can get from you in service, and give you nothing. Yours ever truly, H. Brougham. No one knew better than his late Majesty, King William IV, the injustice under which I had laboured, and the causes of the political spite which had been directed against me. Before his Majesty came to the throne, he warmly interested himself in my behalf, and intimated to Sir Francis Burdett that if I were to memorialise the government, he would use his influence to procure my restoration. This was accordingly done, but in vain, his Royal Highness's influence then proving insufficient for the purpose, but not so after his Majesty's accession to the throne. The following extract of a letter from Sir Francis Burdett, coming shortly before my restoration to rank, will show the continued interest taken by his late Majesty and those near him to remove unmerited obloquy from a brother sailor, notwithstanding the failure of his Majesty's previous effort when Duke of Clarence. The same intimation to Sir Francis Burdett being made, a similar memorial was laid before his Majesty in Council, this time with effect. My dear Lord Dundonald, I went to the levee on Wednesday to give your memorial to Greville, the Clerk of the Council, to present, but the King returned to Windsor immediately after the levee, and no council was held. Had it been, I can entertain no doubt that your memorial would have been presented and granted. I went to see Greville about it the next day. He was so kind and so desirous of doing everything in his power to expedite it, even proposing to take it out of its usual turn, that I cannot but feel quite satisfied and assured that there will be not a moment's unnecessary delay. A little patience, and all will be right. I should like to see you for a day or two, and perhaps may. Yours sincerely, F. Burdett. My restoration not long afterwards followed, and no one knew better than His Majesty the justice of reversing the most unjust sentence which had so long and so undeservedly excluded me from a service which from my youth upwards had been my pride. I shall ever consider this interference on my behalf as a testimonial from His late Majesty, not only to my innocence, but also to my unjustifiable persecution. For had he not believed me innocent, His Majesty would have been the last person to interfere so pertinaciously. Still less when, on coming to the throne, his former influence had become authority. I was not restored to my honours till the reign of her present most gracious Majesty, and on this restoration being made, I again requested of her Majesty's ministers a re-investigation into the causes which led to my unjust conviction, alleging that my restoration to rank and honour might be construed as an act of mercy, were not my innocence of the Stock Exchange hoax fully established. In this sense I addressed the late Duke of Wellington and Sir Robert Peel. The following was his Grace's reply. Woolmer Castle, September 12th, 1844. My Lord, I have just received the package from your Lordship containing your Lordship's letter to myself of the 10th instant, and other papers which I will peruse with attention according to the desire and for the purpose expressed in your Lordship's letter. I have the honour to be, etc., Wellington, Admiral the Earl of Dundonald, etc. The reply of Sir Robert Peel was more explicit, and gave as a reason why my request could not be complied with, that, just or unjust, it was not, from lapse of time, in the power of government to attempt to reverse a decision in a court of law. Whitehall, November the 7th, 1844. My Lord, Her Majesty's servants have had under their consideration the letter I received from your Lordship, bearing the date the 10th of September, 1844, together with the documents by which the letter was accompanied. On reference to the proceedings which were adopted in the year 1832, my restoration in rank. Letter continues. It appears that previously to the restoration of your Lordship to your rank in the Navy, a free pardon under the Great Seal was granted to your Lordship, and adverting to that circumstance, and to the fact that 30 years have elapsed since the charges to which the free pardon had reference were the subject of investigation before the proper judicial tribunal of the country, Her Majesty's servants cannot consistently with their sense of public duty advise the Queen to reopen an inquiry into those charges. I beg leave to refer your Lordship to the letter which the Earl of Haddington, the First Lord of the Admiralty, addressed to your Lordship in the year 1842. As I am not enabled to make any communication with your Lordship on the part of Her Majesty's Government differing in purport from that letter. I have the honour, etc. Robert Peel, Admiral, the Earl of Dundonald, etc. Here was the whole secret why I had never been able to obtain an investigation of my case, and why the Admiralty, which deprived me of rank and honour, declined to investigate it, notwithstanding that an appeal from the verdict had been refused by the Court of King's Bench, though I had then in court such additional evidence as must have set aside the verdict, which evidence will shortly be laid before the reader, who will now be in a condition to understand the following explanation of Lord Brougham, given under the article Ellenborough in his Historic Sketches of British Statesmen in the Time of George III. On the bench it is not to be denied that Lord Ellenborough occasionally suffered the strength of his political feelings to break forth, and to influence the tone and temper of his observations. That he ever, upon any one occasion, knowingly deviated one hair's breadth in the discharge of his office is wholly untrue. The case which gave rise to the greatest comment, and even led to a senseless show of impeachment, was Lord Cochrane's. I must, however, be here distinctly understood to deny the accuracy of the opinion which Lord Ellenborough appears to have formed in this case, and deeply to lament the verdict of guilty which the jury returned after 3 hours' consultation and hesitation. If Lord Cochrane was at all aware of his uncle Mr. Cochrane Johnstone's proceedings, it was the whole extent of his privity to the fact. Having been one of the counsel engaged in the case, I can speak with some confidence respecting it, and I take it upon me to assert that Lord Cochrane's conviction was mainly owing to the extreme repugnance which he felt to giving up his uncle, or taking those precautions for his own safety which would have operated against that near relation, even when he, the real criminal, had confessed his guilt by taking to flight, and the other defendants were brought up for judgment. We, the counsel, could not persuade Lord Cochrane to shake himself loose from the contamination by abandoning him. Our only complaint against Lord Ellenborough was his lordship's refusal to adjourn after the prosecutor's case closed, and his requiring us to enter upon the defence at so late an hour, past 9 o'clock, that the adjournment took place at midnight, and before we called our witnesses. Of course, I speak of the trial at Guildhall only. Lord Ellenborough was equally to blame with his brethren in the Court of King's Bench for that most cruel and unjustifiable sentence, which at once secured Lord Cochrane's re-election for Westminster, when the House of Commons expelled him upon his conviction. In 1833, the government of which I was a member restored this great warrior to his rank of admiral in our navy. The country, therefore, in the event of hostilities, would now have the inestimable benefit of his services, whom none, perhaps, ever equalled in heroic courage, and whose fertility of resources, military as well as naval, place him high amongst the very first of commanders. That his honours of knighthood, so gloriously won, should still be withholden, is a stain not upon him, but upon the councils of his country, and after his restoration to the service, it is as inconsistent and incomprehensible as cruel and unjust. Lord Brougham's Historic Sketches. Excerpt ends. A brief outline of the circumstances which led to the trial will enable the reader to comprehend the grounds upon which the opinions just quoted were based. At the commencement of 1814, I was appointed by my uncle, Sir Alexander Cochrane, then commanding the British fleet on the North American station, as his flag captain, and in the month of February was busily engaged in getting the Tonnant line of battleship, then fitting at Chatham as my uncle's flagship, ready for sea. The presence of Sir Alexander being imperatively required upon the station, he had previously quitted England in a frigate, and it had been understood between my uncle and myself that on joining him with the Tonnant, the most efficient measures should be adopted to compensate for our late defeats with the better manned and equipped vessels of the United States. Previous to my uncle's departure, at the latter end of 1813, he had, in pursuance of this object, repeatedly, though unsuccessfully, applied to the Admiralty for permission to engage an officer in the Duke of Cumberland's regiment of sharpshooters, as having a reputation not only for skill in teaching rifle practice, but also for his pyrotechnic acquirements as an engineer officer. This proficiency having become known to Sir Alexander through his brother, who strongly urged the employment of the person alluded to, a Captain de Berenger, with whom Mr. Cochrane Johnson had for some time been acquainted. It was thus I was subsequently brought into contact with a man who eventually proved my ruin, by involving me in an appearance of complicity in an attempt to raise the public funds by the dissemination of groundless news to the prejudice of the Stock Exchange speculators, one of those common deceptions which, I am told, were then, as now, practised by parties connected with the transactions of the Stock Exchange. In the month of January, Mr. Cochrane Johnson invited de Berenger to a dinner at which I was present. Towards the close of the evening, this person asked me to step aside with him for the purpose of conversation. His object was to request me to take him on board the Tonnant in any capacity, for having failed to obtain the consent of the Admiralty, he would be happy to trust Sir Alexander's generosity to employ him in any situation for which he was qualified. With this view, he begged me to peruse his testimonials as Adjutant of the Duke of Cumberland's Rifle Regiment, as well as other documents of a similar character. Finding the testimonials satisfactory, I expressed my regret at not being able to take him in the Tonnant without an appointment, or at least an order from the Board of Admiralty, adding that no person could possibly have less influence with their lordships than myself, and that therefore it was useless for me to apply to them on his behalf, especially as they had refused the application of Sir Alexander Cochrane. Knowing, however, that it was the wish of Sir Alexander that de Berenger should go if possible, I recommended him to exert himself to secure the influence of those under whom he appeared to have served so satisfactorily, adding that, if he succeeded, I should have great pleasure in taking him in the Tonnant. With these prefatory remarks, the reader will readily comprehend what follows. About midnight on the 20th of February, according to the current report of the transactions hereafter to be named, a person calling himself Colonel de Bourgh, aide-de-camp to Lord Cathcart, presented himself at the Ship Hotel at Dover, representing that he was the bearer of intelligence from Paris to the effect that Bonaparte had been killed by the Cossacks, and that the allied armies were in full march for Paris, and that immediate peace was certain. After this announcement, he forwarded similar intelligence by letter to the Port Admiral of Deal, with a view, as was supposed, of it being forwarded to London by telegraph, thus making the Port Admiral the medium of communication with the Government. This person, as was afterwards known to the Stock Exchange only through my instrumentality, was the before named De Berenger. The intelligence was false, having been concocted for the purpose of causing a rise in the public funds. On the 7th of March, the Committee of the Stock Exchange published an advertisement offering a reward of 250 guineas for the discovery of the person who had perpetrated the hoax, a report being at the same time current that the pretended De Burgh had, on the morning of the 21st of February, been traced to my house in Green Street. At this time I had joined the Tonnant at Chatham, and was preparing to sail for the North American station, but on learning the injurious report above mentioned, and being aware, from the ordinary channels of public intelligence, of the nature of the transaction, being moreover indignant that the perpetrator of the deception should have dared to visit me, I determined to denounce him, in order that if he were really the guilty person, his name should be made public at the earliest possible moment, so that no time might be lost in bringing the matter home to him. In pursuance of this determination, I obtained leave of absence from my ship. On my return to town, I found that, although the authorities were ignorant of the name of the person who came to my house on the 21st of February, public rumour did not hesitate to impute to me complicity in his transactions, simply from the fact of the suspected person, whomever he might be, having been there. To rebut these insinuations was of the first importance. Accordingly, I immediately consulted my legal advisers. The result was that an affidavit was prepared and submitted to an eminent barrister, Mr. Gurney, to whom I disclosed every particular relative to the visit of De Berenger, as well as my own previous, though very unimportant, transactions in the public funds. I was advised by him and my own solicitors to confine myself simply to supplying the authorities with the name of De Berenger as the person seen in uniform at my house on the 21st ultimo. With this suggestion, wisely or unwisely, but certainly in all honesty, I refused to comply, expressing my determination to account for all my acts on the 21st of February, even to the entire occupation of my whole time on that day. Finding me firm on this point, the affidavit was settled by Mr. Gurney and sworn to, the name of De Berenger for the first time thus becoming known to those who were in quest of him. See Appendix. A circumstance may here be mentioned that has an important bearing on the subject. My letter to the Admiralty, giving my reasons for asking leave of absence for the purpose of rebutting the insinuations against my character, contained most material matter for my exculpation. It was written to Mr. Secretary Croker, but when I afterwards moved for and obtained from the House of Commons an order for the production of my correspondence with the Admiralty, this letter was not to be found, though all others asked for were. Had the letter been produced, it must have had great weight with the House, the adverse decision of which I mainly ascribe to its non-production. Unfortunately, in the haste of the application, no copy was taken. I have been particular in recording dates because it has been insinuated to my injury that I had been tardy in giving the information in my power. It is hence my desire to put on record that the moment the necessity for vindicating myself arose, not an hour was lost by me in giving the Stock Exchange a clue to the offender, if such De Berenger should turn out to have been. I will here notice another circumstance, viz. that the very Mr. Gurney, who had advised me in the matter of my affidavit, and to whom I had unreservedly communicated every circumstance connected with my private affairs, as well as those connected with the visit of De Berenger, was afterwards chosen by Mr. Lavie, the solicitor to the committee, as the leading counsel for the Stock Exchange at the subsequent trial against me. I simply relate the fact without comment. It is not necessary here to weary the reader by the insertion of a lengthy affidavit which accounted for every act of mine on the day of the alleged hoax. The main facts as relating to the visit of De Berenger are these: that early on the morning in question I had gone to a lamp manufactory in the city for the purpose of superintending the progress of some lamps patented by me and ordered for the use of the convoy of which I was about to take charge on their voyage to North America. Whilst thus engaged, my servant came to me with a note which had been given to him by a military officer who was waiting at my house to see me. Not being able to make out the name from the scrawling style in which the note was written, and supposing it to have come from a messenger from my brother, who was then dangerously ill with the army of the Peninsula, and of whose death we were in daily expectation of hearing, I threw down the note and replied that I would come as soon as possible, and having completed my arrangements at the lamp manufactory, arrived at home about 2 hours afterwards, when, to my surprise, I found De Berenger in place of the expected messenger from my brother. The reader may gather from my affidavit what occurred at this interview. See Appendix. The comprehensiveness of the voluntary disclosure contained in the affidavit has been termed indiscreet, and may have been so, as entering on much that might be deemed unnecessary. But I had nothing to conceal. believing it could in no way affect me, nor would it have done so but for the trickery subsequently resorted to. There was nothing extraordinary in the document. A poor but talented man, a prisoner within the rules of the King's Bench, came to me in the hope that I would extricate him from his difficulties by taking him to America in the Tonnant. After my renewed refusal on professional grounds, De Berenger represented that he could not return to the rules in his uniform without exciting suspicion of his absence. The room happened at the time to be strewed with clothes in process of examination for the purpose of being sent on board the Tonnant, those rejected being thrown aside, and at his urgent request I lent, or rather gave, him a civilian's hat and coat to enable him to return to his lodgings in ordinary costume. This simple act constituted my offence, and was construed by the court into complicity in his fraudulent conduct. Though under ordinary circumstances, and I was aware of no other, it was simply an act of compassionate good nature. A very remarkable circumstance connected with this affidavit, and afterwards proved on the trial, was this, that on De Berenger's arrival in town from Dover, he neither went to the Stock Exchange nor to his employers, whoever they might be, nor did he take any steps on his arrival in town to spread the false intelligence which he had originated. He was proved on the trial to have dismissed his post-chaise at Lambeth, to have taken a hackney coach, and to have proceeded straight to my house. The inference is plain, that the man was frightened at the nature of the mission he had undertaken, and declined to go through with it, preferring to try once more whether he could not prevail on me to take him on board the Tonnant, where he might remain till the ship sailed for North America. Had I been his confederate, it is not within the bounds of credibility that he would have come in the first instance to my house, and waited 2 hours for my return home, in place of carrying out the plot he had undertaken, nor that I should have been occupied in perfecting my lamp invention for the use of the convoy, of which I was in a few days to take charge, instead of being on the only spot where any advantage to be derived from the Stock Exchange hoax could have been realised, had I been a participator in it. Such advantage must have been immediate before the truth came out, and to have reaped it, had I been guilty, it was necessary that I should not lose a moment. It is still more improbable that, being aware of the hoax, I should not have speculated largely for the special risk of that day. Neither, had I been his confederate, is it more probable that I should have declined to take him on board the Tonnant, when, by doing so, I could have effectually concealed him under another name, together with every trace of the plot, and could have either taken him with me, or have him shipped in safety to the Continent. I will here repeat what has been previously stated, that before my affidavit the Committee of the Stock Exchange was ignorant even of the name of any person, that my affidavit alone disclosed the necessary information. In other words, I voluntarily gave the only information upon which the subsequent trial was based, and this disclosure was so complete as to leave the Stock Exchange with nothing to do but prosecute De Berenger. Let me ask the common sense question, whether this was the act of a guilty person, who, by concealing his knowledge, could have effectually prevented all further investigation. Or, to put the question in another form, would it not have been the act of an insane person, if guilty, to have denounced another to his own conviction, when, by holding his peace, both would have been safe from detection? To have done such an uncalled-for act would have been very little in accordance with the acumen for which the public had, for many years, given me credit. In one respect, my affidavit might have been an error, but it was not the error of a guilty man, viz. in not deferring to the opinion of my legal advisers, who wished me to confine myself to the single fact that the pretended de Burgh had been traced to my house, and that I suspected De Berenger to be the person. My fault was, that being conscious, till too late, that nothing in the whole affair could in any way concern me, I was careless about my defence, had nothing to do with the brief beyond a few rough notes, see Appendix, and never even read it until it was finally prepared for counsel. This was not the act of a guilty man. Yet, had I been guilty, I should have had every chance in my favour of acquittal, first by concealing the fact that De Berenger was the stranger who came to my house on the 21st of February in military uniform, and without this voluntary information on my part, the case must have disappeared. Secondly, had I really been guilty, my chance of acquittal would have been greater than if innocent, because the knowledge of the facts which I must have possessed if guilty, and could not have possessed if innocent, would have enabled me to make an effectual defence in place of the aimless defence which was made. If proof of my non-participation in the hoax were required, it existed, so far as the statement of such a person was credible, in the handwriting of De Berenger himself, immediately after my affidavit disclosing his name in furtherance of the purposes of justice, a proceeding on my part which might naturally be supposed to embitter him against me. So far from this being the case, an innate sense of justice on the part of De Berenger led him to admit even the truth of the declaration contained in the affidavit as regarded himself. Excerpt begins. 13 Green Street, April 27th, 1814. Sir, having in trust given ample time and opportunity to those who have endeavoured to asperse my character, to learn from your own mouth the circumstances which induced you to call upon me on the 21st of February last, I feel it now due to myself no longer to delay this, my earnest request that you will afford me that explanation. I am, sir, your obedient servant, (Signed) Cochrane, Baron de Berenger. De Berenger to Lord Cochrane. King Street, Westminster, 27th of April, 1814. My Lord, I have the honour of acknowledging the receipt of your Lordship's favour, which has this moment been delivered. Rest assured, my Lord, that nothing could exceed the pain I felt when I perceived how cruelly, how unfairly, my unfortunate visit of the 21st of February was interpreted, which, with its object, is so correctly detailed in your affidavit, but my agony is augmented when I reflect that acts of generosity and goodness towards an unfortunate man have been, and continue to be, the accidental cause of much mortification to you. A fear of increasing the imaginary grounds of accusation caused me to refrain from addressing you. I have the honour, etc., Chas. Random de Berenger. Excerpt ends. The tone of this letter, which, without answering in express terms my query as to the object of his visit on the 21st of February, declares the truth of my affidavit as to the same, and also to what occurred during the short time he remained there, footnote, see my affidavit in the appendix, footnote ends. This indisposed me for further communication with the writer, who, finding such to be the case, commenced a series of vituperative epistles, the object of which was evidently the extortion of money. The whole of these letters were transmitted by me to the public press without reply or comment, and were so published at the time. A no less important admission emanated from de Berenger. The press had by some means or other got hold of the fact that this man, whom I had denounced to the Stock Exchange, was in communication with certain members of the Government for the purpose of implicating me. The communication does not appear to have resulted anything further than was known from my affidavit, and I have reason to know that from fear of the man's character, the Government abstained from committing themselves with him. Letter begins. King's Bench, July 19th, 1814. Whereas several newspapers have asserted that I have written to Lord Sidmouth, whilst others state that I have addressed the Committee of the Stock Exchange, etc., disclosing particulars to prove Lord Cochrane's guilt, I feel justified thus solemnly, publicly, and positively to declare that since my confinement here, I have neither written or otherwise applied directly or indirectly to any of the officers of Government for the purpose of disclosure; that I have not written to any one on the subject of the 21st of February last, since the 11th instant (July), excepting one private letter to Lord Cochrane; that the assertions in the newspapers are totally false, etc., etc. Charles Ransom de Berenger. Letter ends. The plain inference is that de Berenger did so before the trial, and whilst he was writing to me, that the contents of my affidavit as regarded himself contained the exact truth. That he had such communication with both Government and Stock Exchange before the trial is beyond doubt, and part of the reasons which warrant my assertion that a higher authority than the Stock Exchange was at the bottom of my prosecution. Deeply degraded as was the man, he affords the strongest presumptive evidence of my non-participation in the hoax. In the next chapter I trust to adduce such positive evidence as shall place the matter beyond doubt. I do not blame the judge for taking these matters into account, for, confident in my entire innocence, I could not see their importance or bearing, and I did not even communicate them to my solicitor till too late. Bitter after-knowledge has, however, convinced me of the error of carelessness, even from a consciousness of innocence, when once entangled in the meshes of law. A word by no means synonymous with justice. Of the subject of the prosecution itself I will here say one word. It was that one set of stock jobbers and their confederates trying, by means of false intelligence, to raise the price of time bargains at the expense of another set of stock jobbers, the losers being naturally indignant at the successful hoax. The wrong was not then, and still is not, on the statute book. Such a case had never been tried before, nor has it since, and was termed a conspiracy, or rather, by charging the several dependents, of most of whom I had never before heard, in one indictment, it was brought under the designation of a conspiracy. The conspiracy, such as it was nevertheless one which, as competent persons inform me, has been the practice in all countries ever since stock jobbing began, and is in the present day constantly practised. But I have never heard mention of the energy of the Stock Exchange even to detect the practice.
I do not make these remarks to palliate deception, even at the expense of stock exchange speculators. My object is, that the present generation, knowing that in my early life I was imprisoned and fined £1,000 for an alleged offence against the Stock Exchange fraternity, may understand the exact character of the accusation. It is clear that the influence and vindictiveness with which this most unjustifiable prosecution was carried out against me arose from motives far deeper than the vindication of stock-jobbing purity, viz. From a desire in more influential quarters to silence, if possible, an obnoxious political adversary. The visit of De Berenger to my house, as disclosed by myself, and his acquaintance with my uncle, as before stated, affording a basis for the accomplishment of this object. Happily, Providence has implanted in the breast of man an amount of moral and physical energy proportioned to the wrongs and inflictions he may be called upon to bear, and even in my 85th year I am still left sound in mind, and with a heart unbroken, to tell my own story. End of chapter 38. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 39 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 39. Had I been aware of the very curious coincidence connected with the trial which followed, my confidence, arising from consciousness of innocence, would have vanished in an instant, so that instead of indifference about the result, I should have seen the necessity of meeting every accusation with the most deliberate caution, supporting the same by every attainable evidence, in place of no evidence at all. The fact alluded to is this, that the same Mr. Lavie, who had displayed so much tact on Lord Gambier's court-martial, was selected as solicitor to the prosecution in the present case, to the exclusion of the appointed solicitor to the Committee of the Stock Exchange. The fact was significant, as affording additional suspicion that an influence other and higher than that of the committee was at work. As in various publications connected with Lord Gambier's trial, I had spoken very freely of Mr. Lavie as regarded the fabricated charts exposed at the commencement of this volume, there could be no doubt of his not unreasonable personal animosity towards myself. But when, after the trial, I became for the first time aware that he had been employed to conduct it, the enigma was solved as to how I, from having voluntarily given the only information upon which the case could have originated at all, came to be mixed up in one common accusation with a number of persons, of most of whose very names I had never before heard. More than this, it had then become but too apparent that from the selection of Mr. Lavie as prosecuting attorney, I was not so much the subject of a Stock Exchange prosecution as of the political vindictiveness of which I have spoken, and which had gone out of the usual course to secure his services. That there was collusion between a high official at the Admiralty and the Committee of the Stock Exchange on this point I do not hesitate for one moment to assert, nor do I think, from previous revelations in this work, that many of my readers will be inclined to differ with me. I will not, however, dwell upon this matter. Whoever selected Mr. Lavie had a perfect right to do so, as Mr. Lavie had to accept the conduct of the case, the result of which is attributable to my being so satisfied of my own innocence as to decide that an accusation which so little concerned me ought not to take me from the more important duties in which I was employed. Had I been aware at the time of Mr. Lavie's appointment, I should have known its meaning and prepared accordingly. The principal circumstance which held to have implicated me in the hoax practised on the Stock Exchange was this, that, as gathered from my own voluntary information, De Berenger came to my house on the 21st February, but that instead of being dressed in a green uniform as set forth in my affidavit, he was in scarlet uniform, that being the alleged costume in which he had disseminated the false intelligence at Dover. If this point could be proved, it was inferred that I must have had a motive in wrongly describing the uniform in my affidavit, and that motive could be none other than my own knowledge of the hoax which had been perpetrated. How this inference was arrived at will appear in the sequel. The main question relied on by the prosecution related to the colour of De Berenger's coat, whether scarlet or green. The point held by the court being that if scarlet, I must have made a false declaration in my affidavit as to its colour, and therefore must have, at least, known how De Berenger had been engaged. A non sequitur truly, but nevertheless the one relied on for my conviction as one of the conspirators. The evidence was this. that when de Berenger arrived from Dover at the Marsh Gate, Lambeth, he exchanged the post-chaise in which he had been travelling for a hackney coach, in which he drove to my house, which was true enough. The waterman on the stand was called as the first link in the chain, but as he said he did not see that he could recollect de Berenger having only seen him for half a minute, report page 120, this evidence is not worth commenting on, unless to remark that, failing to recognise de Berenger in court, the extraordinary course was taken of pointing him out and then asking the witness if he thought he was like the man who had got into the coach. The reply was, he thought he was, but he only saw him for half a minute. Ibid. The next witness put forward was a man named Crane, the hackney coachman who drove de Berenger. In his examination, Crane did not say a word about the colour of de Berenger's coat, but in his cross-examination swore that he had on a red coat underneath his greatcoat, report page 124. At the same time, he stated that de Berenger had with him a portmanteau big enough to wrap a coat in. Other witnesses proved that he had drawn down the sun-blinds in the vehicle, so that he had abundant opportunity to exchange his red coat, in which he appeared at Dover, for the green sharpshooter's uniform, and this, no doubt, he had done. The person of whom the red uniform had been purchased also deposed that he had carried it away from his shop in a portmanteau, so that there was no doubt of the capacity of the latter to contain the coat. In short, he left London in the uniform of the Rifles, and put on the scarlet uniform at Dover, to assume the pretended rank of a staff officer. On his return to London, he, in like manner, no doubt, changed his uniform by the way. It has been shown that the waterman who opened the coach door for de Berenger refused to identify him, but swore that the person alluded to had a red coat beneath his military coat. It is also remarkable that the hackney coachman, Crane, could not be got to identify him, though, like the waterman, he swore to the red coat. The subjoined is Crane's evidence on the subject. Excerpt begins. Mr. Adolphus: have you seen that person since you drove that morning? Crane: yes, I saw him in King Street, Westminster, (at the messenger's house, where Crane was taken by Mr. Lavie for the purpose of being identified by this witness). Mr. Adolphus: do you see him in court? Crane: I think this is the gentleman here. Mr. Adolphus: were you of the same opinion when you saw him in King Street? Crane: when I came downstairs he looked very hard at me. Mr. Adolphus: did you know him then? Crane: yes, it was something of the same appearance, but he had altered himself very much by his dress. Mr. Richardson: he was pointed out there as being the person in custody? Crane: no, I walked downstairs and met the gentleman coming upstairs. Mr. Richardson: you thought you saw a resemblance? Mr. Crane: yes, I thought he was something like the same gentleman that I had carried. Mr. Richardson: you do not pretend to recollect every person you carry in your hackney coach every day? Crane: no, but this gentleman that I took from a post-chaise and four, when he got out at Green Street, I saw that he had a red coat underneath his greatcoat. Thus, neither the waterman nor the hackney coachman would swear to the man, but to the red coat only. I have no hesitation in saying that in a court of justice, in the present day, no weight whatever would have attached to such evidence. I will, however, assume that the evidence was such as to carry weight, and that it was in every respect unexceptionable, because I shall shortly come to the reason why they swore to the coat, but not to the man who wore it. The case against me then stood thus. One witness, the waterman, but no more, swore to the undercoat of a person whom he had seen step from one vehicle into another, and one witness, but no more, the hackney coachman, swore to the person whom he had brought to my house as having on a red coat beneath his military coat, but would not swear positively to the wearer. It was, however, to support this extraordinary evidence that my voluntary declaration in my affidavit of lending de Berenger an old hat and coat, because he alleged he could not return to his lodgings in the King's Bench in uniform, without exciting suspicion of his absence from the rules, and thus endangering his securities, was charged against me as involving confederacy. On the evidence here adduced, and there was not a tittle beyond it, on the subject of the coat, the point was held by Lord Ellenborough to be established that de Berenger had stripped off the red coat in my house, and as it was afterwards found in the river, his lordship charged the jury in a way which bore the construction of my having been also a participator in the act, though there was not a particle of evidence on the trial which could give even the shadow of such a conclusion, nor was there even a pretence on the part of the prosecution that such was the case.
His Lordship's address to the jury on this head is amongst the most remarkable that ever fell from the lips of an English judge. Excerpt begins. Now, gentlemen, he (de Berenger) is brought to the house of Lord Cochrane. Further evidence afterwards arises upon the subject of his being there. We will at present follow the dress to its conclusion. George Odell, a fisherman, says, in the month of March, just above Old Swan Stairs, off against the iron wharfs, when I was dredging for coals, I picked up a bundle which was tied with either a piece of chimney line or window line in the cover of a chair bottom. There were 2 slips of a coat, embroidery, a star, and a piece of silver with 2 figures upon it. It had been sunk with 3 pieces of lead and some bits of coal. I gave that which I found to Mr. Wade, the Secretary of the Stock Exchange. It was picked up on Wednesday and carried there on the Saturday. I picked this up on the 24th of March. You have before had the animal hunted home, and now you have his skin, found and produced as it was taken out of the river, cut to pieces. The sinking it could have been with no other view than that of suppressing this piece of evidence and preventing the discovery which it might otherwise occasion. This makes it the more material to attend to the stripping off the clothes which took place in Lord Cochrane's house. Report, page 478, excerpt ends. That this unwarrantable assumption, based on no evidence whatsoever, of de Berenger's stripping off his clothes at my house could have anything to do with the coat found in the river was positively absurd, and was not supported by a particle of evidence. Besides which, I had some reputation for shrewdness, and should not have been likely to tie up the coat in an old chair cover, with 3 pieces of lead and some lumps of coal, when the winter's fire in my grate would in 5 minutes have destroyed the coat and its evidence altogether, had it been stripped off in my house, or had I been party to its destruction. The position in which the coat was found showed where it came from, viz. From the Southwark side of the river, where de Berenger's lodgings were. The judge thus proceeded. Excerpt begins. De Berenger must have had that dress with him, whatever it was, in which he had come in the coach, and it does not appear that he had any means of shifting himself. If he had an aide-de-camp's uniform with a star, and so presented himself to Lord C., how could Lord C. reconcile it to the duties he owed to society, to government, and to his character as a gentleman, to give him the means of exchanging it? It must be put on for some dishonest purpose. It is for you, gentlemen, to say whether it is possible he should know that a man coming so disguised and so habited, if he appeared before him so habited, came upon some dishonest errand, and whether it is to be conceived a person should so present himself to a person who did not know what that dishonest errand was, and that it was the very dishonest errand upon which he had so recently been engaged, and which he is found to be executing in the spreading of false intelligence for the purpose of elevating the funds. If he had actually appeared to Lord Cochrane stripped of his coat, and with that red coat and aide-de-camp's uniform, star and order, which have been represented to you, he appeared before him rather in the habit of a mountebank than in his proper uniform of a sharpshooter. This seems wholly inconsistent with the conduct of an innocent and honest man, for if he appeared in such an habit, he must have appeared to any rational person fully blazoned in the costume of that or some other crime. Report, pages 484, 485, 486. Excerpt ends. The preceding quotations from his Lordship's address to the jury are taken from the revised report of the trial. They will appear still more extraordinary as quoted from the report of the Times newspaper, taken verbatim at the time. Of this, no one acquainted even with ordinary newspaper reports will doubt the accuracy, and after having perused it, there will be as little doubt that the revised report was subsequently altered from what really occurred in court. The subjoined is the Times report of the judge's speech. Excerpt begins. Having hunted down the game, the prosecutors showed what became of its skin, and it was a very material fact that the defendant, de Berenger, stripped himself at Lord Cochrane's. He pulled his scarlet uniform off there, and if the circumstance of its not being green did not excite Lord Cochrane's suspicion, what did he think of the star and medal? It became him, on discovering these, as an officer and a gentleman, to communicate his suspicions of these circumstances. Did he not ask de Berenger where he had been in this masquerade dress? It was for the jury to say whether Lord Cochrane did not know where he had been. This was not the dress of a sharpshooter, but of a mountebank. He came before Lord Cochrane fully blazoned in the costume of his crime. Excerpt ends. The reader will not fail to perceive that in the Times verbatim report, which is no doubt correct, the court in every sentence affirms my positive guilt. In the revised report, his lordship is made to go throughout on the hypothetical if, whilst in the revised report of the trial, which revised report I affirm was made up for the occasion, I am represented as having been treated with all proper fairness. Every evil which followed afterwards was inflicted on the strength of this revised report, and not on the actual transactions at the trial, as reported in the daily papers. The revised report was indeed a very serious matter for me. From the reports in the daily papers, which were unquestionably accurate, the public mind was in a state of great ferment at the unfairness of the trial as regarded myself, and therefore the prosecution got up the revised report. On its appearance, the Attorney-General said in the House of Commons, July 20th, quote, "He was glad the period had arrived when the trial could be read at length, and thus do away the effect of those imperfect statements (open bracket, the reports of the daily papers) close bracket, which misled the public mind." End quote. The Solicitor General on the same date went farther, and accused me of having in my defence misrepresented and misquoted the judge, because I had quoted the reports of the daily papers, not having in fact any other to quote. On the testimony of that revised report, further investigation was declined by the Admiralty, and I was dismissed from the naval service. On the strength of Crane's evidence, the court had held that, quote, "De Berenger appeared before me, blazoned in the costume of his crime, that he pulled off his scarlet uniform in my presence, and that if the circumstance of its not being green did not excite my suspicion, what did I think of the star and medal?" End quote. It is certain that, even in the revised report of the trial, these unqualified assertions, which put as they were to the jury were sufficient for my conviction, are not supported by one particle of evidence. But more has yet to be said of Crane's evidence, which led to these expressions on the part of the judge. It will admit of little doubt that a man who would swear to the colour of a coat, and would not swear positively (open bracket by the revised report) close bracket, to the identity of the person who wore it, must have cogent reasons for a course so extraordinary. I will now adduce those reasons. It has been stated that, conscious of my innocence, I took no personal steps for my defence beyond forwarding a general statement of a few lines to my solicitors (see Appendix), that I never even read the completed brief which they drew up for the guidance of my counsel, nor was I present in court to suggest questions and cross-examination. After my conviction, however, it became necessary to seek additional evidence to support an appeal from the conviction, or an application for a new trial as against myself. Lord Ellenborough refused the application because all the persons tried were not present to concur in it, though the law gave me no power to compel their attendance. The evidence on which it was grounded, however, is none the less conclusive, because Lord Ellenborough and his colleagues declined to receive it, or even to hear it, but in place of doing so at once delivered their outrageous sentence against me. This appeal was grounded on the evidence of several respectable tradesmen residing in the neighbourhood of Crane, the hackney coachman, they voluntarily and unsolicited by me, but as an act of public justice, going before the Lord Mayor and making the affidavits from which the subjoined extracts are taken. Not one of these tradesmen was even known to me or my solicitors. Affidavits begin. James Miller, butcher of Marshgate, Lambeth, made affidavit that he saw De Berenger get out of the chaise into a hackney coach, that he was dressed in green with a grey greatcoat, and there was no red on any part of his dress. Joseph Rainment, fishmonger, Westminster Bridge Road, made affidavit that he saw De Berenger get out of the chaise into the hackney coach, that his greatcoat was partially open, and that the underdress was dark green like that of the sharpshooters. Charles King, stable keeper, Westminster Bridge Road, made affidavit that he met William Crane accidentally and asked him what he had been doing with Sayer. Footnote, a messenger of the court. Footnote ends. He answered that he had been to see De Berenger in order to identify him, but he could not swear to him, as many faces were alike. But he said, using a protestation in the most horrible language too gross to repeat, he would have a hackney coach out of them, meaning, as deponent believed, the prosecutors. During this conversation a person passed, dressed in a grey greatcoat, which Crane said was just like De Berenger's, and that he, Crane, did not see De Berenger's underdress, as his coat was closely buttoned up. Deponent further saith, that after the trial he saw Crane's father, who told him that he was going after the money, meaning the reward, adding that his son was considered a first-rate witness. On this the deponent asked Crane the elder how he could consider his son in that light, as he knew very well that he, deponent, had been examined. He must have beat him out of court. To this Crane's father replied that if he had appeared, there was the place where the clothes were bought and the post-boy. On deponent being severe in his remarks, the father said,
I don't know what they did with the boy, but they had him 2 days locked up in the police officer's house that he might not be tampered with. Footnote. The postboy admitted on the trial that he had several previous examinations and that he had received £52 for his evidence. Footnote ends. Affidavit continues. Deponent asked him if there had been any advances by the opposite party. He said none. Deponent further saith that he has seen William Crane since the trial, and on deponent accusing him of going too far with his evidence, he said he would swear black was white or anything else if he was paid for it. Deponent further saith that before the trial that William Crane's coach and horses were of a most miserable description, but since the trial he has purchased a hackney coach and horses of the best description. Deponent further saith that the said William Crane's general character is most infamous, and his mode of expressing himself so obscene and blasphemous as to preclude deponent from stating the exact words made use of by the said William Crane. The deponent further saith that Mr. Keir and the groom of Colonel Taylor were present when Crane said that he would swear black was white or anything else if he was well paid for it. Richard Baldwin, servant to Mr. Keir, made affidavit that on the 2nd of July he was present at a conversation between Charles King and William Crane, when he heard Crane, in reply to King, who had accused him of having gone too far in his evidence, say that he would be damned if he would not swear black was white or anything else if anyone would pay him for it. Thomas Critchfield, Westminster Bridge Road, coachmaker, made affidavit that he knew William Crane, and that he had heard him say, previously to the said trial, when speaking of his father, that he did not care a damn for his father, that he was 21 years of age and should soon have more money than his father ever had. Deponent further said that since the trial, the said William Crane has been enabled to purchase a very good hackney coach with horses and harnesses, though previous to the trial his coach and horses were of the most miserable description. Deponent lastly saith that the said William Crane is a man of the most infamous character, and that this deponent positively declares he would not believe him on his oath. James Yowell of Silver Street, Falcon Square, ticket porter, made affidavit that a few days after the 21st of February, William Crane told him that the person whom he took from a post-chaise and four at the Marshgate was no other than Lord Cochrane himself, that he knew Lord Cochrane as well as he knew him, deponent, that he had driven Lord Cochrane from the Opera House and other places of amusement 20 times, and described Lord Cochrane as a tall man with a long face and red whiskers. Deponent further saith that after the trial he, deponent, accused said William Crane of perjury in having sworn to Berenger as the man taken up by him at the Marshgate, whereas he had previously declared before the Stock Exchange Committee that Lord Cochrane was the person, whereupon Crane refused to converse with him further on the subject. This deponent further saith that having, on the same day, again met William Crane, he inquired if he had received the reward offered by the Stock Exchange Committee, when he, the said William Crane, admitted that he had received a part and expected more. James Lovemore of Clements Lane made affidavit that he heard the said James Yevil interrogate William Crane as to the person of Lord Cochrane, and that Crane said he knew Lord Cochrane as well as he did him, Yewell, and that he had driven Lord Cochrane from the Opera House and other places of amusement 20 times, and Crane further declared it was Lord Cochrane whom he drove from the post-chaise and four at the Marshgate, Lambeth, and described his lordship as a tall man with a long face and red whiskers. Affidavit's end. Such was a portion only of the facts which I was prepared with in my appeal to Lord Ellenborough and his colleagues, but as before said, the same judge refused to listen to the appeal, not on the ground of my having no evidence to rebut the perjury of Crane, but because all the persons convicted were not present in court to join in the appeal. It was the rule of court, which I had no power to alter, though, as has been seen in a recent chapter, Lord Campbell in his Lives of the Chief Justices states that such a case had only been ruled once, and that, in this case, it ought to have been overruled. In the two affidavits last adduced, there is abundant proof that if the resource of the red coat had not been adopted, Crane was prepared to swear that it was I whom had been driven from the Marshgate to my own home, the conclusion being that I was the pretended de Berenger. Crane evidently knew my personal appearance, as did most persons in London, and said further that he knew me from having driven me 20 times to the opera, the fact being that I was never at the opera but twice in my life, and once in the vestibule, when I was refused admittance for not being in full evening dress, the deficiency consisting in wearing white pantaloons on a very hot day. It should be remembered that Crane stated this before the Committee of the Stock Exchange soon after the 21st of February. that is, before I had given the clue to De Berenger in my affidavit as the person who visited my house on the morning of that day. After I had thus disclosed the name of De Berenger, the project of proving by the perjury of Crane that I was the pretended De Burgh was given up by the prosecution, from the dissimilarity of his personal appearance to mine, and then, but not till then, was the equally atrocious perjury of the red coat resorted to. Upon the evidence of such a man as Crane was I convicted, and refused an appeal from the conviction, or a new trial, because the defendants to the indictment were not all in court. It was a rule of court, which, as Lord Campbell says, ought to have been in my case overruled, but Lord Ellenborough refused to hear a word of the abundant evidence then in my hand and available for my exculpation. Crane's evidence that De Berenger had on a red coat was relied on, but the far more reliable evidence that the coat was green, as I had stated, was repudiated. Crane had boasted that he would swear black was white if well paid for it, and I held in my hand the most reliable evidence that from the money he had been paid for his perjury he had bought a new coach, horses, and harness. None of these circumstances were allowed to be received in court, or even listened to, because all the persons included in the indictment were not present, though, as Lord Campbell has well said, the rule of court in my case ought, under the peculiar circumstances, to have been overruled. A few more particulars relative to this convict Crane, for such was his subsequent fate, are necessary to enable the reader to judge of my prosecution and those who selected this man as their chief witness. Not long after the trial, the solicitor of Mr. Cochrane Johnson wrote to me to the following effect, relative to a discovery made, when too late, as to Crane's character. Excerpt begins. This fellow has lately been prosecuted by Mr. Dawson before the Commissioners of the Hackney Coach Office for brutality and general misconduct. The offence was so flagrant that the severest punishment was inflicted, and at present he is under a long suspension. He is a worthless rascal, and if Mr. D can do your lordship any service, you have only to command it. Excerpt ends. Enclosed in the above communication was the following extract from the Times newspaper of May 25th, 1814. Excerpt begins. On Friday last, William Crane, driver of the Hackney coach number 782, was summoned before the Commissioners on a charge of cruelty to his horses, and for abuse to a gentleman who noticed his conduct. The circumstances detailed were so shocking as to induce the Commissioners to observe that they had never heard a more atrocious case. They would have inflicted a pecuniary penalty, but as it must necessarily be paid by his father, they ordered him instead to be suspended from driving any hackney coach for 3 months. Excerpt ends. The trial which resulted in my conviction on this very man's evidence took place on the 8th of June 1814, only a fortnight after his conviction of the atrocity just quoted, so that at the moment of giving his evidence this man was himself under punishment for an offence pronounced by the Commissioners to be so shocking that they had never heard of a more atrocious case. Had this information been available at the trial, the jury would have paid but small attention to Crane's evidence. Crane was convicted of stealing 20 sovereigns and other property under circumstances no less atrocious. He was sentenced to transportation for 7 years, but at the expiration of 3 years, received a free pardon from the government on his own petition. The subjoined certificate from the officials of Newgate, however, place his conviction and premature pardon by the Secretary of State in 1830 beyond doubt. Excerpt begins. Office, Newgate, 23rd October 1830. I do hereby certify that William Crane, aged 33, was committed to this gaol on the 17th of February 1826 by J.C. Connaught, Esquire, for stealing a box, a pair of scissors, and 20 sovereigns, the property and monies of William Bucknell, tried before Mr. Serjeant Arabin on the 20th of February, convicted and sentenced to transportation for 7 years, and that he was removed on the 23rd of March following on board the Justita hulk at Woolwich. Endorsement at the back of this certificate. William Crane has been discharged from the hulks on petition to the Secretary of State, and is now again driving the coach number 481 belonging to his father. Crane's discharge took place Thursday before last. 13th of November 1830. No signature, but evidently a police memorandum. Excerpt's end. These facts will be sufficient to convince the reader of my innocence as regarded the evidence of Crane, the hackney coachman. Yet his evidence was laid before the jury as of the highest reliable kind, whilst the very facts relative to his character, even to his being under conviction whilst giving his evidence, Lord Ellenborough
and his colleagues refused to hear, because all the parties convicted were not present in court. It is scarcely possible to imagine greater injustice and folly, even in that day. So little apparent danger was there of the possibility of my being declared implicated in this hoax, that even my solicitors had not taken the precaution of summoning my servants to give evidence as to the kind of dress worn by De Berenger, though during the period he remained in my house previous to my arrival from the lamp maker's, where, on receiving his letter, I was busily engaged, and amidst the busy operations of packing my clothes and other effects to be sent on board the Tonnant, had been seen by nearly all of my servants, the selection of clothing being carried on in the very room in which he was waiting my return for nearly 2 hours. On my appeal to the Court of King's Bench, I provided myself with the following affidavits from such of my servants as had come in contact with De Berenger whilst waiting at my house. Affidavits begin. Thomas Seaman, servant to Lord Cochrane, maketh oath and saith that he, this deponent, has lived with branches of Lord Cochrane's family for nearly 20 years, that he attended Lord Cochrane last year to take letters and go on errands, and that he has been in the habit of going to Mr. King's manufactory almost every day, that this deponent was in Lord Cochrane's house in Green Street, Grosvenor Square, on the 21st day of February last, when an officer came in a hackney coach about 10 o'clock in the morning, that this deponent opened the door and spoke to the officer in the coach, who asked if Lord Cochrane was at home, that this deponent replied he was not, upon which the officer asked the deponent if he knew where Lord Cochrane was gone to, which deponent answered that he believed his lordship was gone to breakfast with his uncle in Cumberland Street, that the officer then asked him if he could let him have a slip of paper and a pen and ink, which this deponent said he could, that this deponent then opened the coach door, and the officer came into the house and went into the parlour, where this deponent gave him a small slip of paper, upon which he wrote a few lines by way of note, and desired the deponent to take the same to Lord Cochrane in Cumberland Street, that this deponent went immediately into Cumberland Street, but finding that Lord Cochrane was gone, returned with the note to the officer in Green Street, that on his return the officer asked deponent if he knew where he could find him, then deponent then told the officer he had been ordered by Lord Cochrane to follow him to Mr. King's manufactory with a glass globe, and thought it probable he might meet with his lordship there, and if he did not, he would then go to the Admiralty, where he understood his lordship was to go that day, that the officer then took back the note from this deponent, opened it and wrote a line or two more, and then resealed it, and gave it to deponent, requesting him to take it immediately to Mr. King's manufactory, and that if he did not meet with Lord Cochrane there, he would take the note to the Admiralty, and if his lordship had not been at the Admiralty, to leave it there, that on the officer's requesting deponent to go to Mr. King's manufactory, he told the deponent that his finding Lord Cochrane was of consequence, and therefore begged deponent to be as expeditious as he could, and if necessary to take a coach, that this deponent did not take a coach, but went instantly to Mr. King's manufactory, where he met Lord Cochrane and delivered him the note, which he opened in deponent's presence, that upon opening the note, Lord Cochrane asked deponent several times if he knew who the gentleman was that had written it, and upon deponent's informing him that he did not, Lord Cochrane made several inquiries as to his appearance and dress, observing that he could not make out the whole of the note, or who it had come from. To this the deponent answered that he was an army officer, upon which Lord Cochrane, having torn the note, threw it down, and then said, "Very well, Thomas, I'll go back." That from Lord Cochrane's manner and appearance, and the questions he put to deponent on his delivering the note, this deponent verily believes that his lordship did not know from whom it came. And this deponent further saith, that when the officer came into Green Street, as above stated, he was dressed in a great grey coat, such as the guards wear, which was buttoned very close round the body up to the breast, and that such part of the undercoat as he could see was of a dark green colour. That upon the officer's coming out of the coach into Lord Cochrane's house, he brought with him a sword and a small leather clothes bag or portmanteau, which deponent believes might have held a change of clothes. That this deponent further saith, that he was hired by his lordship at Christmas last to go into the country, and relieve Richard Carter, his lordship's sea steward. That this deponent left London about the 25th day of February, and Richard Carter, the sea steward, then came to town for the purpose of accompanying Lord Cochrane to his ship. Thomas Seaman. Sworn in court, June 14th, 1814, by the court. Mary Turpin, cookmaid to Lord Cochrane, maketh oath, and saith that she went into his lordship's service on the 18th day of February last, and that she was in the house on the 21st of February, when an officer came there, and that she was in the kitchen at the time the coach drove to the door, that she saw an officer alight from the coach and come into the house, that he arrived a little before 9 o'clock,
that this deponent went twice into the parlour while the officer was there, and doth most positively swear that he wore a great grey coat buttoned up with a dark green collar or facing under it, that the officer had with him a dark military cap with a gold band round it, and also a sword and a small portmanteau. Mary Turpin, sworn in court, June 14th, 1814, by the court. Sarah Bust, of No. 4 Great Marylebone Street, in the county of Middlesex, spinster, maketh oath and saith that she lived a servant to Lord Cochrane for nearly 12 months, and that she quitted his service on the evening of the 21st of February last, that she well remembers an officer coming to his lordship's house in Green Street on the morning of that day, that the officer sent the manservant out, that the officer had on a grey greatcoat which was buttoned up to the breast, and that the neck of his undercoat, or such part as she could see, was a dark green, and he had also with him a military cap. Sarah Bust, sworn at my chambers, June 13th, 1814, before me, S. LeBlanc. To this I will append my second affidavit. Sir Thomas Cochrane, commonly called Lord Cochrane, one of the above-named defendants, maketh oath and saith that the several facts and circumstances stated in his affidavit sworn on the 11th of March last before Lord Graham, the magistrate, are true, and this deponent further saith that in addition to the several facts and circumstances stated in his said affidavit, he deposeth as follows, that is to say, that he had not directly or indirectly any concern whatever in the formation or any knowledge of the existence of an intention to form the plot charged in the indictment, or any other scheme or design for affecting the public funds. That the sale of the preferred omnium on the 21st day of February was made in pursuance of orders given to his broker at the time of the purchase thereof on about the 14th of that month, to sell the same whenever a profit of 1% could be realised, and that those directions were given, and the sale thereof took place without any knowledge, information, hint, or surmise on the part of this deponent of any concern or attempt whatever to alter the price of the funds, and that the said sale on the 21st took place entirely without this deponent's knowledge. That when this deponent returned home from Mr. King's manufactory on the 21st of February, which he did directly after the receipt of a note, he fully expected to have met an officer from abroad with intelligence of his brother, who had, by letter to this deponent, received on the Friday before, communicated his being confined to bed and severely afflicted by a dangerous illness, and about whom this deponent was extremely anxious, but this deponent found Captain de Berenger at his house in a grey greatcoat and a green jacket. That this deponent never saw the defendants Ralph Sandon, Alex McRae, John Peter Holloway, and Henry Light, or any or either of them, nor ever had any communication or correspondence with them, or any or either of them, directly or indirectly. That this deponent, in pursuance of directions from the Admiralty, proceeded to Chatham to join his Majesty's ship the Tonnant, to which he had been appointed on the 8th day of February last, that the ship was then lying at Chatham, that previous to the 8th of February this deponent applied to the Admiralty for leave of absence, which was refused, until this deponent had joined the said ship, and had removed her down to Long Reach, that this deponent, in pursuance of those directions, removed the said ship from Chatham to Long Reach, and after that was done, viz. On Sunday the 12th day of the said month, this deponent wrote to the Admiralty to apply for leave of absence for a fortnight for the purpose of lodging a specification for a patent, as had been previously communicated by this deponent to their lordships. That leave of absence was accordingly granted for 14 days commencing on the 14th of said month, that the deponent was engaged in London expecting the said specification till the 28th of the said month, when the said specification was completed, and this deponent left town about 1 o'clock on the morning of the 1st of March, and arrived at Chatham about daylight on the same morning. That on the 8th or 9th of the same month of March, this deponent received an intimation that placards were posted in several of the streets, stating that a pretended Colonel de Burgh had gone to this deponent's house in Green Street, that at the time this deponent received this intimation he was on board the said ship at Long Reach, and in consequence went to Admiral Surridge, the Port Admiral at Chatham, to obtain leave of absence, which was granted. Previous to the receipt of the leave forwarded by the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, this deponent arrived in London on the 10th day of that month, to the best of his belief, and that after his trial he himself, conscious of his own innocence and fearing no consequences from a development of his own conduct, and desiring only to rescue his character from erroneous impressions made by misrepresentations in the public prints, he, without any communication whatever with any other persons and without any assistance, on the impulse of the moment, prepared the aforementioned affidavit, which he swore before Mr. Graham, the magistrate, on the 11th. that at the time he made such affidavit he had not seen or heard the contents of the report published by the Committee of the Stock Exchange, except partial extracts in the newspapers; that when the deponent understood that the prosecution was to be instituted against him, he wrote to Admiral Fleming, in whose service Isaac Davis, formerly this deponent's servant, then was, under cover to Admiral Bickerton at Portsmouth, and that Admiral Bickerton returned the letter saying that Admiral Fleming had sailed for Gibraltar; that this deponent sent his servants Thomas Dewman, Sarah Bust, and Mary Turpin, on the trial of his indictment, to prove that an officer came to this deponent's house on the morning of the said 21st of February, and to prove the dress that he came in, but that the said Thomas Dewman only was called, and as this deponent has been informed, he was not interrogated as to the dress in which said officer came to his house; and that deponent further saith, that had the said witness been examined according to the directions of this deponent, and who were in attendance on the court for that express purpose, they would, as he verily believes, have removed every unfavourable conclusion regarding this deponent's conduct, drawn from the supposed dress in which said De Berenger appeared before the deponent on the 21st of February, and on which circumstances much stress was laid in the charge to the jury. The said De Berenger's dress being exactly as stated in this said deponent's former affidavit herein before mentioned, that this deponent solemnly and positively denies that he ever saw the said De Berenger in a scarlet uniform, decorated by medals or other insignia, and he had not the least suspicion of said De Berenger being engaged in any plot respecting the funds, but merely believed he wished, for reasons stated in deponent's former affidavit, to go on board this deponent's ship, with a view to obtain some military employment in America, and this deponent declined complying with his request to send him on board his ship without permission or an order from the Admiralty, and this deponent further saith that he was in no degree intimate with the said De Berenger, that he had no personal knowledge of his private or public character, that he never asked the said De Berenger to his house, nor did he ever breakfast or dine with this deponent therein, on any occasion whatsoever; and further, this deponent saith that he had been informed, and verily believes, that the jury who tried said indictment, and the counsel for the defence, were so completely exhausted and worn out by extreme fatigue, owing to the court having been continued, the trial without intermission for many hours, beyond that time which nature is capable of sustaining itself without reflection and repose, that justice could not be done to this deponent. Cochrane, sworn in court, June 14, 1814, by the court. Affidavit ends. With such documents in my hand, I was refused a new trial, for reasons hereafter to be adduced. Of the vindictiveness with which I was pursued, there can be no better proof than that the other parties convicted on clear evidence were let off with imprisonment and half the fine inflicted on myself and Mr. Butt, whilst we, who had nothing to do with the matter, were fined £1,000, and in addition sentenced to the barbarous punishment of the pillory. I advisedly say we, for I will here put on record my conscientious belief that Mr. Butt had no more to do with the hoax than myself. I give this testimony to the memory of a truly excellent man, whose misfortune it was to have become the dupe of others, without the least hope of benefit to himself. It is impossible in an autobiography like the present to go into the entire case seriatim, as it would be easy to bring forward other proofs as clear as those now adduced. The evidence of Crane was, however, the important point. I have now laid before the reader the documents which the Court of King's Bench declined to entertain, and have no doubt as to what his decision must be. Whether was it the more probable that a man in my position, with nothing to gain by it, should, in order to commit a fraud, conspire with several other persons of whose names he had never before heard, and then swear that I did not commit it, or that such a man as Crane, at the moment of giving his evidence himself, under conviction and sentence for a heinous offence, should swear falsely to the colour of a coat for a pecuniary reward? I, to whom the public voice and the rewards of my sovereign had elevated to an honourable rank in my profession, or a hackney coachman under conviction at the moment of giving his evidence, and known in his own line of life to have been the most depraved of one of the most depraved classes of society. My conviction was followed by expulsion from the House of Commons, and was voted by a majority of 140 to 44. But that in a House like the one with which the reader is now well acquainted, 44 independent gentlemen should be found to believe in my innocence, in the teeth of the ministers of the day, of whom Lord Ellenborough was one, the same ministry being as personified in Lord Castlereagh and Mr. Croker, is perhaps as good proof of innocence as could be desired, certainly as great as could be expected. It is with no small pride that I publish the names of the minority. there are those amongst them whose testimony will weigh with posterity. List of the minority who voted against the expulsion of Lord Cochrane: Allen G., Atherley A., Barham S., Bennett Hon. H., Brand Hon. T., Brown D., Bridges Sir E., Burdett Sir F., Burrell Hon. P., Butterworth Joseph, Challoner R., Ebrington Viscount, Flood Sir F., Gaskell B., Grant C.H. Senior, Grant J.P., Hughes W., Lambton J., Lloyd H., McGuinness, Maddox William, Martin J., Mildmay Sir H., Mills Robert, Montgomery Sir H., Moore P., Newman Robert, Nugent Lord, Osselton Lord, Ponsonby Right Hon. G., Power R., Raincliffe Lord, Rashley William, Richards Robert, Ridley Sir M., Russell Lord William, Simpson G., Smith W., Tavistock Marquess of, Weston C., Whitbread S., Williams Sir R., Wortley J., Tellers Lord A. Hamilton A. Brown. End of chapter 39. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Chapter 18 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Chapter 40. If such evidence as has been exposed in the last chapter was unreliable, the use made of it by the bench was unjustifiable. Crane deposed to de Berenger's having with him a portmanteau big enough to wrap a coat in. The person of whom the coat was bought deposed to his taking it away in this portmanteau, yet the judge, despite the obvious consideration that de Berenger could not have gone to Dover in this splendid and ornamented dress, but must have had some other dress for his journey, charged the jury that it did not appear that de Berenger had the means of shifting himself. He had the means of putting on the red coat at or near Dover, and what doubt could there be that his portmanteau supplied the means of again shifting it after his return? The evidence on the trial showed that shortly before reaching London he drew down the sunblinds of the chaise, when there can be no reasonable doubt that he changed it for the green one in which he went to Dover, and which had been temporarily placed in the portmanteau. Crane has been shown, by his own words, gave his evidence under the expectation of reward, and had no doubt been instructed that a red coat was the very thing wanted. On the evidence of this man Crane, the jury was further charged that de Berenger not only entered my house in a red uniform, but that it was also decorated with a star and medal. There was nothing in the testimony of Crane or the waterman which related to a star and medal. They never gave the slightest intimation of de Berenger wearing any such ornaments. But as he appeared to have worn some ornaments of the kind at Dover, this is prima facie proof that he had changed his coat on his return, otherwise both Crane and the waterman must have seen ornaments so conspicuous. Still, a star, like a red coat, was wanted to convict me, and a leading question to the postboy, who admitted that previous to the trial he had received £52, was whether he had seen a star. His reply was that he had seen something of the kind, but that he could not swear what it was. He nevertheless said that he had opened the chaise door, and therefore must have been within a yard of the star, if star there were, so that his refusal to swear to it is palpable proof that de Berenger wore no star on his return, this being no doubt on the red coat in the portmanteau. Yet, said Lord Ellenborough to the jury, he pulled off his scarlet uniform at Lord Cochrane's house. He came to Lord Cochrane fully blazoned in the costume of his crime. (Times report of the trial). The fact that de Berenger had with him, according to Crane's evidence, a portmanteau big enough to wrap a coat in, was not laid before the jury, nor the obvious inference that he must, beyond doubt, have conveyed his scarlet coat to Dover in that portmanteau, because a man whom the Solicitor General said was no fool would not have committed such an act of folly as prematurely to array himself in so remarkable a dress, intended for so criminal a purpose. A circumstance strongly inferential occurred, which went far to prove that de Berenger had changed his dress before coming to my house.
On the first part of the journey he was proved to have worn a sword, unquestionably as essential to his assumed character. But before he came to my house he had disengaged himself from the sword, for Crane swore on entering he took out of the chaise a portmanteau and a sword, and went in. So, according to the evidence of Crane himself, the chief witness for the prosecution, he had made one material alteration in his appearance. Why should De Berenger have worn his sword up to the last stage from Dover, during which he pulled down the sun-blinds, and then have taken it off, but for the plain reason that he could not change his scarlet coat for his green uniform without first taking off his sword, which he had not replaced, but laid it on the chaise seat during the operation? Not a word of this was allowed to go to the jury, though, if, as Lord Ellenborough argued, he had been regardless of exhibiting himself to me in the false character of a military officer, he would hardly have taken off his sword. These facts were not only proofs that a partial change of dress had been made, but that an entire change had been effected, to which the removal of the sword was absolutely necessary. Had my servants been called upon the trial, their testimony, as seen in their affidavits contained in the previous chapter, must have been decisive. It has been stated that at the instance of Mr. Cochrane Johnson, Sir Alexander Cochrane applied to the Admiralty for permission to engage De Berenger, and the records of the Admiralty would then, as no doubt they will now, prove the fact. There was not a word passed on the subject at the trial, nor any witness brought from the Admiralty to decide the point, yet Lord Ellenborough put it to the jury as beyond doubt that it was I or Mr. Cochrane Johnson, who was also a defendant in the same prosecution, who applied to Sir Alexander for his engagement, thus making this unfounded but important fact part of his direction to the jury. Here are the judge's words. Quote, "There is no doubt that Sir Alexander Cochrane had, on some application from Mr. Cochrane Johnson or Lord Cochrane, applied for him." Open bracket, report, page 483, close bracket, end quote. It is difficult to account for the judge's motive in making such a statement, wholly unsupported by evidence. Neither was there even an attempt to show that I had interfered, or even interested myself in, any application on De Berenger's behalf. The fact of Sir Alexander Cochrane having made the application was most important for my defence, because it added greatly to the probability of my statement in my affidavit, and accounted for the conduct of De Berenger in presuming to call on me to request a passage to America. This Lord Ellenborough completely neutralised by telling the jury that it was I who applied to Sir Alexander for his employment, the impression made on the minds of the jury being that, notwithstanding I disclaimed all knowledge of the man, I had been on terms of intimacy with him before the application was made. The judge then declared as follows, quote, "But it does not rest there, for he himself lends to this person the immediate means of concealment. He lets him have a hat instead of his laced cap, and what had such a cap to do with the sharpshooter's uniform?" End quote, open bracket, report, page 485, close bracket. I had never said a word about a laced cap, nor had I ever seen De Berenger's cap, for, as one of my servants testified, it lay in the hall. After this direction to the jury, and my consequent conviction, I made it my business to ascertain what kind of cap was worn by the adjutant of Lord Yarmouth's Rifle Corps, and, to my great surprise and indignation, discovered that the regimental headdress of De Berenger was a black cap, with a spacious gold band upon it, a long gold tassel pendant, and a death's head and marrow bones in bronze. So that sharpshooters had something to do with laced caps. Still more extraordinary was the judge's observation to the jury, quote, "The uniform of the Rifle Corps is of a bottle green colour, made to resemble the colour of trees, that those who wear it may hide themselves in woods and escape discovery there." End quote, open bracket, report, page 478, close bracket. This was in direct opposition to the evidence, for Lord Yarmouth had actually testified in court that the uniform of the corps was, quote, "waistcoat green with a crimson cape." End quote. Reader's note, excerpt begins. "Mr. Park, what is the uniform of your corps?" Lord Yarmouth: "The uniform is the waistcoat green with a crimson cape." Mr. Park: "A bottle green, is it not?" Lord Yarmouth: "Some have got it a little darker than others, but it should be a deep bottle green with a crimson collar." Reader's note, excerpt ends. I have merely taken these instances at random, and without comment further than necessary to enable the reader to comprehend them. As my judge is no longer here to reply to me, I abstain from comment, however much it might tend, now that the party spirit which ruined me has died out, to establish my innocence. Still, I cannot refrain from adducing a few extracts from Lord Campbell's work relative to trials of politically obnoxious persons. Lord Ellenborough's efforts to convict Leigh Hunt of libel, and the verdict of not guilty pronounced by an indignant jury, are matters within the memory of many now living. "Such scandal," says Lord Campbell, "was excited by the mode in which the Government prosecutions for libel were now instituted and conducted, that Lord Holland brought the subject before the House of Lords. The violence of Lord Ellenborough, when opposing Lord Holland's motion, is foreign to the subject of the present work. Sir James Mackintosh, who heard it, expressed himself disgusted with its dogmatism." Lord Campbell, Vol. 3, page 205. The subjoined are Lord Campbell's remarks when introducing the subject. Extract begins. "He did his best to convict Leigh Hunt, then the editor of the Examiner, upon an ex officio information for publishing an article against the excess to which the punishment of flagellation had been carried in the army. Gentlemen," said he to the jury, "we are placed in a most anxious and awful situation. The liberty of the country, everything we enjoy, not only the independence of the nation, but whatever each individual amongst us prizes in private life, depends upon our fortunate resistance to the arms of Bonaparte and the force of France, which I may say is the force of all Europe combined under that formidable foe. It becomes us, therefore, to see that there is not, in addition to the prostrate thrones of Europe, an auxiliary within this country, and that he has not the aid for the furtherance of his object of a British press. This publication is not to draw the attention of the legislature or of persons in authority with a view to a remedy, but seems intended to induce the military to consider themselves as more degraded than any other soldiers in the world, and to make them less ready at this awful crisis to render the country that assistance without which we are collectively and individually undone. I have no doubt but that this libel has been published with the intention imputed to it, and that it is entitled to the character given to it in the information." Lord Campbell's quotation of Lord Ellenborough ends. The excerpt continues as Lord Campbell. Nevertheless, to the unspeakable mortification of the noble judge, the jury found a verdict of not guilty. Lord Campbell's Lives of the Chief Justices, Vol. 3, page 201 to 203. Excerpt ends. The following are Lord Campbell's remarks on the verdict in the 7 days' trial of Dr. Watson on a charge of high treason. After charging the jury, "he asked them whether they would take some refreshment before they left the bar, when the foreman, in a tone which made the Chief Justice's countenance visibly collapse, say, 'My Lord, we shall not be long.' Accordingly, after going through the form of withdrawing and consulting together, they returned and pronounced their verdict, to which they had long made up their minds, not guilty." Vol. 3, page 222. The case of Hone in 1817 is another in point. I know nothing of Hone's works, nor of the libels of which he was accused, but Lord Campbell says that "he defended himself with extraordinary skill and tact, and at the end of the first day's trial was acquitted." The quote ends, but an excerpt begins with a fresh quote. This being related to the enfeebled Chief Justice, his energy was revived, and he swore that, at whatever cost, he would preside in court himself, so that conviction might be certain. He did so, and thus charged the jury. "I will deliver to you my solemn opinion as I am required by Act of Parliament to do, under the authority of that Act, and still more in obedience to my conscience and my God, I pronounce it to be the most impious and profane libel, hoping and believing that you are Christians, I doubt not but that your opinion is the same." The jury almost immediately pronounced a verdict of not guilty. "Still," says Lord Campbell, "the Chief Justice was undismayed, and declared that he would next day proceed with the indictment. This was a most indiscreet resolution." The whole of Hone's third trial was a triumph, the jury plainly intimating their determination to find a verdict in his favour. After a similar summing up as on the preceding day, there was the like verdict. The popular opinion was that Lord Ellenborough was killed by Hone's trial, and he certainly never held up his head in public after. Lord Campbell, Vol. 3, page 225.
These facts prove that subsequently to my trial, whenever Lord Ellenborough in a popular case charged the jury to bring in the defendant guilty, the jury made a point of finding not guilty. It was unfortunate for me that such a course was not previously adopted, but perhaps it may be said that my case brought about this result. One most material point connected with the trial cannot be overlooked, one, in fact, which not only concerned the liberties of obnoxious persons like myself, but also the liberties of every man in the country. At the period of my trial, Lord Ellenborough was not only the Chief Justice of the King's Bench, but at the same time a Cabinet Minister. This terrible combination of incompatible offices was, for the first time under constitutional government, effected in the person of Lord Ellenborough, and to the credit of subsequent administrations, for the last time also. No other Chief Justice ever came hot-foot from a Cabinet Council to decide the fate of an accused person politically obnoxious to the Cabinet. The trial going on from day to day, so as to become open no less to Cabinet than to forensic discussion. The thing was monstrous, and could only have been acted on in this instance for the purpose of suppressing, by the expedient just shown, the rising spirit of public liberty which the Government was ever on the watch to keep down. The Quarterly Review, when commenting on the Life and Correspondence of Sir Samuel Romilly, thus treats the matter, number 132, 1840, page 612, Reader's note, excerpt begins. The Whigs, by way of including all the talents, had given the Chief Justice of the King's Bench, Lord Ellenborough, a seat in the Cabinet, and upon this before unheard of combination of judicial and ministerial characters, this monstrous attempt to tinge the ermine of justice with the colour of party. Excerpt ends. The chance I had may be readily estimated with a Cabinet Minister for my judge, and the Cabinet of which he was a member composed of ministers to whom I had become deeply obnoxious by determined opposition to their measures, having, in fact, given them more trouble than any other of my party, because my knowledge of naval abuses and profligate expenditure enabled me to expose both. It might, with one of my most bitter opponents for a judge, have been a still greater marvel had I been acquitted, than that I was convicted without, and in opposition to, evidence. Had Lord Ellenborough possessed a true sense of delicacy, he would never have presided at that trial. Still less would he have refused me a new trial, when more perfectly prepared, a proceeding no doubt adopted as the best means of silencing further discussion, which had begun to harass him personally and cause uneasiness to the ministry. The shortest course, if not the justest, was to screen himself and them by immediately crushing his adversary. But the injury went farther than my conviction in the Court of King's Bench. After my subsequent expulsion from the House, which, as Lord Brougham rightly says, quote, secured my re-election for Westminster, end quote, on its adverse note hung the fate of the ministry. Had the vote been in my favour, the Chief Justice could not have held his seat in the Cabinet, and his evacuation could scarcely have been otherwise than followed by that of the whole ministry. Of this, however, there was little danger, the great bond of adhesion to the ministry, as has been fully shown in the course of this work, being the pensions and sinecures so freely distributed amongst an unreformed House of Commons. The question, however, became thus one of ministerial existence. Had the House, as it ought to have done, irrespective of me or my case, repudiated the anomaly of a Chief Justice holding a seat in the Cabinet, the retirement of Lord Ellenborough must have been indispensable and immediate. He could not have maintained his political office for an hour. In place of an individual member being heard in his own defence, the question really was the right of a Chief Justice to hold a seat in the Cabinet, or in legal phrase, the issue was Lord Cochrane versus Lord Ellenborough, the Admiralty and the Cabinet. In the unreformed House of Commons, Lord Cochrane, as a matter of course, went to the wall, no one expecting otherwise. Of the guilt or innocence of the other parties convicted I know nothing, but I will say this, that if guilty, there was nothing in their guilt half so bad as the deliberate malice which on 2 occasions had conspired to ruin me. My appointment as flag captain to my uncle was gall and wormwood to those who, for opposing a vote of thanks to Lord Gambier, had condemned me to 5 years' deprivation of employment, at a time when my services would have been honourable to myself and beneficial to my country. I had gained employment in a way beyond their control, and my unjust conviction of having participated in a trumpery hoax, which common sense might have convinced them was beneath my notice, was converted into the means of preventing the future exercise of my abilities as a naval officer. I have to apologise to Lord Campbell for the freedom with which I have used his great work, but though an unjustly maligned man, my reputation is as dear to me as though no spot had ever rested upon it, and I have adduced these extracts
to show that Lord Ellenborough, in his zeal for justice, might have possibly mistaken my case. His biographers ascribe to him pure motives, and I am bound not to set my opinions against those of his biographers, nor have I done so. But for 46 years I have been vainly endeavouring to get my case reheard, and much allowance should be accorded me. I would not ask for mercy if guilty, but for increased severity of punishment, as I should most richly deserve. To demand a hearing of my case was my first public act after my trial. It shall be my last. The public act was a letter to Lord Ebrington, deprecating his lordship's interference for a mitigation of my outrageous sentence. The following is a copy of this letter. Letter begins. King's Bench, July 13th, 1814. My Lord, although I claim no right to interfere with the parliamentary conduct of any member, or to interfere with the motions which he may judge proper to originate, yet I owe a duty to myself, which demands that I should apprise your lordship that the motion of which you have given notice respecting me has a tendency to bring down upon me a greater indignity than any which has been offered to me by my enemies. I had flattered myself from a recent note of your lordship that, in your mind, I stood wholly acquitted, and I did not expect to be treated by your lordship as an object of mercy on the grounds of past services or severity of sentence. I cannot allow myself to be indebted to that tenderness of disposition which has led your lordship to form an erroneous estimate of the amount of punishment due to the crimes of which I have been accused, nor can I for a moment consent that any past services of mine should be prostituted to the purpose of protecting me from any part of the vengeance of the laws against which I, if at all, have grossly offended. If I am guilty, I richly merit the whole of the sentence which has been passed upon me. If innocent, one penalty cannot be inflicted with more justice than another. If your lordship shall judge proper to persist in the motion which you have given notice, I hope you will do me the justice to read this letter to the House. I have, etc., Cochrane, the Lord Ebrington. Letter ends. Independently, however, of these or any other considerations, I might point to my previous general services as a naval officer, for which I had not received a public reward of any kind, to my refusal of a squadron of frigates and Lord Mulgrave's own regiment, if I would consent to a vote of thanks to Lord Gambier, conjointly with myself, an offer which, had it been accepted, would have been tantamount to the acquisition of 500,000 of prize money, to my unceasing opposition in Parliament to the abuses of the Admiralty Courts and naval administration in general, in direct opposition to my own pecuniary interests, to my rejection of the openly expressed proposal of the Secretary of the Admiralty to quit the Radical party and come over to that of the Government, to my anticipated employment on the coasts of the United States, and the great pecuniary proceeds which there was every reason to expect as a result of my putting previous experience in practice. I would then put to the common sense of the reader whether the acquisition of a few paltry £100 by means of the imputed frauds on the Stock Exchange was a likely motive to actuate me in joining a conspiracy with persons, some of whom I never knew nor heard of, which, if detected, must have destroyed my future prospects, when on the eve of an expedition calculated in all human probability to have raised me above all political enmity. The reply is self-evident. I would again ask whether, with a guilty knowledge of the act in which de Berenger had been engaged, I should have perpetrated the consummate folly of voluntarily disclosing all that took place on unexpectedly finding him at my house, this voluntary information on my part affording the only clue to the case which could otherwise never have been developed. If guilty, such disclosure on my part would have been an act of absolute insanity. Had I been aware that his asking me for the means of concealing his uniform, first on his representation that, not being a drill day, he could not appear in it before his colonel, Lord Yarmouth, and secondly, that he could not return in it to the rules of the King's Bench without exciting suspicion that he had been violating the rules, is it likely I should have voluntarily become my own accuser when there existed no necessity for me to say a single word on the subject? Should I not rather, if guilty, have given him the order to go on board the Tonnant, and thus place both him and myself beyond the reach of danger? In place, however, of further vindication of my character as having had any participation in this wretched hoax, I will, in addition to the legal opinions already adduced, bring forward others, since pronounced, by men in whom the public repose the most implicit confidence. At first, the voluntary statement of a gallant general who had been equally ill-used with myself and by the same political adversaries and clique who persecuted me. I mean Sir Robert Wilson, who happily survived his persecution, was reinstated in his military rank and honours, and died honoured and lamented. Regent Street, 14th of March, 1823. My dear Lord, it has been mentioned to me that a memorandum I once held with the late Mr. Whitbread on the subject of your persecution, and which I have frequently repeated, might be a document of some utility. My compliance with the expressed wish is not an act of friendship, but a duty and justice to all parties. I therefore do affirm, upon my honour, to the accurate truth of the following statement, being ready, if required, to give it any legal character of which it may be susceptible. Being at Southall Park in the year 1814, I took an opportunity of asking Mr. Whitbread for his opinion on the subject of Lord Cochrane's trial and sentence, stating to him that I had been out of England at the time. I was very imperfectly acquainted with the proceedings, but feeling much interested about the character of an officer so eminently distinguished, I was desirous to pin my faith upon his (Mr. Whitbread's) judgment. But if, from any political or personal consideration, he could only give me a partial or half compliance, I begged him to be silent altogether, as my object was to know the whole truth, and to be put in possession for my future guidance of his most secret feelings on the transaction. Mr. Whitbread replied that he had no hesitation to acquiesce with my wish, that there was never a case to which he had given more attention, or which had caused him more sleepless nights, as he had been resolved to probe the matter to the bottom, if possible, and come to a just conclusion; that he had formed his conclusion, and, if they were the last words he had to utter before appearance in the presence of the Creator, he should say that he was convinced that Lord Cochrane was totally and entirely innocent of the whole or any part of the offence laid to his charge, that he felt certain that Lord Cochrane was in no way privy to the proceedings so far as they related to any imposition. Mr. Whitbread added, "My family know this to be my conscientious opinion, and I am persuaded that time will prove it to be the correct one." *Footnote. Not if the revised report of the trial is consulted, for the studied appearance of fairness which is there put on might mislead the reader. But if the verbatim reports of the trial are consulted as they appear in the Times and other daily papers, I have no fear of any amount of criticism, or anything but my entire innocence will be made manifest. The animus against me is there so clear that the reader would hardly be induced to inquire further. Letter continues. But in any case you have it from a man who has endeavoured to form it honestly, and also, for that purpose, divested his mind as much as possible of every bias. I remain, my dear Lord, with much regard, yours, R. Wilson. The following warm-hearted letter was written to me by the late Duke of Hamilton on my appointment to the command of the West India Fleet. Hamilton Palace, January the 6th, 1848. My dear Lord, your letter of yesterday has awakened the liveliest sensibilities of my heart. If I ask myself whether they proceed from the love of justice or the love of a friend, my reply is, from both. The communication you have just made to me is most gratifying, and the First Lord of the Admiralty has done himself immortal honour in appointing that naval officer commander in one hemisphere who had previously illustrated his name by the most brilliant exploits in the other. Everything, I think, has now been done to undo the foul aspersions with which you have been assailed, and I am sure everything will now be done that will most serve to establish the ability of the officer and the delicacy of the gentleman. I congratulate you most sincerely upon your appointment, and hope you will meet with difficulties when you arrive at your destination. Don't be surprised at my wish. It proceeds from knowing the ample resources of my friend to overcome them, and his constant desire to sacrifice everything to duty and honour. My good wishes will follow you across the ocean, and reside with you in your future destinies. Let me have the satisfaction of hearing from you, and with every sentiment of affectionate regard, believe me to be, my dear Lord, your truly attached friend and cousin, C.H.B. Without multiplying communications of a similar kind, I will merely adduce a portion of a letter written to me by a gentleman in whose opinions and sterling honesty the public has been accustomed to repose the highest confidence, viz. The late Joseph Hume. The occasion of the letter was my having consulted him in an attempt to obtain a re-investigation of my case so late as 1852. Bryanstone Square, May 10th, 1852. I knew at the time the alleged offence was committed, Mr. Cochrane Johnson, and my conviction at the time was, and still is, that you were the dupe of his cupidity, and suffered from his act. With David Ricardo, who was the prosecutor on the part of the Stock Exchange on that occasion, I have often conversed on the subject. Mr. Hume's statement that David Ricardo was the prosecutor on the part of the Stock Exchange throws additional light on the selection of Mr. Lavie as the acting prosecutor on the trial. As Mr. Ricardo was selected to manage the prosecution, the transference of his duties to a known Admiralty solicitor, who had once before been successfully employed against me, requires no comment. The letter continues. I considered that you were incapable of taking the means resorted to, and for which you suffered, and was pleased to learn that you had been restored to your rank. I considered that act a proof that the government, which had restored you to the rank and honour of your profession, and had afterwards appointed you to the command in the West Indies, must have come to the same conclusion, and until the perusal of your draft petition, I concluded that you had had all your arrears paid to you, as a tardy though inadequate return to your lordship, whose early exploits did honour to yourself and gave additional lustre to the naval service of your country. Sir Robert Wilson, acting with me as a friend of the late Queen Caroline, in our desire to see justice done to her, was, by a secret and most unjust decision of the government of the day, under Lord Liverpool and Lord Castlereagh, dismissed from the military service, of which he had been a distinguished ornament, and had all his honours taken away. The honour he had received from the court of Vienna for the preservation of the life of a member of that family, in a river in Flanders, under Colonel, afterwards Lord, Lake, was also taken from him. The offence of Sir Robert Wilson was his supposed interference in obstructing the funeral cortege of the late Queen Caroline in its progress towards the city. The progress was ordered by the government to have been by the new road to Essex. The people obliged Sir Robert Baker, then at the head of the police and in charge of the escort, to proceed through the city of London contrary to the express order of the King, George IV, and under that suspicion Sir Robert Wilson was dismissed and unjustly treated. I knew that Sir Robert Wilson had arrived from France in company with Mr. Edward Ellice, and did not reach the house of Mr. Alderman (the name is illegible), where I was until 8 or 9 o'clock of the evening before the funeral. His offence was his accompanying the funeral along with Sir John Hobhouse, myself, and others, and when the troops fired on the people at Hyde Park, Sir Robert Wilson endeavoured to prevent bloodshed. I was present, and heard and saw everything that passed. For that supposed offence he was cashiered, and remained for years, as your lordship did, under the disgrace. His Majesty, King William, was satisfied of the innocence of Sir Robert Wilson of the offence charged against him, and he was restored to the service, and I understood was paid all the arrears of pay and allowance during his suspension, and afterwards appointed to the command at Gibraltar. I was pleased at the result, and it would give me equal pleasure to learn that your application to Her Majesty should be attended with an act of justice to you equally merited. I think other instances of restoration to rank, accompanied with payment of arrears of pay and restoration to all military honours, will be found if you should adopt the same course to seek justice. I remain, etc., Joseph Hume, the Right Honourable Earl of Dundonald. This letter narrates the arbitrary and unjust dismissal of an eminent officer without trial, without accusation, and without having in any way rendered himself politically obnoxious, otherwise than to stop the indiscriminate slaughter of an unarmed people. The act of his dismissal was one of pure despotism, committed by a ministerial faction of which history affords scarcely a redeeming feature. It is not surprising that I, of all others in the House of Commons, the most politically obnoxious to the same faction, should have been for years selected as the mark for their unscrupulous hatred. Still less is it probable that men who regarded and defended place, pensions, and sinecures as a right, would stick at the practices which have been laid bare in this work, when a political adversary who exposed their greediness for national plunder could be crushed. To say more of them than that they were the men who crushed Sir Robert Wilson would be superfluous. I will add yet one more illustration. At my re-election for Westminster, the consequence, as Lord Brougham has well said, of the outrageous treatment to which I had been subjected, an incident occurred, with which my wrongs became indirectly mixed up. Whilst the electors of Westminster were securing the triumphant return of one who was in durance under an infamous sentence, the daughter of the Prince Regent was flying from court tyranny. On the day preceding my re-election, the greatly beloved Princess Charlotte, then under age, escaped from her father's protection, and having called a hackney coach from the stand at Charing Cross, fled to her mother's residence in Connaught Place.
The public mind was at the time in a state of great excitement on account of the vindictive sentence passed upon me, and the electors of Westminster having determined to sustain me, every precaution was taken by their leaders to keep alive the public sentiment. In the midst of this excitement the flight of the princess became known, together with the fact that she had been treated by her father with an amount of unbecoming violence and coercion, and, through some of his acquiescent ministers, outraged by an injudicious pressure, the object of which was to force upon her a marriage to which she had not only a personal objection, but towards which she had publicly expressed a decided and insuperable aversion. Notwithstanding this, the Regent, regardless of his daughter's feelings, insisted on proceeding without loss of time with the preparations for her marriage, and it was on repeating his fixed determination as regarded her fate that she took the step of placing herself under her mother's protection, the terror inspired by her interview with her father being such that, without bonnet or shawl, she ran down the back staircase of Warwick House, and escaped by the servants' entrée. Not many hours elapsed before the fact of her flight and its cause became publicly known. This act of political tyranny towards a princess, who, though so young, had, by her powers of mind and engaging manners from her childhood, secured the universal affection of the people, created an amount of sympathy which, coupled with the excitement and irritation at my outrageous treatment, almost amounted to public frenzy. The government became alarmed. Crowds beset the house of her late Majesty Queen Caroline, where their favourite was safely sheltered. The carriages of the royal family and of the ministers, including those of the Lord Chancellor, Lord Ellenborough, and the law officers of the Crown, were all in attendance, their occupants having been sent to use their influence with her Royal Highness to induce her to return, but in vain. She even refused to see any of the royal family except the Duke of Sussex, for whom she had sent, as well as for Mr. Brougham, the latter to advise her in the difficult position in which she had been compelled to place herself. The advice was to return, but she declared in strong terms that she could not overcome her repugnance to the violent treatment she had received, or to the attempt to force her into a marriage which she held in aversion. The day following this scene was the day of my re-election for Westminster. The same overtures were repeated to the princess, but without making the slightest impression on her wounded feelings. At length the Duke of Sussex took his niece to the window of the drawing-room, and drew her attention to the angry multitude assembled before the house, explaining to her that such was the public sympathy in her favour, and such the interest people took in her happiness, that they would form a shield for her protection, against which her oppressors would scarcely venture to array themselves. Still the princess remained inexorable till the danger of continued public excitement was pointed out to her. She was told by the Duke of Sussex that the irritation was twofold, for that very day was appointed for the re-election of Lord Cochrane for Westminster, after the unjust sentence which had passed upon him, and which also formed another great cause of public excitement, whilst the two causes combined might lead to a popular outbreak, which it was to be feared would end in bloodshed, and perhaps in the destruction of Carlton House itself. It was further urged that in case of mischief, no small portion might be laid by ministers to the account of her Royal Highness. These considerations sensibly affected the princess, who was moved to tears, and exclaimed, "Poor Lord Cochrane! I heard that he had been very ill used by them," meaning her father's ministers. "Should it ever be in my power, I will undo the wrong." With a magnanimity which her persecutors could neither feel nor comprehend, the princess then declared her perfect readiness to render herself a self-sacrifice in order to prevent the dreadful result which she felt might be possible, and shortly afterwards returned to Warwick House, accompanied by her uncle the Duke of York. Her courage and firmness relieved her from further importunity from her father and his ministers on the subject of her hateful marriage, which was broken off, and this noble-minded woman afterwards contracted with the present King of the Belgians a marriage of affection, approved by the whole country. Such instances of tyrannical oppression as these will be read with amazement by the present generation, though there are yet living those who can corroborate their recital. When even a princess of the blood royal, the idol of the whole nation, was not exempt from persecution, what hope had I of escaping ministerial vengeance, backed by a House of Commons, the majority of which consisted of sinecurists and placemen, whose fortunes in esse and in posse depended on their subservience to the place-givers? It is true, I had with me the sympathy of the public, and this alone sustained me under such an accumulation of injury. Men do not become popular for nothing, but I have no hesitation in saying, to the honour of my constituents, that the injustice done to me by an adverse ministry gave me far greater popularity than anything I had accomplished in my professional capacity. For 5 years my adversaries had taken care that no fresh achievements in war should be added to my professional reputation, and it was only when, by my uncle's favour, I had once more an opportunity of distinguishing myself in spite of the Admiralty, that the concentrated malice of the faction I had offended by my pertinacious opposition in Parliament burst on my head in the shape of a prosecution in which my judge was a member of the very cabinet to which I was politically and personally obnoxious. In a general point of view, there can be no two opinions on the impropriety of a cabinet minister occupying the bench of the highest law court of the realm. In all state prosecutions, and mine was one, it would fall to his lot to decide in the cabinet as to their commencement, though in my case this was apparently avoided by the law officers of the Crown keeping aloof from the proceedings, care, however, being taken to employ as my prosecutor an attorney of tried shrewdness, having a personal dislike to myself. A judge thus politically connected had to leave the cabinet in order to carry out its decisions, himself presiding at all trials which might result, adjudging and sentencing the unlucky offenders, of which mode of prosecution the instances of Leigh Hunt, Dr. Watson, and Mr. Hone are cases in point, the parties accused being only saved by the indignant firmness of the juries. Happily no such combination of political and judicial officers has occurred since Lord Ellenborough's time, nor can it occur unless some retrograde spirit of despotism shall again, to use the significant language before quoted from the Quarterly Review, tinge the ermine of justice with the colour of party. A few words in addition are necessary. In Mr. Hume's letter before quoted was an enclosure which he had, in his anxiety to procure full justice for my sufferings, with great difficulty obtained. It is an enumeration of the tardy steps taken to reinstate Sir Robert Wilson in the rank, honours, and emoluments of which for 11 years he had been unjustly deprived by the mere caprice of a political faction. 30th of October, 1830, restoration of his rank submitted to the King. 22nd of August, 1832, Sir Robert Wilson claimed the pay of a general officer from 27 May, 1825, the time when his commission states his rank is to be considered as bearing date. 8th October, 1832, letter of Secretary at War to the Hon. J. Stuart, recommending Sir Robert Wilson's claim of pay to the Treasury as a special case, considering the act of royal favour to extend to pay as well as rank. The letter also refers to Sir Robert Wilson's signal services hitherto unrewarded, and adverts to the fact that, even should the request be granted, he will have suffered a considerable pecuniary penalty in the loss of pay from 1821 to 1825, although no military tribunal has tried his conduct. 16 November 1832, letter of Mr. Stuart announcing the concurrence of the Treasury, but desiring the opinion of the Commander-in-Chief to be taken. 19th November 1832, letter from Secretary at War to Lord Hill, acquainting him that he had, in consequence of a communication from Sir R. Wilson, recommended to the Treasury that the arrear of back pay from the date of his restored rank of Lieutenant General should be allowed, and that the Treasury was inclined to acquiesce in this recommendation, but requested his Lordship's concurrence in the first instance. 22nd November 1832, Lord Hill's concurrence. 21st December 1832, Treasury sanctions the amount of Sir Robert Wilson's unattached pay as a general officer from the date of his commission being included in the estimates of 1833. It has been said that Sir Robert Wilson's dismissal from the service differed from mine, inasmuch as his was a consequence of ministerial displeasure, whilst mine arose from the verdict of a court of law. How that verdict was procured, I trust has been satisfactorily shown, and if so, both Sir Robert Wilson and myself were sufferers from ministerial displeasure. On the word of a man about, at no distant date, to give an account to his Maker, I was no more guilty of the act attributed to me than Sir Robert Wilson was of the disloyalty attributed to him. Sir Robert Wilson claimed his back pay as a right consequent on his unjust deprivation, and obtained it. I have unceasingly done the same, not from the pecuniary value of the amount due, but from the consideration that its being withheld still operates as a stigma on my character and family, which is inconsistent with any restoration to the service. My efforts have been hitherto without success. Sir Robert Wilson's application was recommended to the Treasury as a special case. My applications have not been so regarded. Sir Robert Wilson's application was further recommended on account of services hitherto unrewarded. I will here repeat what has been stated in a previous chapter, in reply to writers who have assumed that I had been handsomely rewarded, that on no occasion did I ever receive the reward of a single shilling for any services which it was my good fortune to render to my country beyond the ordinary pay of my rank, and the good service pension of £300 a year conferred upon me by Sir James Graham in 1844. Yet Lord Collingwood testified that with a single frigate I had done the work of an army, by keeping a French army from overrunning the Mediterranean coast of Spain. Neither for this, nor the destruction of the enemy's ships in Aix Roads, did I ever receive reward or thanks. The reader, who is now well acquainted with my services, can peruse the subject for himself. With the exception of the red ribbon of the Bath, which, as the gift of my sovereign, I highly prize, my reward has been a life of unmerited suffering. Even the stipulations of the South American governments, to whom I gave freedom, are violated to this day, from a conviction that no sympathy will be accorded by the government of my own country. These are the requitals of my hitherto unrewarded services. Amongst the curiosities shown to visitors of the Bank of England, there was, and no doubt still is, a £1,000 bank note, No. 8202, dated 26th June 1815, on the back of which are endorsed the following words: quote, "My health having suffered by long and close confinement, and my oppressors being resolved to deprive me of property or life, I submit to robbery to protect myself from murder, in the hope that I shall live to bring the delinquents to justice. Signed, Cochrane, King's Bench Prison, July 3rd, 1815. There is the reward bestowed on me by a ministerial faction memorable only for its political corruption. With that protest, I close the book." End of chapter 40. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 1 and 2 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 1. Lord Gambier's first dispatch giving me credit for the conduct of the attack in Aix Roads. Caledonia, at anchor in Basque Roads, April 14th, 1809. Sir, the Almighty's favour to His Majesty and the nation has been strongly marked in the success He has been pleased to give to the operations of His Majesty's fleet under my command, and I have the satisfaction to acquaint you, for the information of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, that the 4 ships of the enemy named in the margin have been destroyed at their anchorage, and several others, from getting on shore, if not rendered altogether unserviceable, are at least disabled for a considerable time. Footnote. The 4 ships named in the margin are Ville de Varsovie of 80 guns, Tonnerre of 74 guns, Aquilon of 74 guns, and Calcutta of 56 guns. Footnote ends. The arrangement of the fire vessels, placed under the direction of Captain the Right Honourable Lord Cochrane, was made as fully as the state of the weather would admit, according to his Lordship's plan, on the evening of the 11th instant, and at 8 o'clock on the same night they proceeded to the attack under a favourable, strong wind from northward, and flood tide, preceded by some vessels filled with powder and shells, as proposed by his Lordship with a view to explosion, and led on in the most undaunted and determined manner by Captain Woolridge in the Mediator fireship, the others following in succession, but owing to the darkness of the night several mistook their course and failed. On their approach to the enemy's ships, it was discovered that a boom was placed in front of their line for a defence. This, however, the weight of the Mediator soon broke, and the usual intrepidity and bravery of British seamen overcame all difficulties, advancing under a heavy fire from the forts in the Isle of Aix, as well as from the enemy's ships, most of which cut or slipped their cables, and from the confined anchorage got on shore, and thus avoided taking fire. At daylight the following morning, Lord Cochrane communicated to me by telegraph that 7 of the enemy's ships were on shore and might be destroyed. I immediately made the signal for the fleet to unmoor and weigh, intending to proceed with it to effect their destruction. The wind, however, being fresh from the northward, and the flood tide running, rendered it too hazardous to run into Aix Roads from its shallow water. I therefore anchored again at the distance of about 3 miles from the forts on the island. As the tide suited, the enemy evinced great activity in endeavouring to warp their ships, which had grounded, into deep water, and succeeded in getting all but 5 of the line towards the entrance of the Charente before it became practicable to attack them.
I gave orders to Captain Bligh of the Valiant to proceed with that ship, the Revenge, frigates, bombs, and small vessels named in the margin, to anchor near the Boyard Shoal in readiness for the attack. *The vessels in the margin are Indefatigable, Unicorn, Aigle, Emerald, Pallas, Beagle, Etna, Bomb, Insolent, Gunbrig, Conflict, Encounter, Fervent, and Growler. At 20 minutes past 2 p.m. Lord Cochrane advanced in the Impérieuse with his accustomed gallantry and spirit, and opened a well-directed fire upon the Calcutta, which struck her colours to the Impérieuse. The ships and vessels above mentioned soon after joined in the attack upon the Ville de Varsovie and Aquilon, and obliged them before 5 o'clock, after sustaining a heavy cannonade, to strike their colours, when they were taken possession of by boats of the advanced squadron. As soon as the prisoners were removed, they were set on fire, as was also the Tonnerre a short time after by the enemy. I afterwards detached Rear Admiral the Honourable Robert Stopford in the Caesar with the Theseus, 3 additional fire ships, which were hastily prepared in the course of the day, and all the boats of the fleet, with Mr. Congreve's rockets, to conduct the further operations of the night against any of the ships which lay exposed to an attack. On the morning of the 13th, the Rear Admiral reported to me that, as the Caesar and other line of battle ships had grounded and were in a dangerous situation, he thought it advisable to order them all out, particularly as the remaining part of the service could be performed by frigates and small vessels only, and I was happy to find that they were extricated from their perilous situation. Captain Bligh has since informed me that it was found impracticable to destroy the 3-decked ship and the others, which were lying near the entrance of the Charente, as the former, being the outer one, was protected by 3 lines of boats placed in advance from her. This ship, and all the others, except 4 of the line and a frigate, have now moved up the Charente. If any further attempt to destroy them is practicable, I shall not fail to use every means in my power to accomplish it. I have a great satisfaction in stating to their Lordships how much I feel obliged to the zealous cooperation of Rear Admiral Stopford, under whose arrangements the boats of the fleet were placed; and I must also express to their Lordships the high sense I have of the assistance I received from the abilities and unremitted attention of Sir Harry Neale, Baronet, the Captain of the fleet, as well as of the animated exertions of the captains, officers, seamen, and marines under my command, and their forwardness to volunteer upon any service that might be allotted to them, particularly the zeal and activity shown by the captains of line of battle ships in preparing the fire vessels. I cannot speak in sufficient terms of admiration and applause of the vigorous and gallant attack made by Lord Cochrane upon the French line of battle ships which were on shore, as well as of his judicious manner of approaching them and placing his ship in a position most advantageous to annoy the enemy and preserve his own ship, which could not have been exceeded by any feat of valour hitherto achieved by the British Navy. It is due to Rear Admiral Stopford and Sir Harry Neale that I should take the opportunity of acquainting their Lordships of the handsome and earnest manner in which both these meritorious officers had volunteered their services before the arrival of Lord Cochrane to undertake an attack upon the enemy with fireships, and that had not their Lordships fixed upon him to conduct the enterprise, I have full confidence that the result of their efforts would have been highly creditable to them. Not having had it in my power as yet to ascertain the conduct of the officers commanding the fireships, except that of the Mediator, I am under the necessity of deferring to state how far they fulfilled their duty on this hazardous service in which they were engaged. I should feel that I did not do justice to the services of Captain Godfrey of the Etna in bombarding the enemy's ships on the 12th, and nearly all day of the 13th, if I did not recommend him to their Lordships' notice, and I cannot omit bearing due testimony to the anxious desire expressed by Mr. Congreve to be employed wherever I might conceive his services in the management of his rockets would be useful. Some of them were placed in the fireships with effect, and I have every reason to be satisfied with the artillerymen and others who had the management of them under Mr. Congreve's direction. I send herewith a return of killed, wounded, and missing of the fleet, which I am happy to observe is comparatively small. I have not yet received the returns of the number of prisoners taken, but I conceive they amount to between 400 and 500. I have charged Sir Harry Neale with this despatch by the Impérieuse, and I beg leave to refer their Lordships to him, as also to Lord Cochrane, for any further particulars of which they wish to be informed. I have the honour to be, etc., (Signed) Gambier. April 15th. P.S. This morning 3 of the enemy's line of battle ships are observed to still be on shore under for us, and one of them is in a dangerous situation. One of these frigates, L'Indienne, also on shore, has fallen over, and they are now dismantling her. As the tides will be off in a day or two, there is every probability that she will be destroyed. Since writing the foregoing, I have learned that the Honourable Lieutenant Colonel Cochrane, Lord Cochrane's brother, and Lieutenant Bissett of the Navy, were volunteers in the Impérieuse, and rendered themselves extremely useful, the former by commanding some of her guns on the main deck, and the latter in conducting one of the explosion vessels. Appendix II. Lord Gambier's second despatch, ignoring my services altogether. London, May the 10th, 1809. Sir, I have received your letter of the 2nd instant, acknowledging the receipt of the list containing the names of the officers and men employed in the fireships and explosion vessels on the night of the 11th ultimate, with my observations on the result of my inquiry respecting their conduct on that occasion, and signifying that you are commanded by their lordships to acquaint me that, in order to have before them full and complete information of the proceedings of the several ships employed by me on the various branches of the very important operations carried on against the enemy's fleet in a road, it is their lordships' direction that I should call upon Rear Admiral Stopford, Captain Bligh, Captain Lord Cochrane, and any other officer I may have entrusted with any part of that service, to report to me their proceedings, together with such observations and remarks as they may have made whilst they were executing my orders against the enemy, and that I should transmit the same to their lordships, with any observations I may think proper to make thereon. You will be pleased to acquaint their lordships that I have written to those officers to make reports to me accordingly, and shall lose no time in transmitting them to you as soon as they are obtained, but some time must elapse before they can reach me. From communications I have since had with their lordships, I am led to understand that a more full and detailed account than I have transmitted of the proceedings of the fleet under my command during the whole of its operations in Basque Roads would be desirable. I shall, therefore, in making such a statement, endeavour to omit no incident that may be in any degree connected with those operations, or serve to elucidate the various movements and proceedings of the fleet, persuaded that doing so cannot fail to promote the satisfaction which, in common with the officers and men under my command, I feel upon that occasion, and on the success which resulted from it. Their lordships are aware that soon after I had taken the anchorage of Basque Roads, I stated to them the strong position of the enemy's fleet in Aix Roads, that their ships were moored in 2 compact lines, and the most distant ship of each line within point-blank range of the batteries of Isle d'Aix, explaining at the same time that they were under the necessity of mooring in such close order, not for the purpose of opposing a more formidable front, but to avoid the shoals close around the anchorage; and their lordships will also remember that I then pointed out the impracticability of destroying them by an attack, with the ships of the line in the position they occupied, but that I conceived them to be assailable by fireships, having previously suggested to Lord Mulgrave the expediency of sending out 20 or 30 vessels for that purpose. This suggestion was anticipated by their lordships, and they were pleased to order 12 sail of fireships to join me, and to direct me to fit out 8 others on the spot. Upon the arrival of Captain Lord Cochrane, whom their lordships had ordered me to employ in conducting the execution of the service to be performed by the fireships, I was induced at his suggestion to add the Mediator to the number. These preparations were completed on the 11th ultimo at night, and having previously called on board the Caledonia the commanders and lieutenants who had volunteered their services, and who had been appointed by me to command fire vessels, I furnished them with full instructions for their proceedings in the attack, according to Lord Cochrane's plan, and arranged the disposition of the frigates and small vessels to co-operate in the following manner. The Unicorn, Aigle, and Pallas I directed to take a station near the Boyart Shoal for the purpose of receiving the crews of the fireships on their return from the enterprise, to support the boats of the fleet which were to accompany the fireships, and to give assistance to the Impérieuse, which ship was still further advanced. The Whiting schooner, King George, and Nimrod cutters were fitted for throwing rockets, and directed to take a station near the same shoal for that purpose. The Indefatigable, Foxhound, and Etna bomb were to take a station as near the fort on the Isle of Aix as possible, the 2 former to protect the bomb vessel whilst she threw shells into the fort. The Emerald, Dotterel, and Beagle sloops, and Growler, Conflict, and Insolent gun brigs were stationed to make a diversion at the east end of the Isle of Aix. The Redpole and Lyra I directed to be anchored by the master of the fleet, one near the Isle of Aix and the other near the Boyart, with lights hoisted to guide the fireships in their course to the attack, and the boats of the fleet were ordered to assemble alongside the Caesar, to proceed to assist the fireships under the superintendence of Rear Admiral Stopford. With these preconcerted movements, the fleet was at this time unmoored, in readiness to render any service that might be practicable, but being anchored in a strong tideway, with the wind fresh from the northwest, upon the weather tide making, it was again moored to prevent the ships falling on board each other. At about 8:30 p.m., the explosion vessels and fireships proceeded to the attack. At 9:30, the first explosion vessel blew up, and at 10 most of the fireships were observed to be on fire, the enemy's forts and ships firing upon them. Many of the fireships were seen to drive through their fleet and beyond the Isle of Aix. Shortly after daylight, Lord Cochrane, who in the Impérieuse lay about 3 miles from the enemy, made the signal to me by telegraph that 7 of the enemy's ships were on shore, and that half the fleet could destroy them. It was visible from the Caledonia what ships were aground, and that 2 or 3 had made their escape up the Charente. I immediately ordered the fleet to be unmoored, and at 9:30 weighed and run up nearer to the Isle of Aix, with the view, when the time of tide should render it advisable, that some of the line of battle ships might proceed to attack the enemy's ships on shore, but the wind blowing fresh from the north-northwest with a flood tide, I judged it unadvisable to risk any of them at that time in so perilous a situation. The fleet was therefore anchored. I made signal for each ship to prepare, with spare or sheet cables out of the stern ports, and springs on them, to be in readiness for any of them to go in that I might judge necessary. In the meanwhile, I ordered 3 additional fireships to be prepared. Observing the Impérieuse to advance, and the time of flood nearly done running, the Indefatigable, Unicorn, Aigle, Emerald, Pallas, Beagle, Etna, and gun brigs were ordered by signal into the attack. At 2:20 p.m. the former opened her fire upon the enemy's ships aground, and the others as soon after as they arrived up. I then ordered in the Valiant and Revenge to support them, and they soon joined in the action. The enemy's ship Calcutta struck her colours at 4:10 p.m., and the Ville de Varsovie and Aquilon in about an hour afterwards. All 3 were taken in possession of by the boats of the advanced squadron, and set on fire as soon as the prisoners were removed. A short time after, the Tonnerre was set on fire by the enemy. Perceiving, towards the close of day, that there were some of the enemy's grounded ships lying further up the Charente, which appeared to be exposed to further attack, I sent in 3 additional fireships and all the boats of the fleet, with Mr. Congreve's rockets, accompanied by the Caesar and Theseus, under the direction of Rear Admiral Stopford, with discretional orders for his acting as he should think fit, and according as circumstances should render it expedient. On the following day, the 13th, the Rear Admiral, perceiving that nothing further could be effected by the line of battle ships which had grounded, as had also some of the frigates, and how imminent the danger was in which they lay, and being satisfied that the remaining part of the service could be performed only by frigates and smaller vessels, he most wisely took advantage of a providential shift of wind, and returned with the line of battle ships to Basque Road. Captain Bligh, on his return, reported to me that it was found impracticable to destroy the enemy's 3-decked ship, and others, which were lying at the entrance of the Charente, as the former, which was the outer one, was protected by 3 lines of boats placed in advance from her. During the remainder of the 13th, the Etna was employed in throwing shells, the Whiting schooner in firing rockets, and the other small vessels in firing upon the enemy's ships on shore when the tide permitted. On the 14th, at daylight, I observed 3 or 4 of the enemy's ships still apparently aground at the mouth of the river. I ordered Captain Wolfe of the Aigle to relieve Lord Cochrane in the Impérieuse, in command of the small vessels advanced, and to use his utmost endeavours to destroy any of the enemy's ships which were assailable. At 2:50 the Etna bomb and several small vessels in shore began their fire upon the enemy's ships at the entrance of the Charente, and continued to do so during the remainder of the day. On the 15th, in the morning, the day on which I despatched Sir H. Neale to their Lordships in the Impérieuse, 3 of the enemy's line of battle ships were observed to be still aground under Foras, and one of them in a dangerous situation. One of their frigates, L'Indienne, also on shore, had fallen over, and the enemy were dismantling her. It blew very strong from the westward the whole of the 15th and 16th, so that no attempt could be made to annoy and harass the enemy. On the latter day, their frigate, which was on shore, was discovered to be on fire, and blew up soon after. All the remainder of the enemy's ships got up the river by the 17th, except one, a 2-decker, which remained aground under the town of Foras. In the afternoon of this day it was observed that another of the enemy's frigates had got on shore up the river and was wrecked, which was afterwards confirmed by the master of a neutral vessel from Rochelle. On the 19th it blew too violent for any of the small vessels to act against the enemy, but on the 20th, the thunder bomb having arrived, and the weather having become more moderate, I sent her to assist the Etna in bombing the enemy's ship on shore near Foras. The Etna had split her 13-inch mortar on the 15th, consequently had only her 10-inch effective. State of the force of the enemy transmitted in Lord Gambier's second letter to the Hon. W. W. Pole of the 26th March, 1809. Statement of the enemy's force moored at the Isle d'Aix anchorage in two lines very near to each other in a direction due south from the fort on the Isle d'Aix, the ships in each line not further apart than their own length, and the most distant ships of the two lines within point-blank shot of the works on that island. 1 3-decker, flag at the fore. 10 2-deckers, 1 a 50-gun ship, late Calcutta, 1 flag at the midden and 1 board pennant, 4 frigates. Signed, Lord Gambier, Caledonia in Basque Roads, March 26, 1809. Statement of the names of the enemy's ships in Aix Roads previous to the attack on the 11th April, 1809, and of the killed and wounded in action of the 12th of April, 1809. L'Ocean, 120 guns, Vice Admiral Allemand, Captain Reland, repaired in 1806, on shore under Foras. Foudroyant, 80, Rear Admiral Gordon, Captain Henry, 5 years old, on shore under Foras. Cassard, 74, Captain Fowry, Commodore, 3 years old, on shore under Foras. Tourville, 74, Captain Lacalle, old, on shore in the river. Regulus, 74, Captain Lucas, 5 years old, on shore under Madame. Patriot, 74, Captain Mahé, repaired in 1803. Jamap, 74, Captain Fauvent, on shore under Madame. Tonnerre, 74, Captain Clement, de la Roncière, 9 months old, never at sea. Aquilon, 74, Captain Maynon, old. Ville de Varvassy, 80, Captain Culliver, new, never at sea. Calcutta, 56, Captain Lafon, loaded with flour and military stores. Frigates. Indienne, Captain Proteo, on shore near Isle d'Anet, on her beam ends. Elbe, Captain Peringer. Pallas, Captain Lebigot. Hortense, Captain Algand. Nota Bene, one of the 3 last frigates on shore under Isle Madame. Return of the killed, wounded, and missing, 2 officers, 8 men killed, 9 officers, 28 wounded, 1 man missing, total 48. Gambier. Return of the names of officers killed, wounded, and missing. Caledonia, Mr. Fairfax, Master of the Fleet, contusion of the hip. Caesar, W. Flintoff, Acting Lieutenant, killed. Theseus, R. F. Dewars, Master's Mate, severely wounded in the head and hands by powder in the fireship. Imperieuse, Mr. Gilbert, Surgeon's Assistant, wounded. Mr. Marsden, Purser, ditto. Revenge, J. Garland, Lieutenant, severe contusion of the shoulder and side. Mediator, J. Seges, gunner, killed. J. Woolridge, Captain, very much burnt. N. B. Clements, Lieutenant, slightly burnt. J. Pearl, Lieutenant, ditto. Nota bene, the last 3 blown out of the Mediator after she was set on fire. Gibraltar, J. Conyers, Master's Mate, very badly scorched in the face and hands. Gambier. Received since the above was written. Etna, R. W. Charston, Midshipman, slightly wounded. End of Appendix 2. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 3 and 4 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 3. Statement in the Admiralty Court respecting the affair of Aix Roads, showing why part of the fleet only were entitled to head money. Ville de Varsovie. On Friday, the 15th day of December, 1815, on which day Pott appeared for the Honourable Thomas Lord Cochrane late commander of His Majesty's ship Imperieuse, his officers and crew, in obedience to the monition issued in this cause from the Right Honourable Court, citing the said Lord Cochrane to appear and show cause why distribution of the head or bounty money for the destruction of the said ship and other French ships of war should not be made to and amongst the admirals, captains, officers, and seamen of all the ships composing the fleet under the command of the Right Honourable Admiral Lord Gambier at the time of the attack and destruction of the said ships, and on behalf of his said parties, objected to such distribution, and in support of such objection, alleged that the said ship, Ville de Varsovie, was a French ship of war, and together with La Tonnerre, La Aquilon, Calcutta, and L'Indienne, and several other French ships of war, were in the month of April 1809 at anchor in Aix Roads on the coast of France, and an expedition was formed under the orders of the Right Honourable Admiral Lord Gambier for the purpose of endeavouring to capture or destroy the said French ships of war; that the said expedition consisted of His Majesty's line of battleships Caledonia, Valiant, Revenge, Caesar, Theseus, Illustrious, Gibraltar, Donegal, Hero, Bellona, and Resolution; His Majesty's frigates Imperieuse, Indefatigable, L'Aigle, Emerald, Pallas, and Unicorn; His Majesty's ships Lyra, Dotterel, Foxhound, Redpole, and Beagle; and His Majesty's gun-brigs Conflict, Insolent, Fervent, and Growler; and several bomb vessels, fireships, explosion vessels, schooners, and cutters; and on the 11th day of the said month of April, the preparations for the purpose being completed, and the whole of the said fleet at anchor in Basque Roads, on the outside of Aix Roads, and distant about 6 miles from the said French ships of war, the explosion and fire vessels proceeded into Aix Roads under the immediate command of the said Lord Cochrane, who was on board one of the same, and he commenced the attack on the enemy, while several of the frigates and sloops, gun-brigs, and smaller vessels also advanced on various points to support them; that in consequence of such attack 7 of the enemy's ships were driven on shore, and on the following day, April 12th, His Majesty's ship Imperieuse, commanded by the said Lord Cochrane, together with His Majesty's ships Valiant, Revenge, and several of the frigates and smaller vessels, forming the inshore or advanced squadron, proceeded in and engaged the said enemy's ships so driven on shore, that about 3 o'clock the said day the Imperieuse attacked the Calcutta, one of the said ships, mounting 56 guns, and after an obstinate resistance she struck her colours to the Imperieuse and was immediately taken possession of and burnt; that the Ville de Varsovie, mounting 80 guns, and Aquilon and Tonnerre, mounting 74 guns each, 3 more of the enemy's said ships were also attacked by the said inshore or advanced squadron, and after sustaining a heavy cannonade, the 2 former, about 4 o'clock, struck their colours, were taken possession of by the boats of the said inshore squadron, and burnt; and the Tonnerre was soon afterwards burnt by the enemy to prevent her being taken by the British ships. That in the evening of the said day, His Majesty's ships Caesar and Theseus, together with some additional fireships, were sent into the Aix Roads from the fleet to make a further attack upon the enemy; but the Caesar having grounded before she could get within gunshot of the enemy's ships, the 2 ships returned before daylight next morning, and rejoined the fleet without being able to effect anything against the enemy; and on a subsequent day, L'Indienne, another of the said French ships, mounting 36 guns, which had been driven on shore by the first attack, was also burnt by the enemy; and the said Pott further alleged that during the aforesaid attack and destruction of the said enemy's ships Calcutta, Ville de Varsovie, Aquilon, and Tonnerre, His Majesty's ship Caledonia, bearing the flag of the Right Honourable Admiral Lord Gambier, together with the Caesar, Theseus, Illustrious, Gibraltar, Donegal, Hero, Bellona, and Resolution, remained at anchor in Basque Roads above 3 miles distant from the nearest of the enemy's ships, and were not within reach of shot, and never were actually engaged with any of the said ships, and by reason of the premises, the said several line of battleships are not entitled by law to share in the head or bounty money payable for the attack and destruction of the said several French ships of war, and in verification of what he so alleged, the said Pott craved leave to refer to extracts from the log books of the said line of battleships, to be by him exhibited, and to the despatch sent by said Lord Gambier to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty, bearing date 14th April 1809, wherefore he prayed the Right Honourable the Judge to reject the claim of the said ships Caledonia, Caesar, Theseus, Illustrious, Gibraltar, Donegal, Hero, Bellona, and Resolution, and to decree the several ships of war belonging to the said fleet who were actually engaged with the enemy to be the only ships legally entitled to the said head or bounty money, and to direct the distribution to be made to them and to the said ship Imperieuse accordingly. End of Appendix 3. Appendix 4. Confirmation of the proceeding. It appears by the logbooks of the ships and vessels under the command of Lord Gambier in Basque Roads on the 11th and 12th of April 1809, and also by his Lordship's official letter to the Admiralty, and by the minutes of evidence on his Lordship's court-martial, that in consequence of an attack made on the evening of the 11th upon the French fleet, then lying at anchor in the roads of Aix, by explosion vessels and fireships under the command of Lord Cochrane, the greater part of the French ships cut or slipped their cables and ran on shore. It further appears that Lord Cochrane in the Impérieuse frigate remained in an advanced position during the night, and that at daylight the following morning he made the signal by telegraph to Lord Gambier, who remained with the fleet at its anchorage in Basque Roads, at the distance of about 6 miles from the enemy, that 7 of the enemy's ships were on shore and might be destroyed. It further appears that in consequence of the above-mentioned signal, or of subsequent signals of a similar or nearly similar purport, Lord Gambier caused the fleet to unmoor and weigh either immediately after the first signal, according to his Lordship's aforesaid official letter, or after an interval of some time, according to the evidence of some of the witnesses on his Lordship's court-martial, but that he again caused the fleet to come to an anchor at a distance of more than 3 miles from the enemy. It also appears that Lord Cochrane in the Impérieuse, without assistance and without orders, proceeded to the attack, and that it was not till after his Lordship had made the signal that the enemy was superior, which is coupled with the signal of distress, that Lord Gambier sent in a part of the fleet to his assistance, and it further appears by his Lordship's aforesaid official letter, that by a due comparison of the minutes of evidence on the aforesaid court-martial, that the Calcutta had surrendered to the Impérieuse before any of the vessels ordered to her assistance had joined. And it further appears that the ships and vessels which were ordered to join the Impérieuse in consequence of the last-mentioned signal, or according to a further official letter of Lord Gambier in consequence of the Impérieuse being observed to advance, did arrive shortly after the surrender of the Calcutta, and joined in the attack of such others of the enemy's ships as had not had time to effect their escape, and it further appears that in consequence of such an attack by part of the fleet only, the Aquilon and Ville de Varsovie were captured and destroyed, and the Tonnerre set on fire by the enemy. And lastly, it appears that the only ships participating in the attack were the following: the Impérieuse, the Valiant, the Revenge, the Indefatigable, the Unicorn, the Agly, the Emerald, the Pallas, the Beagle, the Etna Bomb, and gun brigs the Insolent, Conflict, Encounter, Fervent, Growler, and that the Caledonia, Admiral Lord Gambier, the Caesar, Rear Admiral Stopford, and the Donegal, Resolution, Theseus, Gibraltar, Illustrious, and Bellona remained at anchor with the Commander-in-Chief, and were in no respect aiding or assisting in the attack upon the enemy's ships, or accessory to their capture or destruction. La Agly, Captain's log erroneous, and the date of the Calcutta's striking, April 12th, altered. Emerald, Captain's log. At 12:30 saw the Impérieuse and Etna Bomb open fire upon the enemy. At 1:30 answered signal 236. Note by the Caledonia's signal log 336, 100 having been added to the numbers that day. Growler, ship's log. 10:30 answered signal 314. Commander went on board the Admiral. Note, no notice is taken of the fleet weighing. Conflict, ship's log. Weighed at 11 a.m. p.m. at 1, made sail for the anchorage of Isle d'Aix. At 3, came to and commenced action with the enemy's ships on shore. At 4:30, answered signal as per margin, made by Imp. At 5, observed 4 of the enemy's ships on fire, left off action. Note, 2 of which were not burnt till next day. Reader's note, there is a footnote here that follows answered signal marked in margin. It says, no signal marked in margin. Reader's note ends. Indefatigable, Captain's log. Reader's note, there's a margin note here that says, no ship's or master's log from March 15th, 1809, exclamation mark. Reader's note ends. At 11:40, weighed for signal in company with the squadron. At 12:15, shortened sail to let go the anchor. At 2 p.m. answered signals number 166 and 366 with compass signal south. Waited and made sail for the Isle d'Aix roads to assist HMS Impérieuse, then engaged with the enemy's line of battleships. At 3:30, shortened sail, and came to in 7 fathoms with a spring on the cable, and commenced firing on the enemy. Insolent, April 12th ship's log. At 11:30, weighed for order of the Admiral. At 2 p.m, anchored in 6 fathoms. At 3 weighed and observed Calcutta had struck. Pallas, at 2:15 anchored HMS Caledonia. Revenge, no master's or ship's log, no captain's log. Lieutenant Garland, who had sent in previous logs, has furnished no account of the proceedings in April 1809 until the 24th, and the date of the commencement of the said log is obviously altered, as will clearly appear, both as to the month and the day. Lieutenant Millen, also of the Revenge, ends his log on the 31st of March 1809, although on the title page he states it to contain the transactions of the ship between the 18th of July 1808 and the 19th of July 1809, and the captain's certificate annexed is dated the 17th of July 1809. The logs of the other lieutenants do not appear. Etna. At 11 a.m. the captain went on board the admiral's ship, weighed and made sail by signal, as did the fleet, to the southward. At 12 the fleet anchored about 3 miles from the Isle d'Aix. At 1 the captain came on board, steered in for the enemy's fleet. Beagle. At 11 a.m. starboard and larboard division weighed with the fleet, standing off and on. Fleet anchored, the Imperius and Etna bore up for the enemy. At 2:15 Imperius made signal to Admiral and anchored with springs and opened her fire. At 2:30 Admiral made sign to frigates Pallas, L'Aigle, Emerald, Unicorn, Indefatigable, Growler, Encounter, Insolent, and Conflict to anchor in Charente River. Extract from the logbook of HMS Gunbrig Insolent, April 12, 1809, p.m. At 3 weighed and observed Calcutta had struck. Extract from the signal book of HMS Caledonia, April 12, 1809, p.m. 2:50 Imperius General 208, being the signal to close, in consequence of which the Insolent weighed, as appears in her logbook, at 3 o'clock. Appendix 4. Affidavit made by me disclosing de Berenger as the visitor to my house on the 21st of February 1814. Having obtained leave of absence to come to town in consequence of scandalous paragraphs in the public papers, and in consequence of having learned that handbills had been affixed in the streets in which I have since seen, it is asserted that a person came to my house, No. 13 Green Street, on the 21st day of February, in open day, and in the dress in which he had committed a fraud. I feel it due to myself to make the following deposition, that the public may know the truth relative to the only person seen by me in military uniform at my house on that day. Cochrane, dated 13 Green Street, March 11th, 1814. I, Sir Thomas Cochrane, commonly called Lord Cochrane, having been appointed by the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty to active service, at the request, I believe, of Sir Alexander Cochrane, when I had no expectation of being called on, I obtained leave of absence to settle my private affairs previous to quitting this country, and chiefly with a view to lodge a specification to a patent relative to a discovery for increasing the intensity of light. That in pursuance with my daily practice of superintending a work that was executing for me, and knowing that my uncle, Mr. Cochrane Johnson, went to the city every morning in a coach, I do swear on the morning of the 21st of February, which day was impressed on my mind by circumstances which afterwards occurred, I breakfasted with him at his residence in Cumberland Street about 8:30 o'clock, and I was put down by him, and Mr. Butt was in the coach, on Snow Hill about 10 o'clock, and I had been about 3/4 of an hour at Mr. King's manufactory at No. 1 Cock Lane, when I received a few lines on a small bit of paper requesting me to come immediately to my house. The name affixed from being written close to the bottom I could not read. The servant told me it was from an army officer, and concluding that he might be an officer from Spain, and that some accident had befallen my brother, I hastened back, and found Captain Berenger, who, in great seeming uneasiness, made many apologies for the freedom he had used, which nothing but the distressed state of his mind, arising from difficulties, could have induced him to do. All his prospects, he said, had failed, and his last hope had vanished of obtaining an appointment in America. He was unpleasantly circumstanced on account of a sum which he could not pay, and if he could, that others would fall upon him for full £8,000. He had no hope of benefiting his creditors in his present situation, or of assisting himself, that if I would take him with me, he should immediately go on board and exercise the sharpshooters, which plan Sir Alexander Cochrane, I knew, had approved of. Sir Alexander, previous to his departure, had applied to the Admiralty for the employment of de Berenger. That he had left his lodging and prepared himself in the best way his means allowed. He had brought the sword with him, which had been his father's, and to that and to Sir Alexander he would trust for obtaining an honourable appointment. I felt very uneasy at the distress he was in, and knowing him to be a man of great talent and science, I told him I would do everything in my power to relieve him, but as to his going immediately to the Tonnant with any comfort to himself, it was quite impossible. My cabin was without furniture. I had not even a servant on board. He said he would willingly mess anywhere. I told him that the wardroom was already crowded, and besides, I could not with propriety take him, he being a foreigner, without leave from the Admiralty. He seemed greatly hurt at this, and recalled to my recollection certificates which he had formerly shown me from persons in official situations. Lord Yarmouth, General Jenkinson, and Mr. Reeves, I think, were amongst the number. I recommended him to use his endeavour to get them or any other friends to exert their influence, for I had none, adding that when the Tonnant went to Portsmouth I should be happy to receive him, and I knew from Sir Alexander Cochrane that he would be pleased if he accomplished that object. Captain Berenger said that, not anticipating any objection on my part from the conversation he had formerly had with me, he had come away with the intention to go on board and make himself useful in his military capacity. He could not go to Lord Yarmouth or any other of his friends in this dress, alluding to that which he had on, or return to his lodgings where it would excite suspicion, as he was at that time in the rules of the King's Bench, but that if I refused to let him join the ship now, he would do so at Portsmouth. Under present circumstances, however, he must use a great liberty, and request the favour of me to lend him a hat to wear instead of his military cap. I gave him one, which was in a back room, with some things that had not been packed up, and having tried it on, his uniform appeared under his greatcoat. I therefore offered him a black coat that was lying on a chair, and which I did not intend to take with me. He put up his uniform in a towel, and shortly afterwards went away in great apparent uneasiness of mind, and having asked my leave, he took the coach I came in, and which I had forgotten to discharge in the haste I was in. I do further depose that the above conversation is the substance of all that passed with Captain Berenger, which, from the circumstances attending it, was strongly impressed upon my mind. That no other person in uniform was seen by me at my house on Monday the 21st of February, though possibly other officers may have called, as many have done since my appointment. Of this, however, I cannot speak of my own knowledge, having been almost constantly from home arranging my private affairs. I have understood that many persons have called under the above circumstances, and have written notes in the parlour, and others have waited there in expectation of seeing me and then gone away, but I most positively swear that I never saw any person at my house resembling the description and in the dress stated in the printed advertisement of the members of the Stock Exchange. I further aver that I had no concern, directly or indirectly, in the late imposition, and that the above is all that I know relative to any person who came to my house in uniform on the 21st day of February, before alluded to. Captain Berenger wore a grey greatcoat, a green uniform, and a military cap. From the manner in which my character has been attempted to be defamed, it is indispensably necessary to state that my connection in any way with the funds arose from an impression that in the present favourable aspect of affairs it was only necessary to hold stock in order to become a gainer, without prejudice to anybody, that I did so openly, considering it in no degree improper, far less dishonourable, that I had no secret information of any kind, and that had my expectation of the success of affairs been disappointed, I should have been the only sufferer. Further, I do most solemnly swear that the whole of the omnium on account, which I possessed on the 21st day of February 1814, amounted to £139,000, which I bought by Mr. Fern, I think, on the 12th ultimo, at a premium of 28 1/4, that I did not hold on that day any other sum on account, in any other stock directly or indirectly, and that I had given orders, when it was bought, to dispose of it on a rise of 1 per cent. And it actually was sold on an average of 29 1/2 premium, though on the day of the fraud it might have been disposed of at 33 1/2. I further swear that the above is the only stock which I sold of any kind on the 21st day of February, except £2,000 in money, which I had occasion for, the profit of which was about £10. Further, I do solemnly depose that I had no connection or dealing with any one save the above mentioned, and that I did not at any time, directly or indirectly, by myself or by any other, take or procure any office or apartment for any broker or other person for the transaction of stock affairs. Cochrane. End of Appendix 4. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 5 to 8 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 5. Letter from Richard Gurney, Esquire, to Lord Cochrane. King's Bench, September 9th, 1814. My Lord, in replying to your Lordship's letter of yesterday, I beg to observe that several applications have been already made to me from several quarters for the purpose of obtaining the particulars of the conversation between the Honourable Mr. Murray, another gentleman, and myself, alluded to in your letter, but that I have hitherto refused to comply with such applications, for reasons which must be sufficiently obvious to every delicate and honourable mind. Being requested, however, by your Lordship to say whether your name was said to have been connected by de Berenger with the imposition which he had in contemplation, I can no longer hesitate in giving, to the best of my recollection, a statement of the facts relating to your Lordship. A few days before the late trial against your Lordship and others, I was informed by Mr. Murray that he was to be examined as a witness on the approaching trial. I asked him what was the nature of the evidence he had to give. He replied that de Berenger had some time ago told him that he, de Berenger, and Mr. Cochrane Johnson had a plan in contemplation which would be the means of putting a large sum of money into each of their pockets; that he joked de Berenger and asked him to let him into the secret of the plan; that de Berenger laughed and refused to tell him what the plan was, saying it was too good a thing to be made known. Mr. Murray added that his conversation with de Berenger took place a short time previous to the hoax on the Stock Exchange, and that it was imagined, from a combination of circumstances, that de Berenger must have had the hoax in view when he spoke of the plan between Mr. Cochrane Johnson and himself. I asked Mr. Murray if your Lordship's name was mentioned by de Berenger. He replied, "Oh no, nothing was said about Lord Cochrane." I observed that I was glad of this, as I conceived de Berenger would certainly have mentioned your name as well as Mr. Cochrane Johnson's, had your Lordship been in the plot. Mr. Murray rejoined, "Yes, I think it very probable." The morning after, Mr. Murray, in accidentally recapitulating the conversation between de Berenger and himself, remarked that upon recollection he thought your Lordship's name was mentioned by de Berenger, and presently afterwards he observed that on reconsideration your Lordship's name certainly was mentioned. I naturally felt surprised at this statement, it being so contradictory to that of the preceding day, and took the liberty of observing to Mr. Murray that I conceived he would act wrong, however correct his intentions might really be, to give any evidence respecting your Lordship after so strangely forgetting himself as to the only part of the conversation which could affect your case. Other conversation passed, but I am not so positive and clear in my recollection of it as that which I have detailed to your Lordship. I have the honour to be, etc., Richard Gurney, Jr. End of Appendix 5. Appendix 6 begins. Appendix 6. Letter from Lieutenant Prescott to Lord Cochrane. King's Bench, November 28th, 1814. My Lord, having been requested by your Lordship to commit to writing the information which I communicated to you some months ago, I have no hesitation in complying with your request. The substance of the account which I received from the persons whose names I mentioned to you, and who may be called upon if required, is that they were of the party at a dinner which was termed the Stock Exchange dinner, provided by order of Mr. Harrison at Davy's Coffee House in the Bench on the day before the trial, at which dinner the Honourable Alexander Murray was also of the party, which consisted of 7 or 8 persons; that after they had dined, and the bottle had gone briskly round, Harrison said to Mr. Murray, who was then, and still is, a prisoner for debt, that he would get his affairs settled, and as he should receive a large sum from the Exchange for the conviction of Lord Cochrane, if he, Murray, wanted £50, he should have it tomorrow, proposing at the same time success to the Stock Exchange, which was drunk in claret with loud cheering. That this took place in the public coffee room before many persons, both in the room and looking in at the windows, the dinner attracting considerable attention from its style, which was unusual in the Bench. That Mr. Harrison, in answer to a remark from one of the bystanders that the dinner would cost a round sum, said it did not signify if it cost £50, as the Stock Exchange would pay for it; that when the majority of the party had drunk as much as they could or were willing to drink, Mr. Harrison ordered several full bottles to be placed on the table, and the task of finishing the wine which remained devolving at length to the Honourable Alexander Murray, and he being unable to accomplish it by himself, he went into the lobby of the prison and procured 2 of the turnkeys to assist him. The further account of one of the persons above alluded to, who usually messed with Mr. Murray, is that for some time previous to the trial, Harrison was daily with Mr. Murray, dining and drinking with him, and that he was present when Harrison visited Mr. Murray, accompanied by the solicitors Messrs. H. and R., on which occasion Harrison said to Mr. Murray, "Here are the gentlemen who will accomplish your wishes," and one of those gentlemen replied, "Yes, Mr. Murray, after this trial of Lord Cochrane has passed, we will then attend to your liberation." Footnote. Messrs. H. and R. were Harrison's solicitors on the trial between him and the Hon. B. Cochrane, and have since been employed by Mr. Murray, though they have not effected his liberation. Footnote ends. That he heard Mr. Harrison declare in the lobby, as did many other persons, that he should receive a sum of money if he could procure evidence which would convict Lord Cochrane, intimating at the same time that he was induced to offer his services to the Stock Exchange in procuring evidence against him by his personal antipathy to the whole family of the Cochranes, which he said would never subside while he breathed. That subsequent to the trial he has repeatedly heard Mr. Murray express himself sorry for having appeared in court against Lord Cochrane, and acknowledge that he had been the dupe of Harrison, in persuading him that his solicitors would undertake the arrangement of his affairs and effect his liberation, provided he would appear as the evidence against Lord Cochrane at the trial. Footnote. It is due to the unfortunate Mr. Murray to observe that his yielding to the arts which appear to have been practised upon him to induce him to introduce my name into the evidence he had to give at the trial is solely to be attributed to the imbecility of his mind, naturally good, occasioned by a long-continued habit of excessive drinking. Footnote ends. Shortly before the trial, I addressed 2 letters to your lordship on the subject of Harrison's visiting and tampering with Mr. Murray, who was expected to appear as an evidence against you. But your lordship did not answer those letters, nor attend at that time to my communications. The fact, however, was notorious in the bench. On my own knowledge, I have only to add that on the day of the Stock Exchange dinner, as it was called, my attention was attracted by the noise of the entertainment and the number of people collected, and I went into the coffee-room and saw the party at the table, as did many other persons, and towards the close of the evening I saw Mr. Murray return from the lobby into the coffee-house, accompanied by one of the turnkeys. It was well known that Harrison was in a state of extreme indigence previous to the trial. Footnote. He was imprisoned for defaming Mr. Cochrane, and afterwards detained for debt in the King's Bench, where his acquaintance with Mr. Murray is supposed to have commenced. Footnote ends. But shortly afterwards I was present when he took a considerable number of banknotes out of his pocket, and saw him place a £50 note in the hands of a gentleman to remain till an account with Mr. Lewis was investigated. I have also heard Harrison declare, in the presence of other persons, that he would ruin the whole Cochrane family. I am your lordship's most obedient servant, Thomas Prescott. End of Appendix 6. Appendix 7. Minutes furnished to Messrs. Farrer and Co., my solicitors, at the trial, at their own request, and endorsed by them, Lord Cochrane's minutes of case. Lord Cochrane was not in habits of intimacy with de Berenger. De Berenger never broke bread in Lord Cochrane's house, and never, as far as Lord Cochrane knew, sat down in it. Footnote. Neither in Green Street nor in any former residence. See answer to an anonymous letter at the end of this publication. Footnote ends. Lord Cochrane's servants never carried a note or letter to de Berenger, or put any note or letter into the post for him. De Berenger's servants never brought any note or letter to Lord Cochrane, or forwarded any addressed to him. The only person who came to No. 13 Green Street on the 21st of February in uniform, or the appearance of uniform, was de Berenger. De Berenger wore a grey greatcoat without any trimming, and had a green coat, or a coat with a green collar, under it. Footnote. See the second of the series of questions which I addressed to my solicitors, July 25th. Footnote ends. De Berenger sent a note to Lord Cochrane, which was delivered to him at Mr. King's manufactory, where he was in the daily habit of going. The Honourable Major Cochrane was dangerously ill, and confined to his bed, at that time in Spain. Footnote. At Cambo in France, on the borders of Spain. Footnote ends. Lord Cochrane was appointed to command the Tonnant, but had obtained leave of absence to draw up and lodge the specification to a patent. His leave of absence was to expire on the 28th of February, and he did write such specification and lodge it on the 28th of February. The man who happened to open the door to de Berenger had been hired for the express purpose of going into the country to relieve Lord Cochrane's sea steward, and did so accordingly. No man whatever lived in Lord Cochrane's house except himself and 1 or 2 servants. The servants, who were discharged, had received a regular month's warning, and left in consequence thereof. On 14th of February, Lord Cochrane directed Messrs. Lance and Smallbone to purchase for him £5,000 omnium for money, footnote, which they did on the 15th, footnote ends. But on going to the office, footnote, on the 15th, footnote ends, with the intention to pay for it, he found that he had neglected to bring the necessary sum, and having only about £50 on him, he borrowed from Messrs. Fern, Lance, and Smallbone a sum equal to the deficiency except £200, which was lent to his lordship by Mr. Butt. Mr. Fern was repaid the following day, footnote, on the 17th, end footnote, by the sale of the Omnium, Lord Cochrane having given orders to sell it in the event of his not being able to come into the city, which was the case. Messrs. Lance and Smallbone repaid themselves, and Lord Cochrane returned Mr. Butt the £200, when he received the balance on Saturday the 19th. End of Appendix 7. Appendix 8. King's Bench, July 25th, 1814. Gentlemen, in consequence of what passed in the House of Commons on Tuesday last, I feel it my duty to call upon you as my solicitors on the late trial for answers to the following questions. Did I ever give you in writing any other instructions for the brief than a few observations contained in one sheet of paper, which was afterwards endorsed by you, minutes of case? Was not the description of de Berenger's dress as contained in those minutes, namely, a grey greatcoat without any trimming, and a green coat or a coat with a green collar under it, understood by you to have reference to what could be proved only, and not to imply a doubt in my mind as to the colour of the undercoat, but merely to intimate that witnesses might only be able to speak to the colour of the collar, on account of the body of the coat having been concealed by the greatcoat? Did not I, at your request, send my servants, Thomas Dewman and Mary Turpin, to your office to be examined by you, preparatory to drawing up the brief? And were you not previously in possession of my affidavit, in which the coat worn by de Berenger in my presence on the 21st of February is sworn to have been green? And were not you aware that my said servants had also made affidavits that the officer they saw at my house on that day wore a grey greatcoat buttoned up with a green collar underneath? Did you not particularly question them as to the colour of the undercoat? Did you not expressly ask them whether it was a red coat, and whether they could swear that it was not a red coat, which they could not because it was worn under a greatcoat which was buttoned up? Was it not in consequence of repeated questions that they were induced to admit that the undercoat might be red? Did either of my servants admit that any part which he or she saw of the undercoat was red? Did you not, in consequence of the examination of my servants, insert in the brief that the undercoat worn by de Berenger was a red coat with a green collar? Did you ever call my attention to that part of the brief by word or letter? And do you really believe that I was privy and consenting to the fact of my counsel being authorised by the brief to admit that coat to be red, which I uniformly declared to you was green, and which I had sworn to be green? Did you read the whole of the brief to me, or merely detached parts? Did I peruse it myself in your presence, or to your knowledge? Did you ever, previous to the trial, furnish me with a copy of it? Did I ever make any alterations in the deposition of the servants, or in any part of the brief, relative to what they could depose on the important subject of de Berenger's dress? Did I ever desire you to re-examine them on that point? Did I ever, as far as you know and believe, give instructions to my counsel? Did I ever attend any consultation? Was not my defence mixed with Mr. Johnston's contrary to my orders? And did you inform me that Mr. Johnston's counsel, and not my own, was to plead my case? Was I not, as far as you know and believe, absent from London for near 3 weeks, previous to and up to the Monday preceding the trial? Did you ever call the attention of the counsel by word or letter to the difference between the statement in the brief and the affidavits of myself and servants respecting the dress of de Berenger? When did the counsel, to the best of your belief, discover the difference? Did I not send my servants to Guildhall on the 8th of June, the first day of the trial, to be examined? Did I not send you a note by them to inform you that I had sent them for that purpose? Did I not send them again on the second day of the trial? And did I not write to you on that day, particularly requesting that they might be examined? When did you receive my second letter? Was it not prior to the close of my defence? And if subsequent, was it not at least several hours prior to the close of de Berenger's defence? Had the counsel, to your knowledge, resolved at all events not to examine my servants? Did you communicate to me such their determination? Have you any reason to believe that I had the least knowledge, prior to the trial being closed, that my servant would not be, or had not been, examined? If I had been informed that the counsel had refused to examine them, might I have not gone into court and personally demanded the examination of my witnesses? I am, etc., Cochrane, Messrs. Farrer and Co. letter ends, new letter begins, reader's note ends. Appendix 8. Lincoln's Inn Fields, August the 3rd, 1814. My Lord, we are duly honoured with your Lordship's letter of the 25th ultimate, requiring our answers to many questions relating to the late prosecution, but after what has passed, and the communications we have already made, we hope your Lordship will agree with us in thinking that it would be highly improper in us now to answer any more abstract or partial questions. We have, agreeably to your uncle's desire, made out, and now beg leave to enclose you our bill in that business, in which you will find most of the facts to which your questions relate, stated as they occurred. We are, etc., Farrer and Co. End of Appendix 8. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 9 through 12 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 9, Westminster Election, letter from the Right Honourable Richard Brinsley Sheridan to Arthur Morris, Esquire, High Bailiff of Westminster. Savile Row, Sunday evening, July 10, 1814. Sir, observing that you have called a meeting tomorrow to be held in Palace Yard, to consider of a fit person to fill up the present vacancy in the representation of the City of Westminster, and having myself received very earnest applications from numerous and independent bodies of its inhabitant householders, requiring that I should meet their wishes by proposing myself as a candidate, I take the freedom of addressing these lines to you to say that I absolutely decline to be put in nomination in opposition to Lord Cochrane. I send you this, my determination, without concert or communication with the respectable persons to whom I have above referred, and towards whom I must ever continue to give the utmost gratitude. I trust that I need not declare that I should have felt greatly honoured by having been again returned the representative of Westminster. My title to aspire to that distinction is simply that after more than 31 years' service in Parliament, I can, without fear of successful contradiction, assert that I never gave a vote that was not in support of the truth of liberty and in assertion of the people's rights, duly respecting at the same time the just prerogatives of the Crown, and revering the sacred principles upon which was founded and maintained the glory and the security of our unrivalled Constitution. Having these opinions as a public man, have I hitherto sat in the House of Commons, and never will I accept a seat there but on the sole condition of being the master of my own vote and voice, the servant only of my conscience. As to the present question, which occasions your meeting tomorrow, I enter not into it. No man feels more the reverence due to the seats of justice, or the confidence due to the verdicts of juries. But under the circumstances of an expulsion from the House of Commons, I do not hesitate to say that I have a decided opinion that the expelled member has a right to appeal to his constituents with a view to the restitution of his seat and the rescue of his character. On these grounds, sir, I will not allow myself to interfere with the present appeal made on the part of Lord Cochrane, and to which I conceive him to be so justly entitled. In adopting this determination, I beg leave distinctly to state that I waive my claim to solicit the suffrages of the electors of Westminster in favour of Lord Cochrane alone. I have the honour to be, sir, etc., Richard Brinsley Sheridan. Appendix 9 ends. Appendix 10. The Times, July 12, 1814. Westminster Meeting. Yesterday there was a very numerous meeting at Palace Yard, convened by the High Bailiff for the purpose of nominating a fit and proper person to represent the City of Westminster in Parliament. The High Bailiff shortly stated the purpose for which the present meeting was convened. He had received 2 letters, which it would be his duty to read to them. The one was from Lord Cochrane (loud shouts of applause), the other from Mr. Sheridan (cries of "No Sheridan," and loud expressions of disapprobation from the multitude, who supposed that Mr. Sheridan was offering himself as a candidate). The letter from Lord Cochrane was first read. He enclosed to the High Bailiff a full and unmutilated account of the defence made by him at the House of Commons, which he requested him to read to the meeting. (Many voices called out, "Read, read," while many others, both on account of the great length of it, as well as the danger of publishing certain passages of it, cried no, no. The High Bailiff declined to read it. He then read the letter from Mr. Sheridan, waiving his claims in favour of Lord Cochrane. The High Bailiff then asked if any gentleman had anything to propose. Sir F. Burdett came forward amidst the loudest applause. He had on many occasions witnessed with pleasure the generous feeling and independent spirit of the electors of Westminster, but he had never on any occasion witnessed the ebullition of their feelings with such satisfaction as on the present occasion, as there never was one in which it was more important. The question now was, whether an innocent individual (loud applause), for so he conceived him to be, should be destroyed by the machinations of corruption and power, or whether he should be supported by the voice of his constituents. He hoped that, by the suffrages of the electors of Westminster, that character would be maintained, which he thought had never in any instance been forfeited. They had heard a letter read from Mr. Sheridan, who had with great propriety and prudence withdrawn his pretensions, such as they were. Of the value of that gentleman's claims and pretensions he would not now judge, but he thought that it was prudent and polite of him not to press them at present against the popular feeling and the current of public opinion. They had also heard a letter from Lord Cochrane, who wished his defence to be read to them at length. It was not surprising that the High Bailiff should decline reading that statement, or that no other person should be found bold enough to do so. At a time when libel was an offence so undefined in its nature that no man knew when he might be speaking or writing libels, he could not himself say whether he was not about to speak libels, but that consideration should not prevent him from speaking the truth. Lord Cochrane had, however, with that fortitude which he had so often displayed in the defence of his country, and which had never been more strongly displayed than during the late trying occasion, ventured boldly to speak his mind in the House of Commons, and was now ready to incur all additional risks of publishing the statement he had there made. When he had made that statement, the minister of the country, or, as he should term him, the nose-leader of that illustrious and august body (a laugh), not having the power of gagging Lord Cochrane or preventing his assertion of his innocence, and knowing well the effect that such an appeal to the public would naturally produce, rose, in all the blushing honours of his blue ribbon, to impose silence upon the corrupt and degraded press that is still suffered to exist in this country. At the moment when the House of Commons was going to stigmatise Lord Cochrane with an additional vote conveying censure, the minister thought that it was not proper that the people should hear his defence. Lord Cochrane, feeling, however, as a man of honour must do, that no risk was comparable to the loss of character, wished at every hazard to support his hitherto unsullied character and reputation. He therefore wished that his address should be read to the meeting, but the High Bailiff must, on such an occasion, be allowed to exercise his own discretion and judgment. When the uniform conduct of their chairman was taken into consideration, everybody must be convinced that his motives were always just and honourable, and therefore it would be most unhandsome in them to press him to act contrary to his own judgment in this particular instance. He felt it now unnecessary to detain the meeting with entering into a detail of the case. The statement of the noble lord had, however, explained those circumstances which appeared to require explanation. He should not now find fault with the jury that had tried Lord Cochrane (who were, as he was informed, very respectable persons), but he should for ever find fault with that mode of picking out a jury which Lord Cochrane had called packing them. He did not mean to find fault with the verdict which they found upon the evidence that was laid before them, evidence which was so skilfully and so artfully got up against him by those who had the arrangement of the prosecutor's case, and which had been so feebly met by those who undertook the defence of Lord Cochrane. On such evidence they had found Lord Cochrane guilty of a fraud, of which he was sure that he was as incapable as any gentleman whom he had then the honour of addressing. The noble lord had certainly charged the noble and learned judge who tried him with a false statement of the facts of the case, and with a gross misdirection of the jury. As Lord Cochrane had been prevented by the rules of law from having the opportunity of having his case retried, he came now before the public for the vindication of his character. He should contend, however, that the rule which was set up against the granting of his lordship a new trial was contrary to the law, as the law never requires a man to do impossibilities. As, however, some of those who were tried with Lord Cochrane had fled from the country, and others were evidently not under his control, it was impossible that he should have been able to bring them all into court at the time he wished to move for a new trial. The principle, however, that the law never requires of a man to do impossibilities was maintained on another occasion with respect to those proceedings. When, on the part of some others who had been tried with him, an objection had been made to the indictment as not being sufficiently specific, the answer was, it was impossible to make it comprehend every point, and that the law did not require impossibilities. If the law, however, did not require impossibilities in the one case, neither would it require them in another. (Great applause). They must all remember what an impression had been made on the public mind before the trial by the publishing of evidence, if evidence it could be called, which was given before that body that designated themselves the Committee of the Stock Exchange. He was convinced that almost every man in the court had formed his opinion from this publication of evidence before the Stock Exchange Committee, before Lord Cochrane had been put upon his trial. He had heard of what was called the summing up of the noble judge, but his idea of a summing up was the statement of all the items on the one side and on the other, without addition or subtraction, and presenting to the jury a fair balance. His idea of a judge was that he should be a person free from passion or strong feeling on the case he was to try, but that he was to assist the jury by a clear and impartial statement of the evidence on the one side and on the other. The noble judge who tried Lord Cochrane was an eloquent person, and, as he thought, his eloquence on this occasion had been unfortunate for himself. He thought that he had been as eloquent as an advocate, and as an impassioned advocate. Indeed, some of his phrases and metaphors appeared to him more nearly to resemble the language of poetry (a laugh), and would, as he thought, give him fairer pretensions to the situation of poet laureate than some who had aspired to it (laughter). When he had spoken of hunting down the chase and getting the skin, it reminded him of the old proverb that the man who sold the lion's skin while the lion was yet alive was killed himself in the chase. He believed that Lord Cochrane was not yet hunted down, but that, on the contrary, he was now turning against his hunters. It remained for the electors of Westminster to vindicate the character of an illustrious person who had rendered great services to his country (loud applause), services which, if he had even been guilty of the meanness imputed to him, should, as he thought, have protected him from the degrading infamy which it was now intended to have inflicted upon him (no from many persons, as expressing a hope that the sentence would not be inflicted). He should hope that the malice of his enemies would not prevail, but even if he were to suffer that degrading punishment, he would confidently look for his acquittal to the unpacked and uncorrupted verdict of his constituents and his countrymen at large. He say that if Lord Cochrane was to stand in the pillory, he should feel it his duty to attend also (loud shouts of applause, which lasted for many minutes). The disgrace that might be intended for Lord Cochrane would, so far from stamping him with infamy, remove in the public opinion the idea of infamy from the punishment of the pillory. No man that had hitherto conceived it an honour to follow the noble lord would, for the future, conceive it infamy to stand in the pillory in which he had stood. It appeared to him that instead of destroying Lord Cochrane, the infliction of that part of the sentence would destroy the punishment of the pillory for the future. If, even, Lord Cochrane had been guilty of the offence with which he was charged, would it be supposed that it was for that offence he had incurred such vengeance? Or would it not rather be supposed that the real crime, which could not be forgiven, was his bold and independent conduct in the defence of their rights and liberties (applause). This was a crime as unpardonable in the eyes of some men as that which is called by religious men the sin against the Holy Ghost. How marked a difference was there between the punishment inflicted upon him and the treatment of the most notorious delinquents and depredators of the public purse. They, forsooth, are all honest gentlemen, and meant to pay back at some time or another, and by places and pensions they were often enabled to pay back to the public out of their own money. This put him in mind of a story he had once heard of a Scotch gardener who flourished and grew rich while his neighbours were failing. One of them, however, having got up very early in the morning, met him with a cart full of wall fruit, which he had stripped from their gardens, and asked him, "Where are you going?" The Scotchman answered, "I am going back again." (A laugh). This was the case with the great public delinquents. When they were found out, they were let go back again. He had no doubt but that with the sense they appeared to entertain, both of the innocence and merits of Lord Cochrane, they would enable him again to go to the House, not for the purpose of pruning that hateful system whose branches had extended so wide, but for the purpose of laying the axe to the root of corruption (applause), in order that a natural and wholesome vegetation might take its place. He had exerted himself to rescue the property of his gallant brethren in arms from the gripe of legal harpies. He had acted with independence in circumstances where it was not easy to act independently. He thought that a real independent representative, a man not connected with or swayed by any party, stood in rather a forlorn and difficult situation. Having said so much, he should leave the case of Lord Cochrane to their decision. To them he should commit not his life, for that he had freely and often risked for honour at the cannon's mouth, but that immortal part, which was far dearer to a man of honour than his life, his reputation and his character. To them he now confidently made his appeal, and he trusted that he should not be disappointed. After a few more observations, he concluded by moving the following resolution: Resolved, that in the opinion of this meeting, Lord Cochrane is perfectly innocent of the offence for which he has been sentenced to receive an infamous punishment. Mr. Wishart seconded the motion. Great pains, he said, had been taken to trace one part of the route of De Berenger, but not so much with respect to the other. He did not think that the witnesses on the trial were perjured, but Berenger might have brought the coat along with him in the bundle which he held in his hand. Lord Cochrane came forward like an innocent man, and stated all that he knew of the transaction, nor could it be reasonably inferred that he was implicated in the fraud because Berenger came to his house. The rule of the court had placed Lord Cochrane in a most difficult and perplexing situation, a rule wholly unknown to the best times of the Constitution. Judges thus took the law in their own hands, and encroached upon the functions of Parliament. He did not intend to arraign the conduct of the jury, though the verdict of the juries who had condemned Russell and Sidney had been subsequently reversed (loud applause), because it had been improperly obtained, and the memory of those illustrious patriots would remain embalmed in the recollections of the latest posterity. Many judges had been an ornament to the country that gave them birth, such as Sir M. Hale, Lord Camden, and others, and would to God judges like them always presided in the seat of justice. Every man who was actuated by a cause of justice, or by the feeling of humanity, would pour the balm of consolation into the wounded spirit of the noble lord, who had deserved so well of his country, and who, from some at least of his countrymen, had met with such an ungrateful return. Major Cartwright said there was nothing in any part of the evidence which warranted the learned lord, Ellenborough, in stating that De Berenger came to the house of Lord Cochrane emblazoned in all the costume of his crime. Such an assertion would only be accounted for upon the supposition that in his charge to the jury he had trusted rather to his memory than to his notes. The evidence against Lord Cochrane was like a grain of sand in one hand, while that in his favour was like Westminster Abbey in the other. (Loud and reiterated applause). Mr. Walker thought that it was the duty of the noble lord's constituents to replace him in his situation as member for Westminster. (Shouts of applause). Mr. Alderman Wood, when he first heard of the charge against Lord Cochrane, had said he was innocent, and that he had not the heart nor the disposition to commit a fraud. (Applause). After the trial he was of the same opinion, and everything that had since taken place contributed still more to strengthen that belief. He had heard from one of the jury (who had assured him that others of the jury were of the same sentiment) that had the evidence since produced been brought forward upon the trial, or had Lord Cochrane been in court and made his own defence, it would have been impossible to have found him guilty. (Bursts of applause). If necessary, he could bring the individual alluded to before them. (Bravo, bravo). When he first heard of the result of the trial, he, as an elector of Westminster, had been turning in his mind whom it might be proper to propose for their representative. He was happy to think that now there was no opportunity for any deliberation of that kind, for the electors of Westminster would do justice to an injured character and return him, by their verdict, to that house from which he had been expelled. (Loud applause.) The resolution was then put and carried by acclamation. Sir F. Burdett then moved the second resolution, that it is therefore the opinion of this meeting that Lord Cochrane is a proper person to represent the City of Westminster in Parliament, and that he be put in nomination at the ensuing election. This was seconded by Mr. Sturch, and carried unanimously and with great applause. Sir F. Burdett then moved the third, that a committee be appointed for the purpose of carrying into effect the foregoing resolutions, with power to add to their number. This was also agreed to, and Sir Francis proposed several names, among which were Mr. Alderman Wood, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Jones Burdett, etc. The Honourable Baronet next moved the fourth resolution, that a subscription be entered into to defray the expenses of the ensuing election, toward which it is the bounden duty of every elector and friend to purity of election to contribute. It was seconded by Mr. Wishart, who said that as the City of Westminster had set an honourable example in returning members free of expense, it became their character to continue the practice, but their treasury was not inexhaustible, and he hoped that every friend to the purity of election would come forward and contribute on this occasion. (Applause.) Major Cartwright moved the fifth resolution, resolved that the thanks of this meeting be given to Sir Francis Burdett and the 43 honourable members who voted against the expulsion of Lord Cochrane. Sir F. Burdett returned thanks, and after a vote of thanks to the High Bailiff, the meeting broke up. Appendix 10. Appendix 11. The Morning Chronicle, July 18th, 1814. Westminster Election. On Saturday last, in pursuance of the notice of the High Bailiff, a numerous body of the Westminster electors met at the porch of St. Paul's, Covent Garden, to choose a fit person to represent their city in Parliament. At 10 o'clock proclamation was made, and the writ read, when Sir F. Burdett came forward on the hustings, and, addressing the electors, said that in pursuance to the unanimous resolutions of the electors of Westminster in Palace Yard, he had appeared to put in practice that which was unanimously determined on at that time, by putting in nomination the person whom they had determined to be worthy to represent them. And such was the effect which that unanimous expression of opinion had produced, that, almost for the first time, they were not faced by any court candidate, for such was the weight that it carried, that it had imposed silence in all quarters. (Applause.) It would ill become him to detain them long from that great purpose. Great it was, for it was the purpose of doing justice and maintaining the oppressed, which they were that day assembled to accomplish, but he thought it his duty to add a few words on so novel and important an occasion. (Marks of approbation). The assembly of that day presented the most august spectacle to the mind of man. It was the image of a free people, of a body of free men, appealed to in the last resort from all minor and inferior jurisdictions by an oppressed individual, oppressed by corrupt machinations and artful combinations. From whatever cause this oppression arose, it was enough that he was oppressed, and that he had appealed from his oppressors to the justice of the people at large. For the character by which the people of England was most distinguished was the love of justice. (Applause.) It was needless to attempt to display any of the merits peculiar to Lord Cochrane, because whatever these merits or demerits, if any such existed, of which he, Sir F. B., was not aware, were of little consequence. It was not in the view of personal merits or demerits, but in the defence of a man oppressed unjustly, as they believed, in support of justice, that they were called on to give their suffrages on this occasion. Though idle reports or malignant artifices had been played off against Lord Cochrane, even had they not carried in themselves their own refutation, they would have had no weight with the electors of Westminster. Free bodies of electors had always shown a disposition to support the oppressed, and particularly in the case of that individual whose apostasy had done such injury to the cause of liberty, and who had always been thought by those who knew him intimately to have been unprincipled, John Wilkes. In that case, despite of all dislike to the character of a man, he was maintained because he was an object of oppression, and because he had avowed those principles of public liberty which could never fail to vibrate in the hearts of the people of England. (Loud applause.) We had lately had amongst us the great sovereigns of distant states, to whom we had shown the respect and kindness which they claimed from the regard they had shown to human liberty and human happiness, when,
Had they appeared in their artificial characters of princes only, they might have passed unheeded without any marks of our affection and regard. (Applause). He regretted that they had now departed from this country without seeing what he (Sir F.B.) then saw, and which outshone all the shows and entertainments (a laugh) with which, as a mark of respect, they had been justly entertained. The spectacle of a free people in the act of maintaining an oppressed fellow citizen against the arm of corruption and power (applause). Such a spectacle as this no other nation on earth could afford. We had heard a great deal lately about hoaxes, especially of that in which my Lord Cochrane had been so innocently and unfortunately implicated. We have been told of a trial by a jury, who are supposed to be impartial men, taken at random. Now my Lord Cochrane has been tried, though, I think, no blame attaches to the jury who tried him, who, I think, under the circumstances did their duty, not by a jury of the country, but by a packed and selected jury. There is no greater hoax than to try a man by such a jury (applause and laughter), and to tell him he had been tried by a jury of his country. We have been told that the judge should not only be impartial, and sit on the bench as a stone with no feeling, but with all judgment, but that he should be a counsel for the prisoner. What sort of counsel for Lord Cochrane was my Lord Ellenborough? (Loud laughter and applause.) Indeed, my Lord Cochrane has been the most hoaxed of any man. (Applause.) That very morning he (Sir F. Burdett) had been looking into a newspaper which was famous for hoaxing, and which formerly produced the fabricated French letters. He meant the Morning Post. (A laugh.) In that paper there was a paragraph stating that the Princess Charlotte was delighted at her residence at Carlton House, and was highly gratified to see her old friends about her. This, he should conceive, was somewhat of a hoax. (A laugh.) It was given out to the public that those gewgaws in the parks, that the childish amusement of squibs and crackers, were all intended solely for the delight of the British public, which public, by the way, would have to pay all the expenses out of its own pockets. Was this not a hoax? (A laugh.) But there was one still greater. There was a large body of placemen who grow rich with the public money, and yet were so fastidiously delicate that they could not endure that any peculator of a different stamp should associate with them. Those immaculate persons who thus lived by the public purse chose to call themselves the representatives of the people of England. He trusted that the example set by the city of Westminster would spread through every part of the kingdom, and that the corrupt would be taught that England was not to be so represented. If other places would act like Westminster, and return their members to Parliament, not only without expense, but without the least solicitation, in that case corruption would receive, if not her death blow, yet such a wound as would prevent her from ever reassuming an influence pernicious to the best interests of the country. He would now propose to them Sir Thomas Cochrane, commonly called Lord Cochrane, as a fit representative to serve them in Parliament. (Great applause.) Mr. Sturch seconded the motion. He had never had any personal or political connection with Lord Cochrane till he had visited his lordship in prison, and he should support his lordship because he was persuaded that he had been condemned on imperfect evidence, and because the severity of his sentence was such as to astonish the whole nation. The High Bailiff then put the question, which was carried with acclamations and unanimously, and the High Bailiff then declared Lord Cochrane to be elected. (Loud applause.) Alderman Wood next addressed the meeting. He began by alluding to some newspapers which had called his conversation with the juryman chit-chat. He denied that it was chit-chat. It was a solemn assertion made by a gentleman in the name of himself and some of his fellow jurors. He begged the electors to dismiss from their minds these calumnies which had appeared respecting Lord Cochrane's treatment of his father. He had made the most anxious inquiries into the matter, and had gone late last night to gain more particular information, and he was able to assure them positively that Lord Cochrane had always been distinguished for his kindness, generosity, and attention to his poor unfortunate father. It was evident that there existed somewhere a very vindictive feeling towards Lord Cochrane. As a proof he would mention that order of the Secretary of State which directed that the punishment of the pillory should take place on the 10th of August. (Cries of no pillory). Now, it had always been usual to leave the time to the discretion of the sheriff, who never inflicted this punishment at so early a period after the sentence. If he himself were sheriff, he should refuse to obey such an order, and should content himself with alleging that the time appointed did not suit him.
great applause. Close bracket. The worthy alderman concluded by an allusion to the paragraph concerning the Princess Charlotte. He had reason to know that in spite of all the high satisfaction which she was said to feel in her own residence, she had made 3 attempts to escape. Open bracket, laughter and applause. The usual thanks followed, and the meeting dispersed. Reader's note, end of Appendix 11. Appendix 12. Cobbett's Political Register, July 30th, 1814. Re-election of Lord Cochrane. In consequence of the unanimous return of his lordship to fill his seat in Parliament as one of the representatives for the City of Westminster, the following letters passed between his lordship and Mr. Brooks, Treasurer of the Westminster Committee. It is a fact perhaps not generally known that, with the exception of 1 or 2 newspapers, the London journals have thought proper to refuse giving publicity to this correspondence. Such indeed is the degraded state of our press, that the editor of a Sunday paper, in giving his lordship's letter, omitted several of the most striking passages in it, which, as was done in publishing his defence, he supplied with stars. Reader's note, letter begins. Committee Room, King Street, Covent Garden, July 16th, 1814. My Lord, I am directed by the Committee of Electors of Westminster, appointed at the general meeting held in New Palace Yard on Monday the 11th instant, to acquaint your Lordship that you were this morning nominated as a fit and proper person to fill the vacancy in the representation of the City of Westminster in Parliament, occasioned by your Lordship's expulsion, and that you were immediately re-elected without opposition, and with the most lively expressions of universal approbation. The committee further direct me to convey to your Lordship their sincere congratulations on an event so happily demonstrative of the sense which your constituents entertain of the accusation which has been brought against you, and of the very extraordinary proceedings by which it has been followed up, and to assure your Lordship that it affords them the highest gratification to find that you are able to oppose to the envenomed shafts of malice and party spirit the impenetrable shield of conscious innocence. They rejoice to see that the prejudices occasioned by gross and shameless misrepresentation are fast wearing away from the public mind, and they trust that the time is near when your Lordship's character will appear as fair and unblemished in the view of every individual in the British Empire, as it now does in the eyes of the electors of Westminster. I have the honour to be, my Lord, your Lordship's most faithful and obedient servant, Samuel Brooks, Chairman. To Lord Cochrane. Reader's note, letter ends, new letter begins. King's Bench, July 18th, 1814. Sir, amongst all the occurrences of my life, I can call to memory no one which has produced so great a degree of exultation in my breast as this, which, through a channel which I so highly esteem, has been communicated to me that, after all the machinations of corruption (open bracket), bringing into play her choicest agents (close bracket), have been able to effect against me, the citizens of Westminster have, with unanimous voice, pronounced me worthy of continuing to be one of their representatives in Parliament. Merely to be a member of the House of Commons, as now made up, is something too meagre to be a gratification to me. But when I reflect on that love of country, that devotion to freedom, that soundness of judgment, that unshaken adherence to truth and justice, which have invariably marked the proceedings of the citizens of Westminster, and when I further reflect that it is of Sir Francis Burdett, whom they have now, for the 3rd time, made me the colleague, how am I to express, on the one hand, my gratitude towards them, and on the other, the contempt which I feel for all the distinctions of birth, and for all the wealth, and all the decorations which ministers and kings have it, under the present system, in their power to bestow. With regard to the case, the agitation of which has been the cause of this, to me, most gratifying result, I am in no apprehension as to the opinions and feelings of the world, and especially of the people of England, whom, though they may be occasionally misled, are never deliberately cruel or unjust. Only let it be said of me, the Stock Exchange have accused, Lord Ellenborough has charged for guilty, the special jury have found that guilt, the court have sentenced to the pillory, the House of Commons have expelled, and the citizens of Westminster have re-elected. Only let this be the record placed against my name, and I shall be proud to stand in the calendar of criminals all the days of my life. In requesting you, sir, to convey these my sentiments to my constituents at large, I cannot refrain from begging you and the other gentlemen of the committee to accept my particular and unfeigned thanks. I am, sir, your most obedient, humble servant, Cochrane. To Samuel Brooks, Esquire, Chairman of the Committee of the Electors of Westminster. End of Appendix 12. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 13 through 17 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 13. To the Electors of Westminster, King's Bench, August the 10th, 1814. Gentlemen, it is fresh in your recollection that when Lord Ebrington, contrary to my opinion, which was conveyed by letter to his lordship, and at my request read by him to the House, made his motion for a remission of that part of the sentence which was to have been executed this day, Lord Castlereagh was empowered to state that the Prince Regent had already done that which it was the object of Lord Ebrington's motion to effect. You will also remember that Lord Castlereagh, instead of immediately making his communication and preventing an unnecessary and consequently improper discussion, withheld it from the House for a considerable time, and thus afforded the Attorney and Solicitor General and himself an opportunity of making a new and violent assault upon my character and conduct. Although many of their arguments had been previously refuted, and others were well answered at the time, yet it was impossible for those honourable members who entertained a favourable opinion of me to answer every accusation which the Solicitor General and others brought forward by surprise. It remains therefore for me to offer some observations in my own defence, in which my reason will appear for having suffered some delay to occur in the execution of this important duty. In the course of the Solicitor General's speech, he asserted that in my defence I had misstated the circumstances of the transaction, and had charged my solicitors with a gross dereliction of duty. I shall now show that I have neither misstated circumstances nor made any unfounded accusation. He further asserted that he would take upon himself to say that the brief had been drawn up from my own instructions. The fact is, I have never denied that I gave instructions for the brief. It is true, however, that I gave no specific instructions to counsel and attended no consultation, but it is obvious that without some instructions or some information from me to my solicitors, there could have been no brief at all. My solicitors themselves applied to me for written instructions, and I, of course, furnished them with such particulars as occurred to me on the subject, which are written on one sheet of paper, and might have been written on one page. This paper is endorsed by my solicitors, Lord Cochrane's minutes of case, and may be seen in my possession. It was discovered by His Majesty's law officers that these few hints or minutes of case given to my solicitors at their own solicitation, preparatory to drawing the brief, furnish a contradiction to my assertion in the House that I gave no instructions to counsel. I was desirous of giving these learned gentlemen the full benefit of the discovery by making them public, when I published this address to the electors of Westminster, but was prevented by a suggestion that the address, with the other important documents annexed, were already too long for a communication to the newspapers, and so the editor of one of those prints appears to have thought, for he omitted two very important and inoffensive paragraphs. As the same reasons no longer exist, I insert the minutes of case between the address and the questions to the solicitors. I apprehend that it was the duty of my solicitors to have sent me a copy of the brief, which, however, they did not, and I repeat that previous to the trial I never read it. It appears that they particularly called my attention to an unimportant circumstance which they had inserted in the brief, or the examinations attached, in consequence of an erroneous communication from my servant, who had confounded the circumstances of two different occurrences. See this explained in the answer to an anonymous letter at the end. This was the one particular which the Solicitor General says that I myself corrected. I admitted that this error was expunged by my authority, and opposite the 4 lines which contained it is written, "Read this to Lord Cochrane," which I think is an argument that the greater part of the brief was not read to me, particularly as there are 12 lines expunged in another place, opposite which my name does not appear. My solicitors, however, assert that, though I did not read the brief myself, they read the greater part of it to me, and on their assertion I will admit that they did so, though I have no recollection of the fact. But if it could be shown that they drew my attention to every line of the brief, except only to that one most important point, the description of De Berenger's dress, which immediately follows the 4 lines expunged, I still think that they were guilty of very reprehensible negligence. In my affidavit, which was before them, and was introduced into the brief, the coat worn by De Berenger is sworn to have been green, and in the examination attached to the brief, it is stated to have been red. It is impossible that this most important difference could have escaped their observation, and yet it is true that they never called my attention to it. I may affirm, without fear of being again contradicted, that I did not know that the dress of De Berenger, which I had sworn to be green, was in any part of the brief, much less in the examinations of my servants, described to be red, because it is impossible, unless I had been absolutely insane, that I should not only have been satisfied with a brief which authorised my counsel to contradict my own affidavit, but have been anxious to send my servants into court to give evidence against me. If my solicitors actually read this part of the brief to me, it was obvious that I was not giving that attention which a man conscious of guilt naturally would have given. The word "read," if I had heard it, must have instantly excited my particular notice. But if the difference between red and green escaped my observation, what did my solicitors think of it? In more than one account of Lord Ellenborough's charge, his lordship was represented to have said, if the difference between red and green escaped Lord Cochrane's observation, what did he think of the star and medallion? My accusers chiefly depended, for my conviction, on proving that De Berenger appeared before me in the red coat in which he had committed the fraud. Is it possible that one of my solicitors should have read it to me, and not have said, "You observe, Lord Cochrane, that this is contrary to your affidavit"? To have read it to me without a pause, and have suffered it to pass without observation, is, I think, as negligent as not to have read it at all, and is wholly irreconcilable with the assertion of Mr. Abercrombie that both parts of the brief were read over to me with the utmost care. If, in my defence in the House of Commons, I did not state the manner in which I apprehended the difference between the brief and the affidavit originated, it was because I could not have stated it without throwing the more blame on my solicitors than I felt inclined to do. I have been challenged by the Attorney General to unseal the lips of my solicitors and counsel. My solicitors, however, did not wait for me to unseal their lips, as is evident by what is called the counter-statement, which they thought proper to furnish Mr. Abercrombie and others, and I think it rather unreasonable to require me to unseal the lips of my counsel to qualify them to give evidence against me, when I could not succeed in unsealing their lips on the trial to speak one word in my behalf. My own counsel, Mr. Topping and Mr. Scarlett, whom I fully expected would have advocated my cause, never spoke in my defence. In saying this, however, I cast no blame on those gentlemen, because I have no doubt that, under the circumstances then known to them, they acted as they thought best. Neither do I mean to blame Mr. Serjeant Best, the counsel for Mr. Johnston, who, contrary to my expectation and direction, defended my cause in conjunction with that of his own client. He made as able a speech as any advocate could have done with the information he possessed, and under his then circumstances, but he intimated at the time, and afterwards authorised me to assert, that he was not able to do justice to the cause, and it is a just ground of complaint that after Mr. Serjeant Best had been exhausted for 15 hours close attention and confinement, he was not allowed a few hours to recover himself and prepare for the defence. To return, I do, however, accept the daring of the Attorney General, and freely release my solicitors and counsel from every obligation of secrecy. I have not learnt that any of these gentlemen have made any disclosures in consequence of this release. I might perhaps have done this sooner, but the delay has not been occasioned by any doubt in my mind as to the propriety of the step, or fear of the consequences. I thought, however, after the statement which has been circulated by my solicitors, that it was my duty, in the first place, to put to them certain questions, which I was not aware would have occasioned much delay, but after a lapse of nearly a fortnight they wrote to inform me that they thought it would be improper to answer those questions. I now lay them before the public. I particularly authorise the counsel employed for the defence to state their reasons for determining to defend me conjointly with Mr. Johnston, contrary to the opinion of Mr. Adam expressed on the 6th of May, contrary to their own opinion expressed on the 24th of May, and contrary to my opinion and direction expressed on the 29th of May, and I also particularly authorise them to assign the reason for their opinion that no witnesses ought to be examined on my part. From an item in my solicitor's bill, dated June 6th, only 2 days before the trial, I extract the following. Attending a consultation at Mr. Serjeant Best's chambers, when your case was fully considered, and all the counsel were decidedly of the opinion that you must be defended jointly with the other defendants, and the counsel recommended your servants, being in attendance on the trial, although they still remained of the opinion that neither they nor any other witness ought to be examined on your part. In a subsequent item, dated June 7th, the day before the trial, I am represented to have acquiesced, not, however, in the non-examination of my witness, but in the joint defence. It appears, however, that I held out to the last, and if I did acquiesce, it was then high time to do so, otherwise, in all probability, I should not have been defended at all. And especially their reasons for not examining my servants on the subject of De Berenger's dress, notwithstanding my earnest desire to have them examined. I am also willing, nay, I am anxious, that Mr. Serjeant Best should state whether, when he admitted that the coat was red and not green, he did not imagine that I had sworn falsely by design. I know that in his speech he attributed my description of the coat to error only, but I am anxious to know whether he did so from his feelings as a man or his sense of duty as an advocate. Until I am better informed, I shall incline to the opinion that he was actuated by the latter feeling only, because if he really imagined that he had to defend an innocent man, I do think that he would not, without previously communicating with me on the subject, have had recourse to the dangerous expedient of admitting that to be red which I have sworn to be green, however embarrassed he might have been by the confusion of his brief, or exhausted by the fatigue and long confinement which he had undergone. I stated in the House of Commons that I gave no instructions to counsel, and attended no consultation. I now see the folly of this negligence, for, if I had personally attended to my interests, and conferred with my advocates on the subject, I have no doubt that I should have fully convinced them of my innocence. I believe that, subsequent to the trial, there is not a single individual with whom I have conferred on the subject who has not left me with that impression. To come now to the manner in which the error in the brief originated, I have no hesitation in acknowledging that I am at issue with my solicitors on that point. Their account is, that two of my servants, whom I had sent to their office to be examined as to the evidence they could give on the trial, admitted that De Berenger wore a red coat with a green collar. My servants, on the contrary, assure me that they did not, and could not, admit that it was a red coat, because when they saw De Berenger he wore a great coat, buttoned up, and they neither saw the body nor the skirts of the undercoat, but the collar, and so much of the breast as they saw, were green. But they admit that, on being questioned by my solicitors whether they could swear that it was not a red coat, they confessed that they could not, and admitted that it might be red, and that the green which they saw might be green facings to a military coat. But they have constantly declared that no part which they saw was red, and they deny that they ever admitted that they saw any red. My solicitors were in possession of their previous affidavits describing De Berenger to have worn a grey greatcoat, buttoned up, and a coat with a green collar underneath. I shall not deny that my solicitors considered the admissions of the servants to amount to an acknowledgment that the coat was red, but I shall ever believe that such admissions actually went no further than that, since they did not see the body of the coat, it might, for aught they knew, be red, and possibly that they supposed it was red, because the wearer having a sword and military cap, they conceived him to be an army officer. The description which my solicitors introduced into the brief in consequence of this examination, namely a red coat with a green collar, neither accords with my description, nor with the coat actually worn by De Berenger on his way from Dover, which, as proved by witness on the trial, was either wholly scarlet or turned up with yellow. If I had been a party to the fraud, and had sworn falsely as to the colour of the coat, I doubtless might also have been wicked enough to have endeavoured to suborn the servants to perjure themselves in my behalf, but I should hardly have ventured to send them to my solicitors to be examined on the subject without previously instructing them myself, and it can hardly be supposed that if they had been on their guard from any previous instructions of mine, that my solicitors, in the common course of examination, would have obtained from them any evidence which mitigated against my own statement. I should naturally, too, have felt some anxiety to know the result of their examination, yet the truth is that I never asked them a single question on their return from the solicitor's office. Indeed, if I had questioned them, as narrowly as one may suppose a guilty man who had sent his servants on a guilty errand of so much danger and importance would have questioned them, I should in all probability have discovered whether they had or had not executed that errand to my satisfaction. In all events, I should have been anxious to know the result of their examination, as entered in the brief, and if it be true that it was actually read to me by my solicitor, I must, under such circumstances, have lent too attentive an ear to have suffered the ruinous word read to have escaped my observation. I must, too, have shown certain symptoms of uneasiness on hearing that word, which could not have escaped the observation of the reader, particularly as the contradiction between that word and my oath must have been present to his mind. And lastly, with the knowledge that the brief contained a flat and fatal contradiction to my own affidavit out of the mouths of my own servants, I should hardly have suffered it to have gone to my counsel in that state, and then have pressed, in the way in which I did press, to have those servants examined at the trial. How my solicitors could admit so fatal contradiction into the brief without drawing my attention to it immediately by letter, it is for them to explain. Yet they admit that they never wrote to me on the subject. They very quietly, however, inserted it and let it remain in the brief until I should happen to discover it, which, as I have pretty clearly proved, never did happen previous to the trial. It was on the second day of the trial, and not before, that to my very great surprise I discovered in a newspaper the admission of my counsel, in contradiction to my affidavit, "Yet," says the Attorney General, "there was no mistake and no surprise. If there had, the judges would have dispensed with their rule and granted a new trial. But no, there was nothing of that sort here." In whatever way my solicitors took the examination of my servants on the subject of De Berenger's dress, it is indisputable that nothing can justify their neglect in not immediately drawing my attention to the difference between the result of that examination and the statement in my own affidavit. "It can never be permitted," said the Solicitor General, "that a person accused should try in the first instance how far he could go without his own witnesses, and then, should the result prove unfavourable, how far he could go with them." How unjust this observation is, as applied to me, is well known to my solicitors. They well know how anxious I was to have my witnesses brought forward in the first instance. Those witnesses would and could conscientiously have sworn to the green collar, which would have sufficiently corroborated the description in my affidavit, as it never was pretended that De Berenger wore a green collar to his scarlet coat. It was asked by the Attorney General, "if the servants could have confirmed the affidavit, where was the advocate who could have been stupid enough to hesitate to produce them?" It is possible, however, that the advocates may be prejudiced, may be mistaken, and may be misled by their brief. It is also possible that they may be compelled to attempt the exercise of their duty when incapacitated by faintness and fatigue. I hope that it will now appear to be satisfactorily proved, not only that I did not see De Berenger in his scarlet coat, but that he did not come to my door, nor even enter the hackney coach in that dress. See the annexed affidavits. In reply to the Solicitor General's observation that I had sought to establish my own innocence by recrimination upon the judge and jury, I shall at present merely ask the learned gentleman whether he is of the opinion that a like sentence for a like offence would have been passed on any nobleman or member of Parliament on his side of the House? Would a punishment which, according to the unfortunate admission of the Governor-General, is calculated "to bow down the head with humiliation ever after," together with fine and imprisonment, and the privation of every office and honour, have been thought little enough for a ministerial defendant on such charge? And if the candour of the learned gentleman impels him to answer in the negative, is it not fair to inquire whether he thinks that such an one would even have been convicted on similar evidence? The Attorney General observed, that he was glad that the period had arrived when the trial could be read at length, and thus do away with the effect of those imperfect statements which misled the public mind. Reserving my remarks on the trial for a future opportunity, I shall, at present, just ask the Attorney General how it comes that he, who is so anxious that the public mind should not be misled, should have made the unfounded assertion that I not only pocketed a large sum of money by the fraud, but put off absolute ruin. Such an assertion is the more inexcusable in the Attorney General, who had every facility of obtaining more correct information. His own broker could have told him that the Omnium, which I possessed on the 19th of February, when the fraud must have been in agitation, could have been sold on that day at 27 5/8. The average cost was 27 7/8, so the whole loss on the £139,000 Omnium, if sold on that day, would not have amounted to above £400. And when it is considered that the result of my previous speculations was a gain of £4,200, received, and £830 in the hands of my broker, how does the Attorney-General make it out that I had so embarrassed myself by such speculations as to have no other than fraudulent means of escaping absolute ruin? Besides, I can assure the learned gentleman, if he is not already apprised of the fact, that if I had held the Omnium till the 1st, 3rd, or 4th of March, I should have sold it at a profit, and if I had held it till the settling day, when I must of necessity have sold it, I should not have lost half the sum I had previously gained. But if, upon the whole, I had lost a few hundreds or even a few thousands, how would the Attorney-General be justified in inferring my absolute ruin? It is well known that I had been more successful at sea than almost any other officer of my standing in the Navy, and that I have constantly lived not only within my income, but at less expense than almost any other person of my rank in society. On what grounds, therefore, is the Attorney-General warranted in representing me as a person in such desperate circumstances as to be obliged to have recourse to the lowest knavery in order to avert absolute ruin? With respect to the other assertion, that I pocketed a large sum of money in consequence of the transactions of the 21st of February, did not the learned lawyer know that the Stock Exchange Committee had seized not only £1,700 of my money, which was my actual profit from that day's sale, but also a further sum of £770 to answer their exaggerated calculation of that profit, and that the aforementioned sum of £830 was also lost through the proceedings of that committee? If the learned gentleman knew nothing of all this, I can only observe that he ought to have informed himself on the subject before he made such statements in the House of Commons. I have the honour to be, gentlemen, with great respect, your most obedient and faithful servant, Cochrane. End of Appendix 13. Appendix 14. Addresses from Paisley, Canal Street, Paisley, August 18th, 1814. Sir, by inserting the following address to Lord Cochrane and the electors of Westminster, you will oblige your readers in this place. Accustomed as we have been to the acts of the abettors of corruption, it is with a mixture of pity and contempt we have witnessed the eagerness with which they have endeavoured to heap every sort of contumely upon Lord Cochrane's head. Thanks to his numerous friends, they have in this instance been wretchedly disappointed, and though he has been stripped of those honours which the breath of kings can bestow, he still retains, what they have not the power to give or take away, the applause and admiration of his grateful countrymen. Yours, with great respect, John M'Naught, W. Cobbett, Esquire. At the meeting of the inhabitants of Paisley in the Salutation Inn, upon August the 5th, 1814, for the purpose of celebrating the triumph of Lord Cochrane, the following addresses to the electors of Westminster and to Lord Cochrane were agreed to. To the electors of Westminster. Gentlemen, the times in which we live have been denominated a new era. They have produced so many extraordinary and marvellous events that we cannot help thinking the designation just, but such has been their effect on the public mind that we almost cease to wonder at anything, however extraordinary. Were it not for this apathy, this callous effect, scarcely anything in modern times could have made a deeper impression than the trial and condemnation of your representative Lord Cochrane. In spite, however, of this disadvantage, we rejoice to find that this event has produced the very impression it ought to have made. It has produced an impression at once calculated to confound the malice of his enemies, to cheer the heart of every patriot, and to cherish the spirit of justice and independence which has long been dear to every Briton. Allow us, therefore, to congratulate you and your country on the signal triumph which justice has obtained in your re-election of Lord Cochrane, an election which could only proceed from a universal consciousness of the innocence of his lordship, and which has placed that innocence on an immovable foundation. You have had many struggles with corruption, in all of which you have appeared as illustrious examples to mankind. In this last instance you have, if possible, surpassed yourselves. You have appeared as the focus of justice. It has been your prerogative to give the public feeling effect. We would by no means be understood to insinuate anything to the prejudice of the jury which tried his lordship. Trial by jury we hold so sacred and invaluable that we deprecate any reflection that would seem to throw a shade on so glorious an institution, but we may freely observe that, like every other human institution, it must be liable to abuse. We can easily imagine that a jury may be placed in such circumstances as to be rendered absolutely incapable of knowing the truth, a villanous arrangement of the evidence to be produced, a malicious and undue influence on the part of the judge, etc., may deceive a jury, and produce as much evil under the forms of law as private vengeance could inflict. But while it is said that Lord Cochrane was tried and condemned by a special jury, it will also be said that he was tried by the electors of Westminster. He was tried by his country and acquitted. We conclude by expressing our hope that whenever the hydra of corruption shall put forth her head, you will be found at your posts, ready to strike it off and inflict a mortal wound. The times are still ominous, and the nation has its eyes fixed on you. We trust that you will not relax in your vigilance till malice and injustice hide their diminished heads, and innocence no longer finds its only solace in heart-corroding grief. We are, gentlemen, etc., John McNaught, Chairman. To Lord Cochrane. My Lord, there is such a dissonance between conscious innocence and imputed guilt that an upright mind must necessarily be confounded on receiving an atrocious charge, and even when the falsehood of the charge is made apparent, the recollection of it is often so bitter and its consequences so injurious as almost to equal the pangs and the deserved punishment of real guilt. Your case, my Lord, is one of a singular complexion, trained in the paths of honour, habituated to patriotic deeds and high exploits, and possessing in an eminent degree that noble disinterestedness, that open frankness, peculiar to a naval life. To you the recent charge must have been extremely galling. Convinced of your innocence, permit us to approach your Lordship to express the interest we have taken in that extraordinary affair. When the charge was first preferred, we considered its improbability so great as to require the strongest evidence to make it good. We rejoiced to find such evidence was wanting. Nay, more, the lofty spirit of independence, the keen sense of honour which you manifested throughout the whole affair, your astonishing address before the House of Commons, and subsequent illustrations, has destroyed every vestige of guilt, and placed your Lordship's innocence in the most advantageous point of view. The universal sentiment in your favour, but especially the admirable conduct of the electors of Westminster, have raised you to a higher eminence than that from which you had fallen. You were indeed guilty of a crime unpardonable in the eyes of corruption. You had dictated energy and efficiency to warlike measures. You sought the glory and happiness of your country. You sought for justice to your associates in war. Was it then to be wondered at that malice should make you a favourite mark? No, my Lord, but thanks to this enlightened age, her shafts have been diverted in their course, and by their obliquity have centred in herself. My Lord, allow us to conclude by expressing our confidence that the circumstances which have called forth this address will, if possible, strengthen your habits and elevate your patriotic views, that when the time arrives for resuming public functions, you will be found the same intrepid, fearless champion of public and private right you have ever been. Accept, my Lord, the assurance of our regard, John McNaught, Chairman. End of Appendix 14. Appendix 15. Address from Culross. Address presented to Lord Cochrane by the inhabitants of Culross. We, the inhabitants of the royal burgh of Culross and neighbourhood, beg leave to offer your Lordship our heartfelt congratulations on being re-elected a member to serve in the House of Commons for one of the first cities in the kingdom, which event may be considered as the verdict of the last tribunal to whom you had appealed from the charges lately preferred against you. While the firmness with which you met those charges has called forth our highest admiration, we rejoice that they have now been so clearly proved to be unfounded, and that the cloud which threatened your destruction has been dispelled. In the joy everywhere diffused on this occasion, none can more cordially participate than the inhabitants of Culross. We beg to assure your Lordship of their unabated attachment to and respect for the family of Dundonald. Calling to mind the many heroic actions your Lordship has performed in your country's cause, we look forward with confidence to a renewal of your ardent and gallant exertions for her advantage, notwithstanding the persecutions you are now suffering. And we sincerely hope that in defiance of party and faction, you shall again shine forth an ornament to your profession, an honour to your country, and the boast of this place, the ancient residence of your noble family. We beg also to express our wish that your Lordship may speedily forget those sufferings an honourable mind must sustain whilst struggling against gross and unfounded accusations. Signed in the presence, and by the appointment of the meeting, W. Melvin, B. John Corr, Secretary. End of Appendix 15. Appendix 16. Lord Cochrane's answer to address from Culross. King's Bench, August 18th, 1814. Sir, I take the earliest opportunity which the pleasure of my affairs afforded me of conveying to my much respected friends of Culross my heartfelt thanks for the interest they take in my character and welfare, and for the truly gratifying manner in which they have demonstrated their feelings, which are at once an honour to themselves and to me. You may with great truth assure our respectable townsmen that their unfeigned congratulations on my re-election add greatly to the satisfaction which I derive from that triumphant event, and that whatever may be the value of my actions, the motives in which they originate ever have been and ever shall be such as may claim the reward of their good opinion. I send you a newspaper containing the letter of De Berenger, by which you will perceive that my enemies have now an agent even within the confines of my prison. But I shall eventually triumph over all their machinations. End of Appendix 16. Appendix 17. Address of the inhabitants of Kirkcaldy to the electors of Westminster. Kirkcaldy, September the 8th, 1814. In consequence of previous intimation, a considerable number of well-disposed and respectable persons of Kirkcaldy assembled at the Wellington Inn here for the purpose of forming a congratulatory address to the honourable, free, and independent electors of Westminster on their re-election of the Right Honourable Lord Cochrane, when the following was publicly read and approved of, ordered to be signed by the chairman in the name of the meeting, and transmitted by the secretary to the Honourable Sir Francis Burdett, Baronet. William Davidson in the chair. Gentlemen, in imitation of the very respectable inhabitants of Paisley, we now presume to step forward to congratulate you on the laudable and praiseworthy step you have lately taken in re-electing the Right Honourable Lord Cochrane as one of your members for Westminster, whom the base time-servers of the day had, through wicked and deceitful means, unwarrantably deprived of his seat in Parliament. Not satisfied with this, his lordship's enemies pushed matters so far as to obtain a sentence of pillory, fine, and imprisonment, as if he had been a common felon, nay more, deprive him of those laurels he had so magnanimously won, and so justly merited at the hands of his country. His lordship's firmness and praiseworthy resignation under these uncommon sufferings we cannot too much admire and respect, and we fondly hope that, notwithstanding all these afflictions, his innocence will soon be confirmed by the exposure of those base intriguers and their intrigues to the utter confusion of all time-serving placemen and their confederate hirelings. We rejoice that his lordship possesses laurels more noble and lasting, which it is not in the power of princes nor their advisers to bestow or take away. We also trust that when his lordship shall assume his honourable seat, he will be more emboldened than heretofore, in conjunction with your other honourable member, Sir Francis Burdett, in opposing corruption and its abettors, till the nation, roused from its lethargy, shall unite in behalf of all those who have been unjustly wronged, and thus will our happy little island outvie and triumph over all her enemies, both at home and abroad. Gentlemen, we hope and flatter ourselves that you will have no cause to lament the re-election of your right honourable member. We have no doubt that his lordship will be proud of the honour you have done him, as it cannot but attach him more closely to you and to the interests of the nation. We know that many thousands in Britain rejoice at the step you have taken, and the victory obtained by his lordship, who nevertheless are afraid to show themselves, lest, like some of the old, they are put out of the synagogue. We still hope, however, that the stigma cast on his lordship's friends, instead of intimidating them, will rather embolden them to come forward and publicly declare the sense they have of his lordship's innocence, that the honourable and praiseworthy electors of Westminster may prosper and succeed in all of their laudable undertakings, and long enjoy the distinguished services of their able and truly honourable representatives, and when they shall have done their duty in their day and generation, that others in succession may fill their place who shall equal them in abilities and fortitude, is the ardent wish of this meeting. Signed, by appointment, William Davidson, Chairman. End of Appendices 13 through 17. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. Appendices 18 through 20 of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Timothy Ferguson. Appendix 18. The Times, July 13th, 1814. Sir, a constant reader of your journal takes the liberty of inquiring whether any measures have been adopted on the Stock Exchange to put a stop to that illicit practice of time bargaining which could alone present a sufficient temptation to the authors of the late imposition, and will, if not abolished, continue to hold out similar inducements to the commission of similar frauds. To punish the invention of false news, with the particular view to affect the funds, and yet to suffer such practices in the funds as are both of themselves illegal, and also give occasion to the invention of the falsehoods, must appear to every one to be highly preposterous. In fact, the invention of false news and time bargaining must be considered but as different parts of the same act. They sprung up together, have grown and thriven together, and whatever some may suppose, are of no very recent birth. Lord Cochrane has, in truth, been found guilty of that which has been, in a less degree perhaps, practised without disgrace almost every week in the year upon 'Change, namely, a conspiracy to affect the price of stock by the invention and circulation of false news. And if it was necessary for the noble conspirator and his friends to put in motion a greater apparatus than usual for the execution of their plans, they have only thereby facilitated the means of detection, and proved their want of dexterity in such enterprises, while the hackneyed jobbers, managing their repeated impositions with less ostentation, are, in length of time, enabled to effect much greater mischief, as the mildew does more harm to the hopes of an honest husbandman than a thunderstorm. Of the sentence passed upon Lord Cochrane I shall say little, but as the most offensive part of it is matter of feeling and of character connected with feeling, I think that the characters and feelings of those at whose expense the imposition was chiefly successful should have been likewise taken into consideration. If they are men immersed in habits of that nature, of which Lord Cochrane's offence only constituted a single act, I say that they had not a right to require, or to be gratified by, so severe a sentence, as if they had come into court wholly unconnected with such proceedings in their own persons. What I have to demand, therefore, is whether the gentlemen of the Stock Exchange, with this notable example of punishment before their eyes, have any idea of adopting some new system, of forming some new resolution against those usages which have hitherto prevailed among them, but have never till now been visited by so tremendous a sentence. If they have not, I think it a pity that the learned judge, who passed the late sentence, did not endeavour to awaken their caution by some warning of the danger of persevering in those courses which had led, in the passing instance, to so calamitous a result. In short, an officer in the public service has fallen by conviction for conspiring with others to raise the funds. The public has therefore a right to expect from all those concerned with the sale of national property some general expression of their detestation of that offence of which Lord Cochrane has been convicted. Have they, or the major part of them, seemed by their general practice to consider it to be a crime till they came to suffer by it themselves from any alien to their profession? Then they raised clamours about it, no doubt. I ask farther, whether the committee who advertised for evidence against Lord Cochrane mean to stop at the exposure of this single offence, or whether they are resolved, as in justice they ought to be, to hunt out and eject from the Stock Exchange all time bargainers, hoaxers, bangers, and other practices of fraud, for the raising or lowering of the funds; or, if these are too powerful to be attacked, whether they mean, at least, simply to date a new era from Lord Cochrane's conviction, to proclaim an amnesty of the past, and to give notice that in future hoaxing, banging, and everything that leads to the illegal practice of time bargaining, as well as time bargaining itself, shall be no longer practised among them with impunity. I call upon these gentlemen of the committee particularly to explain to the nation what, in their opinion, ought to be the future regulations of stock jobbing from this time, when a public example is to be made of one who, to say the worst of him, has only carried out the old practice to the utmost extent of its limits. I call, sir, upon the members of the Stock Exchange universally for an answer to these queries, founded upon facts of which none of them can deny the existence, and I further denounce prospectively against them that, if they will make no rules for themselves, Parliament will interfere, and either make some for them, or will at least vivify the old ones by such means of discovery as themselves have used when they have been the dupes. In expectation of a reply, I remain, sir, etc., Bursar.
to the editor of the Times. Appendix 18 ends. Appendix 19. The Champion, Sunday, July 3rd, 1814. The pretensions of the lawyers, and the sentence on Lord Cochrane. After referring to the pretension of lawyers to being held infallible, the article continues, "It has, we believe, been urged by the lawyers that as the verdict of a jury is to be considered the voice of the people, the latter can have no right to rejudge their own decisions, but the idleness of the plea is evident. It most frequently happens that the verdict of the jury is but a small part of the legal proceedings in any particular case. A jury may be so trammelled by technicalities imposed upon them in peremptory language, they may be so overpowered by a violent charge, or so confused by a subtle one, that their decision cannot, in fairness, be regarded but as the result of an overwhelming influence, leaving them, at least, as they fancy, without an alternative, so that, after all, what have we but an emanation from an official quarter, tinctured with the interests, the prejudices, the passions, and the corruptions of a ministerial officer, in the natural existence of which the framers of our Constitution believed, and the effects of which they desired to check by the healthy and unperverted sense of men who, being taken from the common conditions, were likely to be animated solely by feelings for the common advantage. But when the verdict of the jury, however it may be induced, is pronounced, can it be said that the most important part of the business is over? No, certainly not. The sentence is to come, which, in many of the most weighty cases, as affecting the welfare of society and the safety of persons, is left entirely to the discretion of the judge, so that here there is unbounded room for the exercise of his disposition, whatever it may be. If he be an ill-tempered and vindictive savage, and be, from political or personal motives, irritated against the unfortunate individual who is at his disposal, he may sentence him to a punishment which, as applied to the offence, shall outrage public feeling by its cruelty, and public justice by a prostitution of its penalties to gratify private resentments. Has he ambitious views which lead him to seek the favour of the court, he may, as the professed guardian of morals, do them the fatal injury by apologising, in the language of authority, and with all the imposing adjuncts of a dignified and grave station, for those crimes which, as practised by persons of the highest rank, have the most extensive influence in the way of example. There are mischiefs which, under the cover of legal proceedings, may be perpetrated on the country, and it is evident from their very nature that we can have no security against them but in the vigilance of the public's observation of whatever passes in the courts of law, and their firmness in expressing their opinion on its propriety. Secondly, experience fully supports this reasoning. English history shows that the worst enormities of abused power have been committed through the medium of the judges. To no other class of official persons is half the execration owing that is justly due to the lawyers for their frequent perversions of both law and justice in a base subserviency to the temporary feelings and purposes of guilty rulers. And be it remembered that the most abominable of their proceedings have had the sanction of a jury's verdict, procured by such means as have already been suggested, either by direct intimidation or by drawing close an artificial network of legal complications and restrictions, which leave to jurymen about as much freedom of finding as he has of motion who is placed with his face close to a wall and told to jump backwards or forwards, which he pleases. Thirdly, but perhaps the character and conduct of those who are at present judges are calculated to inspire an unlimited confidence in them, however distrustful of the profession, and anxious as to its functions, we have reason to be. This is, in some respects, a delicate inquiry, and indeed an almost unnecessary one, for the vigilance of the people as to the discharge of public duties should never be permitted to slumber through reposing on personal qualities. It is, then, only the arrogant and dictatorial tone of pretension held by the satellites of Westminster Hall that induces us to bestow a line on those of any of our present administrators of the laws. We are told, in the most fulsome terms, that they are incorruptible, that it is the boast of British justice to be clean-handed, etc., etc. This boast, as rested on a contempt of actual bribery, need be no singular one in these days. Who now takes bribes from individuals? No one, we venture to affirm, above the station of a Customs House officer. Perhaps in no department of the public service could a pecuniary consideration for infidelity be more conveniently given and received than in the military. A military man of inferior rank and slender hopes has often an opportunity of giving the most decided advantage to the enemy by acting traitorously, and the reward would never be wanting. Yet whoever hears of such an act of baseness? When was there ever an instance of it in the army? Why then should a Lord Chief Justice, with an income of £20,000 a year, be highly complimented on a virtuous self-denial, which he only shares with the subaltern who starves on 4 and 6d. a day? His Lordship's claims to peculiar confidence and honour must be of a rare kind to be valid. He must represent to us in his behaviour the exalted attribute of justice, simple, impartial, purified from passion, partaking of the nature of a heavenly presidency, rather than of power vested in a frail and feverish being, liable to be misled by his interests and habits, and every now and then to be carried away to the strangest lengths by a storm of anger. If Lord Ellenborough aspires to deserve this, the best praise that can be bestowed on one in his exalted station, his ambition is of the proper kind. But without meaning to convey any imputation against his integrity, we must even take the liberty of telling him plainly what the public think, that as yet he has by no means entitled himself to it. His boisterous vulgarisms in the House of Lords, his impatient fretfulness with counsel, particularly shown in cases where defendants may be supposed obnoxious to the palace, or to himself personally, the extraordinary views he takes of moral questions, so favourable to certain princely profligacies, and the unqualified terms of his charges in those trials that are calculated to rouse political feelings and partialities, are circumstances that have made a strong impression on the public mind. People, therefore, without indecently denying his honesty, are much inclined to doubt his discretion, and it must be admitted that his Lordship's temper is not precisely of that poised and regulated kind which would be the best plea for an exemption in his favour from that popular superintendence and judgment of his conduct, the exercise of which he finds so irksome, and which his friends represent as so indecorous. Having thus vindicated the right of the people to express their sentiments freely on the conduct of the judges, as on that of any other public men, we shall shortly exercise it by joining in the general disapprobation which the sentence recently pronounced against Lord Cochrane has excited. We never remember any sentiment to prevail more universally than this now does. The firmest believers in his Lordship's guilt are loud in their reprobation of that part of his punishment which includes the exposure of the person of a naval officer, whose gallantry in the service of his country has been of the most devoted kind, on a stage of infamy which is trodden by the miscreant whose crime is not to be named. The public feeling has received a shock by this unexpected award, from which it will not soon recover, and surely it must be censured as highly indiscreet to have turned the horror that ought to have been engrossed by the crime entirely against the punishment with which it has been visited. It is not our intention to enter at all on the question of Lord Cochrane's guilt or innocence. It would be very wrong in every point of view to do this at present. His Lordship has signified his intention of defending himself before the House of Commons, and of explaining what he affirms are the misconceptions on which the verdict of the jury was founded. The public will listen attentively to his second appeal, but in the meantime we shall confine ourselves strictly to those circumstances which are sufficient to justify the general condemnation of the sentence passed on his Lordship, although the decision of the jury be confirmed. In the first place, admitting that the evidence may have been such as to compel a conviction, yet there are evident features of extreme hardship in Lord Cochrane's situation when put on his trial, and when brought up for judgment, which enlist sympathy in his behalf, and make it possible that matters of alleviation affecting his case only may have been concealed by the harsh formalities of the practice of the court. The law concerning conspiracy is enough to make every individual tremble for his own safety. Through mistake or malice, an innocent man may be included in one indictment with several guilty ones. He is compelled to take his trial with them. The testimony that proves their crime raises a prejudice against him. It is almost conviction to him to have his name called over with theirs. The chain of evidence becomes complicated, and where are jurymen to be found sufficiently clear-headed to mark exactly the connection between the facts sworn to and each of a dozen accused persons? If there is a hostile disposition towards the innocent individual existing in the breast of any in the court, who may have an opportunity of influencing the jury, how shall he escape being involved in the deserved fate of those with whom he has been confounded? If, after his conviction, he prepares himself with evidence suited to remove the misconceptions by which his guilt has been presumed, he is granted or denied the opportunity of bringing it forward according to the conduct of others, over whom he has no control, and who, in consequence of his innocence and their guilt, have an interest directly the reverse of his. Should they abscond, he is denied a new trial, although he presents himself fearlessly to meet the result. These are rules which Sir W. Garrow, the Attorney General, calls the perfection of wisdom. To common understandings they seem the perfection of hardship.
But what legal absurdity or cruelty that has given way to the growing intelligence of society has not been so eulogized and pertinaciously defended by the lawyers of the day? Lord Cochrane, it is clear, has been thus placed in a situation extremely disadvantageous to him as an accused person, and the public sentiment is roused in indignant alarm at the condemnation of an individual to the punishment of the pillory, a punishment more severe than that of death, to one in his lordship's situation of life, who complains in touching terms of hardships which to common understandings involve palpable injustice, and which are of a nature to render any innocent person unable to establish his innocence. It would have been but prudent in the judge to have avoided raising this popular feeling against the sentence of the court by keeping it more within the bounds of moderation. Its odious severity sets every one on scrutinizing the soundness of the conviction and the justice of the legal rules applied to his lordship's case. The further regards that influence the public to this strong commiseration of Lord Cochrane and disapprobation of his sentence are the unsuitableness of the latter for infliction on one of his lordship's condition, and we had almost said its ingratitude with reference to his very distinguished past services. It is very certain that justice may be as much violated by a disproportionate punishment as by the offence against which it is awarded. And when we consider that Lord Cochrane is one of the most esteemed officers of the Navy, that his courage is of the true Nelsonic kind, that he is a member of Parliament and a man of rank, the disgrace of the pillory to him must be deemed 1,000 times worse than the mere infliction of death, for with this latter his lordship has been familiar. Now, without meaning to extenuate the crime of spreading false news to raise the public funds, we may say that the state of the general feeling and practice in the country does not, at present, warrant that a punishment worse than death shall be pronounced against him who, after the long forbearance of justice, is first convicted of this offence. Statesmen of high name and station are shrewdly suspected to gamble in the funds, and this practice also is illegal. Since such loose and improper feelings as to what is honourable prevail, it would have been but fair, at the first interference of the arm of the law, to have permitted it to fall more lightly. Lord Cochrane's politics are of a kind to excite the displeasure of the court against him. One of his relations has stirred in behalf of the Princess of Wales, and we believe he himself made or assisted some little scrutiny into Lord Ellenborough's perquisites of office. These are considerations by which the Lord Chief Justice will indignantly disclaim being at all influenced, but we say that he ought to have been influenced by them, inasmuch as they rendered his situation towards the accused extremely delicate. End of Appendix 19. Appendix 20. The Champion, a London weekly journal, Saturday, July 9th, 1814. The Case of Lord Cochrane. Lord Cochrane's case is pregnant with the most weighty interests and most touching considerations. Every subject of this country who has access to a knowledge of the facts is bound, as a matter of positive duty, to investigate its merits, with a view to behaving afterwards according to the means arising out of his condition, in the best way calculated to assist the vindication of what his conviction shall tell him to be justice, as it relates to the public and to the party. It contains the most forcible appeal to every one distinctly to bring his opinion to bear on it, that the irresistible strength of the popular sentiment may either furnish to an injured person his remedy, or solidly confirm the disputed decision of the tribunal which has adjudged him guilty of a serious offence. On one side, the common feelings of humanity, as well as a regard for the national honour and the general welfare, as composed of the safety of individuals, are warmly excited that an innocent man should not be suffered to perish, to sink down and be overwhelmed in the gulf of infamy and ruin, in the sight of us all standing around him, while he in vain cries to us for help, and extends his arms to us for protection. If Lord Cochrane shall be left by his countrymen to be sacrificed pursuant to his sentence, and if there shall nevertheless appear to be good grounds for disbelieving his guilt, we must blush for England. Considering the advantages which its people possess, they would be more disgraced by the occurrence among them of a calamity of this kind than the French were by the murder of the Calas family. We had almost said than by the wholesale murders of the Revolution, which were committed by a few wretches possessed of power, whose atrocities were stupidly submitted to by an ignorant and debased nation. The judges and others officially concerned in convicting and punishing Lord Cochrane have not by any means their characters implicated in the correctness of these proceedings to the same degree that the national character is implicated in the conduct which its people shall now adopt between the parties. A court during the judicial process, which only lasts a few hours, may be misled by some great error. The administration of the law must be regulated by prescribed forms, and these, however generally useful, will often become hardships in their application to particular cases. The accused party may not be prepared with all the evidence bearing on his cause, or may mar it by his injudicious conduct, or his employed advocate may take a wrong view of what is for the interest of his client. These possibilities should render us cautious in attributing an erroneous judgment and unmerited sentence to corrupt motives existing in the tribunal from whence they proceed. But they also abundantly prove how much depends on holding no official decision whatever exempt from scrutiny. We are astonished when we hear such a man as Mr. Wilberforce declare that it is improperly disgracing a court of law to submit the correctness of its proceedings to public investigation. That gentleman, for whom we have the greatest respect, is even averse to the interference of the House of Commons to discharge such a duty, although facts of acknowledged difficulty and of a nature to excite the keenest sympathy thrust themselves on the most superficial observation, forcing doubt and therefore demanding deliberation. This, if we understand him right, he does not deny, but in their very teeth would acquiesce silently and impassively in what has been done, lest, as he says, we should throw reproach on the administration of justice, the purest among the pure, the fairest among the fair, and so forth. Does then Mr. Wilberforce forget that not only is the House of Commons legally competent to judge of every act of authority up to the very highest, but that the real superiority of this country's political condition, and the conscious feeling which we all have of the value of our Constitution, are to be traced to its exercise of this right? What should we have been if this doctrine as to the indelicacy of scrutinising the conduct of public functionaries had been always adopted? What enormities have been the consequence of its temporary prevalence? Then again, how can it escape his acuteness that, as no human institution or person is infallible, none ought to claim or receive an exemption from a superintending cognizance? Farther, admitting, as he must when put to it, that the courts may pronounce wrong judgments, will he affirm that they will be more disgraced by having the injurious effects of these prevented by timely interference than by an acquiescence in the worst of all calamities and disgraces, the punishment of innocence? This is the point which is so unaccountably overlooked by those who take Mr. Wilberforce's view of the question. They think, or at least by their arguments would seem to think, that the correction of an error is more disgraceful to the party who is wrong than its perpetration. They do not seem to understand that the most honourable thing that can be said of the institutions of any country is that, as a whole, they render it impossible that there should be any wrong without a redress, an evil without a remedy, and that each of these institutions derives a respectability and strength from this general eulogium of a far more legitimate and lasting kind than can result from an impunity which tends to foster its worst errors and assist its progress towards destruction. We have said enough to show that, in our opinion, the House of Commons ought to have conducted for itself an inquiry into Lord Cochrane's case, more particularly when facts were laid before it which raised grave doubts of his lordship's guilt in the minds of some of its most respectable and impartial members. It is the object of this article to impress that it now devolves on the public, and more particularly on his lordship's constituents, the electors of Westminster, to investigate the whole business for themselves by means of various documents and evidence which they can command. Our readers must not look for these in our weekly sheet. We cannot, among our miscellany, furnish them even with a correct outline of the proceedings of the court, the debates in the House of Commons, his lordship's defence, and the affidavits supporting it. Most of these, however, are to be procured, and justice, manliness, and humanity require that they should be attentively considered. We shall proceed to state and justify our own sentiments on this most interesting affair, as they have been influenced by the progressive information we have received. This will be expected of us, but we repeat, in a case like this, each ought to investigate and judge for himself. As we have hitherto rested our remarks on the possibility of Lord Cochrane's innocence, it is proper now to add that the voice of the public should now be raised in defence of their legal authorities, and in reprobation of an indecent obstinacy of denial supported by falsehood, wearing its most atrocious features, should inquiry convince them of Lord Cochrane's guilt. We are impelled to mention first that whether properly or improperly, we previously cherished no particularly favourable opinion of Lord Cochrane, as he was known to the public. He always seemed to us more likely to throw discredit on the cause of honest politics by joining the word reform with hasty, intemperate, and undignified proceedings than to accomplish any real good by his efforts, notwithstanding they were generally directed to the removal of what was wrong. Besides this, we thought we observed about him too little selection in his companionships, and too little of what is high-mindedly delicate in his conduct. We heard of the charge brought against him by the Stock Exchange, certainly with no disposition to turn from it as incredible. On the contrary, we leaned with the majority to the belief of his guilt, through the weight of the accusation, and a certain weakness, arising chiefly from incoherency, in his lordship's inconsiderately published defence. The trial came on, and by the reports of it in the newspapers our original belief was strengthened. We saw no reason to doubt the propriety of the conviction. We began, indeed, from what we heard and read, to fancy that Lord Cochrane's guilt might be less heavy than that of the others who were included in the indictment. We suspected that he might not have been made privy to the mysteries of the plot, although he might have culpably connived at what he knew to be going on, understanding that it would tend to his advantage, but not perfectly acquainted, nor seeking to be, with all the particulars. With this impression on our mind, we at the same time felt that Lord Cochrane had been exposed to various hardships and disadvantages in the course of the legal proceedings against him, and that these were sufficient to put even innocence in a very precarious situation on its trial. In short, to justify what an honourable member said in the House, that he had need to be not only fully but fortunately guiltless who should escape conviction under such circumstances. The being included in an indictment with a number of persons, several of whom he had never seen, by which the evidence and the jury's attention were confused, and an odium was thrown on all the accused should the guilt of any be proved, the refusal of the judge to attend the counsel, when they prayed that the trial might be adjourned before they commenced the defence, after a sitting of 15 hours, and when the jury were incapable of giving close thought to the statement, the adjournment taking place immediately when the defence was concluded, by which the prosecutors had given to them a great advantage in framing the reply, the very fierce and unqualified terms of the judge's charge to the jury, putting every fact in the strongest language against his lordship, and laying little or no stress on the other side of the supposition. All these things combined constituted, as we thought, a case of hardship, of which the convicted party might reasonably complain. The proceedings after the trial were more unequivocally severe. The rule of the court, under which Lord Cochrane was refused a new trial because others over whom he had no control did not appear with him to seek it, was plainly inconsistent with justice as distinct from law, at least as it operated in this instance. It therefore shocked the public sense, and raised a strong feeling in favour of the aggrieved party. It is pleasing to find Mr. Ponsonby, who is not only an eminent lawyer, but one by no means to be suspected of a disaffected turn, declare that this rule is as little founded in law as in justice or reason, that it has, moreover, no ancient custom to plead in its behalf, but is of very novel introduction. We have some ground, then, for hoping that this piece of profound wisdom, as Sir W. Garrow luminously termed it, which every one accounts as senseless and cruel, and which is, besides, an innovation, will shortly give place to a more liberal and useful and ancient form of practice. The facts contained in Lord Cochrane's defence, made personally in court when he was brought up to receive sentence, and which has since been published in its entire form, threw a new light on many important points of his case, and gave an explanation, reconciling with his innocence several matters which served before to prove his guilt. This is a document which our readers should not fail to peruse. At last came the sentence, and in common with all the world we were astounded by it. It thunderstruck the prosecutors, who felt abashed and have petitioned against it. It amazed both sides of the House of Commons. It disgusted all persuasions of people, those who acquiesced in, as well as those who dissented from, the conviction. It seemed of most forgetful severity when Lord Cochrane's naval services were considered, of most injurious severity when his political conduct was looked at in connection with the happier fate of certain peculators and delinquents whose turpitude to the public had nothing to relieve its atrocity but their subserviency to the court. In short, the punishment awarded by the judge, we allude to the pillory, appears almost to every one overcharged as it relates to the crime, unsuitable as it relates to the person convicted, and unseemly as it relates to him who presided at the trial. It is but fair to notice one exception by quoting from Sir Francis Burdett's speech. The sentence he thought cruel, disgusting, and severe beyond all example. The noble lord, who was the object of it, was the only person he had met with who was not of this opinion. His lordship, when he, Sir F. Burdett, visited him in the King's Bench prison, said that he had not to complain of his sentence, but of his conviction. Were he guilty, the whole of his punishment, and more than the whole, was justly due to him." We come now to the proceedings in the House of Commons. His lordship's defence there ought certainly, in some way or other, to be got before the public, with his feelings highly strung and irritated, as it would seem, in an extraordinary degree. It contained passages reflecting on the conduct of Lord Ellenborough, which the newspaper reporters were told in plain terms they would publish at their peril. Lord Cochrane evidently delivered himself under the almost maddening consciousness of having been the victim of gross injustice. Some of his accusations, pronounced with great bitterness, it may be found necessary to keep back, but the narrative and argumentation part of his statement should certainly be printed. It had a prodigious effect on those who heard him. Several of the most impartial and steady members declared that, in their view, it established that there had been on the trial a misdirection of the jury by the judge of a most material nature, and to the prejudice of his lordship as one of the accused. They added that, on the facts which every one thought told most against his lordship, he had shed a totally new light, either by offering to rebut them with testimony that deserved attentive consideration, or by explaining circumstances which altered their import, or by showing with much simplicity and indication of general feeling how they had been misconceived, and to what unlucky accidents it was owing that they operated to his prejudice. Persons whose respectability and judgment will not be impeached from either side of the House protested that, under the weight of what they had heard, they could not sleep on their pillows were they to vote for Lord Cochrane's expulsion without further inquiry. Many affirmed that the case had always appeared to them doubtful, and that now their doubts had become the most serious kind. A gentleman who interrupted his lordship in the course of his animadversions on the Chief Justice avowed that, however injudicious and unfounded these circumstances were, he could not shut up his opinion from facts so strong as those contained in the defence, nor could he reconcile it to his conscience to add confirmation to a verdict of the soundness of which he saw reason to doubt, and bitterness to a fate which it was more than possible might be undeserved. Yet the House voted the expulsion of Lord Cochrane, not, however, without a division. 44 were for further inquiry, and 140 for expulsion. On the face of this proceeding, it appears that 44 intelligent and honest men think that there is at least a strong call for further investigation, yet Lord Cochrane has been sentenced to the pillory. But if we read the speeches of the members, we shall find it by no means follows that the 144 who decided for expulsion are satisfied as to his lordship's guilt. Mr. Wilberforce, for instance, speaks of the case as very distressing, and as very painful to his feelings, but adds that he deemed it his duty to bow to the decision of the judge and jury. Now, this is not an exercise, but a surrender of judgment, and indeed we may infer that Mr. Wilberforce attaches at least doubt to the case, for otherwise he would not regard it as distressing, but rather as one in which the offender had deprived himself of every claim to compassion by shameless obstinacy and abandoned perjury. It is observable that the propriety of expulsion was almost invariably rested on the propriety of supporting the court of law, and on the many inconveniences which, as it was truly enough said, would attend a re-investigation of the proceedings. The reader sees that these considerations have no connection with Lord Cochrane's guilt or innocence, yet judging from the temper and sentiment manifested by the House, we are inclined to believe that it was these which chiefly produced its decision, and that a very large proportion of the majority are far from satisfied in their minds that their late associate has been properly convicted. For ourselves, we have no hesitation to say, after a most impartial study of the various documents, that our opinion is changed, and that from thinking the weight of evidence on the side of Lord Cochrane's guilt, we now think it on the side of his innocence. This, at least, is incontestable, that great difficulties were imposed upon him by legal forms, that the most important facts were misrepresented to his prejudice on his trial, and that if the charge of the judge was adopted by the jury as clue to their decision, they have been misguided. The best statement of Lord Cochrane's defence that we have seen was in the Morning Herald. The reports in the Times and Chronicle gave no idea of it, but we suppose it will speedily be published in a more perfect form than any in which it has yet appeared. It makes perfectly clear that the Chief Justice's most important assertion to the jury, that Lord Cochrane received de Berenger, "in the costume of his crime," is utterly unsupported by any evidence given on the trial, and that it is in contradiction to several strong probabilities. It directs attention to the singular fact that Lord Ellenborough, in some instances, quoted Lord Cochrane's voluntary affidavit for proof against him, and in others denied it all authority and truth. It does all but prove that de Berenger's dress, when he came in the hackney coach to Lord Cochrane's house, was falsely described by the coachman, and it convicts this witness of other falsehoods, while it justifies a belief that he may have been actuated by a corrupt desire for the reward, by showing that he is a convicted ruffian of the vilest kind. It satisfactorily accounts for the non-examination of Lord Cochrane's servants by counsel on the trial, for whose examination his lordship pressed by note when the proceedings were going on, who would have proved that de Berenger's dress was not of a kind to excite suspicions in any breast. It makes very manifest that Lord Cochrane has suffered by being joined with others whose guilt must be presumed. Conscious of his own innocence, and therefore believing theirs, he left to them the trouble of arranging the defence to the indictment, and neither his wishes nor his interests seem to have been consulted. It establishes that he had no connection with de Berenger's defence, and gives reason to believe that he was but little acquainted with his person. It tenders fresh testimony on the oaths of 5 respectable witnesses as to the manner in which Lord Cochrane's banknotes found their way into de Berenger's hands. In fine, it mentions a multiplicity of circumstances furnishing presumption of innocence, and makes it indubitable that the case might have had much assistance, of which it has been, from one cause or another, deprived. Signed, Ed. Newspaper extract ends. Letter begins. I have only selected such opinions of the press as may serve to elucidate what has been advanced. Were I to collect public opinion as expressed at the time, such collection would far more than exceed this volume in bulk. If necessary for my fuller defence, it must yet be adduced, should my life be spared. That my days have been thus far prolonged is, under Providence, to be attributed to the skill of my physician, Dr. Bence Jones, and to the unremitting care and attention of my constant medical attendant, Mr. Henry Lee of Savile Row. Dundonald. End of Appendix 20. Recording by Timothy Ferguson, Gold Coast, Australia. End of Autobiography of a Seaman, Volume 2, by Lord Thomas Cochrane.